A grim ultimatum hangs in the air, posing a singular, life-altering question. Which of the 5 figures is the one who truly harbors affection? The penalty for a wrong choice is visceral and absolute, to be consumed. Beneath the veneer of romance lies a predatory reality, where one must discern genuine love from a web of deception. The faces of 5 young women appear, each a potential source of salvation or a harbinger of a grisly end. On the day of his high school entrance ceremony, Oishi-Q stands amidst the bustling crowd, lost in philosophical contemplation. He muses that humans are inherently fearful of the unknown, harboring anxieties about death, the dark, and the unpredictable nature of others. His internal monologue is abruptly shattered when a girl approaches him with a simple request for his time. The suddenness of the encounter sends a jolt of pure terror through him, his face contorting in a silent scream of alarm. She stands before him, her expression calm and unreadable, embodying the very mystery he fears most. To him, girls are the most incomprehensible beings in existence, a puzzle he has never been able to solve. Memories of past failures flood his mind, the awkwardness of a borrowed eraser and the crushing confusion of a rejected Valentine's gift. He admits his deep-seated fear, realizing that his inability to understand them has left him perpetually on edge. Before he can retreat, she reaches out, her fingers brushing against his uniform to straighten his crooked necktie. She chides him gently for being so disheveled on such an important day, leaving him frozen in surprise. In a desperate bid for composure, he activates what he calls his anti-girl evasion skill, a mental technique designed for such emergencies. He struggles to empty his mind and steady his racing heart, fighting the urge to flee. He begins a frantic mental count, focusing on numbers to drown out the proximity of her presence. As she finishes her task and steps back, he finds himself unable to meet her gaze, overwhelmed by how close she had been. Determined to overcome his weakness, he decides to look her directly in the eyes. However, the moment their gazes lock, a strange sensation washes over him, accompanied by a rhythmic, electronic pulsing that leaves him reeling in shock. He stands awkwardly as the mysterious girl offers her phone, suggesting he use the front camera to fix a stray lock of hair that has gone unnoticed. Staring at the screen, he feels a wave of guilt. She had been kind enough to straighten his tie earlier, yet he had responded with suspicion rather than simple gratitude, overthinking a situation that should have been straightforward. After he stammers out a clumsy apology, she simply smiles, claiming the messy strand is actually a trendy style and thanking him for the observation. He is left utterly bewildered by her pleasant reaction, concluding that his understanding of girls is fundamentally flawed. As he navigates the crowded school hallways, he watches the other students from a distance, convinced that his high school years will remain entirely devoid of any romantic entanglements or meaningful social interactions. Suddenly, a chilling presence seems to loom, punctuated by a spectral mouth whispering a predatory claim of discovery. Passing by the school store, he overhears a group of girls gossiping about a local urban legend, causing him to catch his breath in a moment of sudden, instinctive tension. They speak of a special stationery set that guarantees a fulfilled love for anyone who uses it to write a letter, while he focuses entirely on his anti-girl evasion skill, holding his breath and erasing his presence to remain completely unnoticed by the group. Having successfully slipped past the group without incident, he reaffirms to himself that such superstitions have absolutely no place in his life and are of no concern to him. He arrives at his locker, looking forward to the comfort of his routine and the safety of his favorite television show at home to soothe his frayed nerves. However, as he opens the door, a cascade of envelopes spills out from the narrow space, shattering his expectations of a quiet, solitary afternoon. He stares at the paper in his trembling hands, his face pale with a mixture of shock and sheer terror. The sheer impossibility of the situation gnaws at him. Receiving a single love letter would be a miracle, but 4 is an absurdity that defies logic. He desperately tries to rationalize the event, convinced that there must be some mistake. Perhaps they were intended for a more popular student and ended up in his locker by some cruel twist of fate. One of those letters, penned by a girl named Momori, had requested his presence on the school rooftop after classes concluded. When he arrived, she greeted him with a vibrant, energetic smile, apologizing for the sudden summons before introducing herself as Tsukumori Momori and expressing her genuine delight that he actually showed up. Standing against the chain-link fence of the rooftop, she fidgets with her hair, her initial burst of energy giving way to a visible wave of nerves. The open sky behind her mirrors the vulnerability in her stance as she admits to feeling a sudden, overwhelming sense of trepidation. She raises her arms and draws in several long, deliberate breaths, trying to steady her racing heart. She asks for just a moment of patience, her eyes closed in concentration as she focuses on regaining her composure. After a few quiet seconds, she lowers her arms and offers a soft, reassuring smile, declaring that she has finally found her footing. Her expression softens further, a deep blush creeping across her cheeks as she prepares to speak the words she brought him here to hear. With a gaze full of earnest affection, she finally makes her feelings known, confessing her love and asking him to enter into a relationship with her. Yet, she was not the only one seeking his attention that afternoon, as another letter from Kabu had summoned him to the courtyard. There, the energetic girl sat on a bench, tapping her foot impatiently and scolding him for his tardiness, her usual playful demeanor sharpened by the tension of the moment. She wastes no time with pleasantries, standing tall and pointing a finger directly at him as she loudly declares her feelings. With her characteristic bluntness, she demands that he become her boyfriend, leaving no room for ambiguity. Meanwhile, a third summons had brought Ishii to the secluded area behind the gym. Prompted by a letter of business signed only with the initials MM, it was there that Mitos Mogu waited, her shy nature evident as she nervously admitted to being the author of the note, her voice barely a whisper as she prepared to discuss the matter at hand. She stands before her friend, the words hanging heavy in the air as she confesses her feelings directly, suggesting they become more than just acquaintances. While one confession unfolds in private, another arrives in the form of a meticulously written letter addressed to Q, leading to a formal introduction with the elegant Kisaragi Musha. She stands in the hallway, her face flushed a deep crimson as she struggles to voice her request, finally asking him to enter into a relationship with her. The sun begins to set over the sprawling cityscape, casting long shadows across the school grounds. Seeking refuge from the overwhelming events of the day, the boy retreats to the quiet isolation of the men's restroom. He sits hunched over in a stall, his head buried in his hands as he tries to process the impossible reality of his situation. His body trembles uncontrollably, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and genuine fear as he realizes the sheer absurdity of the day's events. The young man desperately tries to convince himself that this must be some elaborate prank, yet the sincerity in the girls' voices makes that explanation impossible to believe. He finds himself trapped in a logical loop, unable to fathom why anyone would play such a cruel joke, yet equally baffled as to why so many would suddenly fall for someone as ordinary as himself. As the faces of his many suitors flash through his mind, he reaches a trembling conclusion. The unknown is terrifying, and the sudden attention of these girls is the most frightening thing of all. He sits in silence, his hands tightly interlaced as a single bead of sweat rolls down his skin. The weight of the situation presses in on him, forcing a confusing question to the surface of his mind. Why does this feel like the way things are meant to be? The young man covers his mouth with both hands, his face flushing a deep crimson as a realization strikes him. Despite the overwhelming pressure and the sheer absurdity of the multiple confessions, he finds himself grappling with a traitorous sense of joy, wondering why he feels even a shred of happiness in such a chaotic moment. Still sequestered within the cramped confines of the school bathroom stall, he hunches over, lost in a spiral of uncertainty. He acknowledges that he has bought himself some time by delaying his responses to the girls, but the path forward remains obscured. The sheer abnormality of being pursued by so many at once has paralyzed his usual instincts, leaving him unable to devise a single strategy to evade the impending emotional storm. Even as a mysterious offer of help looms on the horizon, he finds his sanctuary suddenly shattered as a familiar, unsettling face looms over the top of the stall door. Run, with his circular glasses gleaming and a disturbing grin, offers his unsolicited assistance, promising to come to the boy's side immediately. The intrusion is so sudden and grotesque that it instantly eclipses the romantic drama of the day, leaving the boy frozen in genuine, cold-blooded terror. The eccentric man introduces himself as Koiwazarai Ken, the school's biology teacher, though his presence in the restroom stall remains highly suspicious. He dismisses the boy's accusations of being a pervert, insisting instead that he is a mentor for those troubled by the complexities of romance, claiming that nearly all teenage worries are love-related. He raises a single finger with theatrical flair, declaring himself a master of love capable of answering any question the boy might have about the heart's desires. The boy's eyes widen in shock as the teacher reveals he knows exactly why 4 different girls confess their feelings. The man's grin only grows more unsettling as he prepares to reveal the source of his seemingly impossible knowledge. He holds up a smartphone, displaying a secret recording of a confession. He admits to having documented every confession spot in the school, prompting the boy to recoil in disgust at such criminal behavior, labeling him not just a pervert, but a criminal. The teacher maintains that his actions are driven by a specific purpose rather than mere voyeurism. He claims to have deep-seated reasons for his surveillance, insisting that he doesn't usually do such things without cause. He then offers a cryptic invitation, telling the boy that the answers he seeks are tied to these recordings. He insists that if the boy wants to understand the truth behind the confessions, he must follow him immediately. They relocate to a darkened AV room where the teacher prepares to play a video he captured 3 decades prior. He ignores the boy's continued protests, focused entirely on the historical evidence he is about to present. As they sit before a screen, the man instructs his young companion to pay close attention to a particular female student featured in the old footage, claiming she is the key to everything. The boy stares at the monitor, his mind racing with questions about how a 30-year-old recording could possibly explain the bizarre events of his own life and why he was confessed to. A woman of striking beauty appears on the screen, standing in a sunlit hallway. Even through the grain of the old film, her presence is captivating, leaving the boy breathless as he begins to see the first piece of a much larger puzzle. She stands before a young man in the grainy footage, receiving his heartfelt confession with a serene expression. She is the subject of the boy's gaze as he watches the screen, feeling a pang of guilt for intruding on such a private moment. Yet the mystery of the old tape keeps him rooted to the spot. He watches as the couple in the video leans closer for a kiss, his breath hitching as the tension in the room thickens and the scene reaches its climax. His focus is shattered as the romantic atmosphere breaks and her jaw unhinges, revealing a grotesque, elongated tongue dripping with viscous fluid that lashes out at the unsuspecting youth. He recoils in horror as the teacher explains she is a love eater, a being that sustains itself by consuming the very essence of human affection despite its human appearance. He finds the revelation even more chilling when the old man declares that the 4 girls who confessed their love earlier that day are all members of this predatory species. He listens as the researcher details his years of secret study, claiming that his network has confirmed the presence of 4 love eaters among the newly enrolled students. He watches the teacher continue to ramble enthusiastically about the biological composition of the emotions these creatures devour, while he can only stare in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. He finally finds his voice, interrupting the lecture to question why, if these girls are indeed monsters, they would all choose to target him specifically for their confessions. He is met not with an answer, but with the eccentric man leaning in with an unsettling grin to pose a single, piercing question. Has the boy ever truly been in love? He leans in closer, his circular glasses reflecting the dim light as he presses for an answer about the nature of love. He asks if the boy's chest tightens, or if he feels a surge of happiness when thinking of someone special. Q, caught off guard by the sudden intimacy and the weight of the question, can only stammer in confusion, his face flushing as he tries to process the interrogation. Pointing a sharp finger directly at the boy, the man declares that this lack of experience is exactly why he was targeted. He reveals that he already knew the truth, much to the boy's annoyance. Q, still reeling, tries to argue that girls are already intimidating enough without all this talk of predatory monsters. The explanation continues as he describes the specific dietary preferences of these love eaters. They seek out a particular kind of love emotion, one that is pure and untouched. He illustrates this with the concept of a heart that hasn't been worn out, possessing an exceptional deliciousness that these creatures crave above all else. This coveted prize is none other than first love, a singular, potent force that acts as a beacon for those who feed on affection. He elaborates that by the time most people reach high school, they have already experienced this milestone, making the boy a rare and valuable specimen. He further clarifies a fundamental rule: love eaters only consume emotions directed specifically at them. The boy listens, his expression a mix of disbelief and growing dread as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together. A harsh truth is then laid bare. The sudden interest from the 4 girls had nothing to do with genuine affection for him. They surrounded him not out of love, but with the calculated goal of making him fall for them. Their smiles and confessions were merely bait, designed to cultivate the very emotions they intended to harvest. The realization hits the boy like a physical blow, his face contorting in a silent scream of horror. The man confirms that the confessions were merely the opening move in a larger game, and that from this point forward, the love eaters will use every means at their disposal to win his heart. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the deception, he collapses backward, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile the girls' friendly faces with their predatory nature. He mutters to himself about how terrifying girls can be, even as the gravity of his situation sinks in. Finally, standing in the quiet of the room, he asks the one question that truly matters: what actually happens to a person once their love emotions have been devoured? He lies motionless on the floor, a victim of the overwhelming truth he just witnessed. Rin observes that while the man in the recording merely succumbed to the shock, the reality of the situation is far more permanent. This loss is absolute. Once the essence is consumed, it vanishes into the void. To put it simply, that which is eaten is gone forever. The consequence of this theft is a hollow existence within the silent halls of one's own heart. Humans who have their love emotions harvested find themselves fundamentally broken, forever incapable of feeling that spark for another person again. Having laid out the stakes, the eccentric man reveals his true motive. He wants the boy to assist him in gathering more research data on these love eaters. The proposition leaves the student reeling in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the absurdity of the request. Outside, the night remains still, the moon hanging over the quiet school grounds as the weight of the revelation settles. Within the depths of his own mind, the realization finally takes hold. He understands now that the sudden confessions weren't acts of affection, but a coordinated hunt by love eaters targeting his untapped first love. With this clarity comes a grim determination. He recognizes that there is only one logical path forward to protect himself from this predatory game. He bolts down the corridor, his movements fueled by a desperate need for distance. He resolves to employ an anti-girl evasion skill, a mental and physical retreat from the unknown entities that have marked him as prey. Reaching his locker, he stares with wide, fearful eyes at the mundane world he once knew. He concludes that things beyond comprehension are inherently dangerous, and he must sever all ties with these terrifying beings to reclaim his life. He walks away from the lockers, leaving the shadows of the school behind. Tomorrow, he decides, will be the day he puts an end to this nightmare once and for all. He stares in disbelief at the envelope in his hands, his eyes wide with a mixture of dread and confusion as he processes the summons. As night falls, the moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting long shadows over the silent school grounds and signaling the start of the appointed hour. The deserted hallways are bathed in a cold, artificial light, echoing with the weight of an impending encounter that feels increasingly ominous. A lone figure moves through the darkness toward classroom 1 to 5, where the door slides open with a sharp rattle to reveal a solitary student waiting inside. She stands there, Mamori, greeting him with a soft, nervous smile as he enters. She remarks on how early it gets dark these days before thanking him sincerely for actually showing up. Because of this unexpected meeting, his mind begins to race, struggling to reconcile the contents of the letter with the reality before him. He panics internally, realizing the numbers don't match his expectations as the situation spirals into further absurdity. The girl takes a breath and finally speaks the words he feared most, looking him directly in the eye to confess that she likes him and asking if he would be willing to go out with her. His heart skips a beat, his gaze fixed on her in stunned silence while the wind outside stirs the cherry blossoms against the window pane, mirroring the chaos in his chest. In the midst of this overwhelming uncertainty and the mountain of things he cannot comprehend, a single, chilling truth begins to crystallize in his mind. Of the 5 girls who have entered his life, Momori, Magaina, Ishii, Mogu, and Kabu, 4 are predatory love-eaters seeking to consume his heart, leaving only one who is truly human. He stands frozen in the dimly lit classroom, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. Only one of the 5 girls possesses genuine human affection for him, a stark contrast to the predatory nature of the others. His heart races as he desperately tries to maintain his resolve, reminding himself of his vow to remain detached from this supernatural entanglement. The internal conflict is visible in his wide, panicked eyes and the sweat beading on his brow. Despite the fear, he decides he must act quickly to sever these ties and put an end to the uncertainty. He draws a breath, his mouth opening to deliver a definitive rejection. As he prepares to speak, his gaze meets hers, finding a calm and expectant expression that momentarily falters his momentum. His attention is drawn to her hands, which are tightly gripping her own arm as her entire frame begins to shake with a subtle, rhythmic tremor. Before he can utter a word, she interjects, her voice soft as she tells him that an immediate answer isn't necessary. With a final, lingering look, she turns and walks away, leaving him alone in the quiet room. He remains still, watching her retreating figure and reflecting on the vulnerability he just witnessed. The realization that she was truly trembling strikes him with unexpected force. His mind begins to race through his recent encounters, recalling how Kisaragi-san couldn't maintain eye contact, how Maitope-san seemed restless, how Hino-san's voice wavered, and how Tsukumori-san appeared visibly nervous. Walking through the empty school corridor, he ponders the terrifying possibility that the girl who truly loves him might be just as frightened as he is. He wonders if her confession was an act of immense courage in the face of her own fear. The young man's expression softens into one of deep contemplation as he considers the weight of a human heart amidst a sea of monsters. He reflects on the immense courage required for such a confession, realizing that his own paralyzing fear is a mirror of her own. The empty school corridor seems to echo with the weight of this shared vulnerability, grounding his resolve in a moment of quiet clarity. This realization is met with a chorus of confusion from the group gathered before him. Each girl voices her own bewilderment, questioning why so many of them have been summoned and why he hasn't given a straight answer to the initial confession, their collective uncertainty filling the air with tension. As they stand together, a sea of expectant faces each clutching a letter, the pressure becomes almost physical. He acknowledges his past tendency to flee from things he didn't understand, but seeing the sincerity in their eyes, he decides he can no longer run away from the weight of their feelings, despite the terror that still gnaws at him. With a newfound sense of purpose, the young man grips the 5 envelopes tightly. His gaze hardens with resolve as he vows to uncover the truth and identify exactly which one of these girls is the human hidden among them. Yet, beneath the surface of this schoolyard drama, a predatory hunger lingers. A split tongue flickers across lips in a silent, chilling gesture of anticipation, accompanied by a dark, pulsing affection that suggests the hunt has only just begun. A seemingly tender moment masks a predatory reality. While these beings possess the outward appearance of a human, their internal nature is fundamentally different. They are known as love-eaters, living entities that survive by consuming the raw emotions of human affection. As one looms over the boy, she tastes the very essence of his feelings. This hunger is not for just any emotion. It is a craving for love that has never been touched or used. They specifically target the potent, untainted energy of a first love. He has become the primary target of this supernatural appetite. After finishing her meal, she offers a chilling thanks, leaving him marked for further pursuit. The news of this dangerous encounter sends the professor into a state of shock. He roars at the boy, unable to fathom why anyone would willingly choose to go on a date with such a predator. He attempts to explain his reasoning, noting that among the 5 girls who confessed, one must be a genuine human with real feelings. Rather than offering comfort, the professor asks to record the data if the boy's emotions are eventually devoured. The group eventually gathers to discuss the predicament, and Momori offers a direct solution. She suggests that since he cannot distinguish between them, he should simply go on a date with every single girl to find the truth. This proposal is met with enthusiastic agreement from the others. They begin to coordinate, suggesting that each day of the week be assigned to a different person to ensure the process is fair for everyone involved. With the decision finalized, they turn to Chance to settle the schedule. As they prepare for a game of rock, paper, scissors, the boy stands overwhelmed, realizing he has been swept up in a plan he can no longer control. He sat slumped in the chair, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as the professor spoke of the ravenous love-eaters. The older man mused about the delicious meal the boy represented, a thought that offered little comfort while the memory of his previous encounter lingered in the air. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his eyes widening in sheer panic as he blurted out a fundamental question. What exactly does one do on a date? The professor could only stare, caught off guard by the sudden shift in focus from life-threatening monsters to basic social etiquette. The panic intensified as he began to spiral, shouting questions about where they should go and what topics were even appropriate for such an occasion. His mentor tried to interject, but the boy was already lost in his own anxiety, desperate for any guidance on how to behave. To combat his ignorance, he produced a meticulously detailed notebook, a testament to his frantic research into the mechanics of a perfect date. The pages were crammed with notes, charts, and diagrams, leaving the professor nearly speechless at the level of obsessive dedication. He continued his exhaustive explanation, detailing the logistics of movie times and restaurant locations, terrified that being unprepared would lead to disaster. He worried about the costs, the distance from the station, and the potential for parents to worry if they stayed out too late. The professor tried to call out to him, but the boy was buried under the weight of his own documentation. Finally, the older man managed to cut through the noise, offering a stern warning about the immense risks involved in this undertaking. While he supported the boy's resolve, he needed him to understand that these dates were not just social outings, but a dangerous game of survival. The reality of the situation was laid bare. He would be surrounded by 5 potential loves, but 4 of them were calculated lies designed to ensnare him. The goal of the Love Eaters was simple: to manipulate his feelings and make him fall for a fabrication in order to consume him. If he were to lose his heart to one of these predators, the consequences would be absolute. His very capacity for love would be consumed, leaving nothing behind but an empty shell. The specter of a ravenous hunger loomed over the warning, emphasizing the finality of failure. Despite the terrifying stakes, he looked up with a newfound clarity, acknowledging the danger but refusing to back down. He understood the risk, but his resolve remained unshaken. He stood firm, explaining that he couldn't simply run away from the possibility of real affection by hiding behind something empty. He confessed that he didn't want to reject someone's feelings without knowing if they were true, even if it meant facing a deadly risk. He needed to know if the love was real or just a hollow imitation. He admits that both girls and the concept of love remain a mystery to him, confessing that the unknown is inherently frightening. Because of this fear, he resolves to face them head-on, believing that understanding is the only way to overcome his trepidation. With a sharp focus in his eyes, he declares his intention to go on dates with all 5 candidates, promising to give his absolute best effort to the task. This earnest declaration prompts a boisterous laugh from the professor, who likens the boy to a chicken jumping straight from the safety of a pond into a roasting fire. Grinning, the older man advises him to avoid being eaten and to focus on finding the one real connection among the group of potential predators. As the meeting concludes, the professor provides even more preparation material, specifically a contingency plan for rainy days, leaving the boy staggered by the sheer volume of research required. The following Friday afternoon arrives, and he finds himself waiting outside the school, checking his messages as the time for the first scheduled date approaches. His first partner, Kanace Baku, soon appears, prompting him to wonder silently whether the girl standing before him is truly human or one of the predatory love eaters he was warned about. When they finally come face to face, he offers a nervous, stuttering greeting, which she returns with a calm and polite smile. Despite his extensive preparation, he finds himself unable to maintain eye contact, frantically reminding himself that he must stick to his plan if he hopes to survive the encounter. He feels a sudden, gentle pressure as a soft hand reaches out to clasp his own, catching him completely off guard. Kanace looks up at him with a sweet, expectant expression, suggesting that since they are officially on a date, they should start by establishing the right atmosphere. She asks if they can't simply begin with the mood itself, her fingers intertwining firmly with his. The physical contact sends a jolt through him, his face erupting in a deep, crimson flush as beads of nervous sweat begin to form on his brow, and his breath hitches in his throat. His mind races through his meticulously prepared research, which categorized dates into 2 distinct types: those meant for getting to know one another, and those meant to deepen an existing bond. This sudden intimacy has completely bypassed his planned progression, leaving him internally screaming that this was not how things were supposed to go, even as Kanace remains blissfully content. As they walk, he becomes painfully aware of how much his palms are sweating, the moisture practically dripping from their joined hands. He finds himself questioning if such a gesture is even possible between 2 people who don't already share a deep affection, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. His shock is so profound that he can barely maintain his composure, his head lolling back in a daze as Kanace casually asks where they should head for their first stop. Managing to find his voice despite the internal chaos, he suggests a simple trip for hamburgers, and she happily agrees as they continue their stroll down the quiet street, the sun beginning to dip lower in the sky. The conversation turns to food, with Kanace expressing her fondness for thick, hearty slices of meat in a cheeseburger. However, her words trigger a chilling memory of the professor's voice, warning him of a specific, hidden detail that distinguishes a human from a monster. The memory manifests as a clinical diagram of a mouth, illustrating the terrifying truth that the tongue of a love eater is not singular, but split into 2 distinct parts, much like a serpent's. He stares intently at her mouth as she continues to talk, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes the one thing he must check to know the truth: the shape of her tongue. He listens intently as the professor emphasizes that the mouth and tongue are the definitive traits that separate love eaters from humans. With a look of sudden realization and determination, he shouts his agreement, fully committed to the mission. The young man quickly realizes the absurdity of simply asking to see her tongue or begging on his knees. Instead, he devises a more subtle plan: the hamburger strategy. He reasons that eating a large burger is the perfect excuse for someone to open their mouth wide, providing the opportunity he needs. Having meticulously researched every popular hamburger joint in the vicinity, he feels his preparations are flawless. He recalls visiting each one to ensure the quality was sufficient for his plan, leaving nothing to chance. His focus narrows to a singular goal. He will witness her tongue. The anticipation builds as he prepares to put his plan into action, his eyes fixed on the target. However, his confidence is immediately shaken when they arrive at the first shop only to find a temporarily closed sign. While he reels from the setback, his companion remains patient, and he quickly pivots, suggesting they head to another location he has in mind. Their luck does not improve at the second destination, which is completely obscured by scaffolding and signs announcing it is under renovation. They stand together before the construction site, the silence between them growing as his carefully laid plans begin to crumble. A third attempt leads them to a shop with a handwritten note from the manager claiming a need for a human rest day. He feels the weight of his burger journey crashing down, his frustration mounting as the simple task of finding an open restaurant becomes an ordeal. As they continue their trek, the atmosphere becomes increasingly heavy and awkward. He frets over the physical toll the walking is taking on her, fearing that his incompetence might drive her away, regardless of whether she is the creature he seeks or not. Relief finally washes over him when they stumble upon a building that is actually open for business. He points it out with renewed energy, though the exterior of the establishment is far from inviting. They stand before the entrance of a place that looks more like a haunted attraction than a restaurant. Despite his desperate attempt to remain upbeat and ignore the unsettling aesthetic, she can't help but question if they've accidentally wandered into a horror house instead of a burger shop. He watches as she stares ahead with a strange intensity, her gaze fixed on the goal. She declares that when something one desires to eat is right there, one must simply consume it, regardless of the circumstances. Taking his hand, she leads him toward the entrance with unwavering resolve. He follows reluctantly, his mind clouded with doubt. He wonders if he has made a mistake, realizing that his desire for a hamburger was merely a pretext for his true goal, and he fears he may have led her into a trap. Once inside, the atmosphere is surprisingly mundane, much to his relief. Despite the unsettling exterior, the shop is filled with ordinary customers, and she has already begun her meal, seemingly unaffected by the strange surroundings as she takes a large bite. He approaches their table, carefully balancing a tray laden with 2 large burgers and drinks. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He believes that the way she eats will finally reveal her true nature, whether she is a fellow love-eater or merely human. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as a group of boisterous students rushes past, one of them colliding heavily with his side. He stumbles forward, the tray tilting precariously as he realizes with horror that he is on a collision course with her. His eyes widen in shock as he sees her look up, her expression one of pure surprise. Her mouth hangs open, and he realizes that in this moment of chaos, he might finally get the glimpse he has been seeking if he can just keep his eyes on her. As the distance between them closes, his focus narrows entirely on her parting lips. He feels a surge of anticipation, certain that he is about to witness the truth. The world seems to slow down, her face reflected in his mind as he prepares for the revelation. He is so close to seeing her tongue, the final piece of the puzzle he has been trying to solve. However, gravity takes hold, and he crashes to the floor in a chaotic blur of limbs and flying food. Even as he falls, his instinct is to shield her, ensuring that the airborne hamburger does not strike her. He lies sprawled on the checkered floor, a mess of fries and ketchup decorating his head. Despite the embarrassment and the concerned cries of those around him, his only thought is one of bitter disappointment. The tray had blocked his view at the critical moment, leaving his question unanswered. He remains sprawled on the floor, the remnants of the meal staining his clothes as the whispers of the surrounding crowd sting more than the fall. While onlookers mock his clumsiness and pity his companion, Kanace kneels beside him, her voice filled with genuine concern as she asks if he is injured. He quickly tries to brush it off, stammering that he is perfectly fine despite the obvious mess. Because of the humiliating display, he begins frantically cleaning the floor, his head bowed in shame as he laments his own pathetic behavior. He offers a sincere apology, regretting that he dragged her across the city only to fail at something as simple as eating a hamburger together. Kanace watches him in silence, her expression unreadable as he continues to berate himself for ruining their time. Moments later, the bustling noise of the restaurant seems to fade into the background as she suddenly closes the distance between them. They are both on their knees amidst the scattered napkins and spilled food, framed by the large windows overlooking the city lights, as she leans in with an unexpected and intense focus. The air between them grows still as she reaches toward his face, her lips parting slightly. Without a word, she gently licks a stray morsel of the hamburger from his cheek, her touch light but deliberate. She pulls back just an inch, her eyes locked onto his as the realization of what just happened begins to sink in. A soft, warm breath escapes her as she lingers in his personal space, the tension between them reaching a fever pitch. With a playful glint in her eyes, she finally breaks the silence, showing him that she did indeed manage to eat a hamburger after all. She tells him to cheer up, her casual demeanor contrasting sharply with his wide-eyed, blushing shock. Outside, the restaurant stands as a silent witness to the strange turn their date took, while he struggles to process her unconventional way of comforting him. Later that evening, they walk side by side under a starry sky, the cool night air helping to settle the lingering heat in his face. He feels incredibly full, both physically and emotionally, reflecting on the fact that regardless of what she truly is, he simply cannot compare to her overwhelming presence. As it turns out, their night ended with an unexpected bounty, as the restaurant owner had gifted them a massive stack of hamburgers as a courtesy. They had sat together, enjoying the surplus of food that turned a disastrous moment into a shared, albeit strange, memory. He reflects on the meal, realizing his plan to see her tongue via the hamburgers was a total failure. He can't even remember what the food tasted like. Kanace, oblivious to his inner turmoil, cheerfully suggests they return to the restaurant another time, to which he can only offer a simple, stunned agreement. As they continue their walk, she begins brainstorming other foods that might require a wide-open mouth, listing off futomaki, takoyaki, and even a massive onigiri. He watches her, his mind still stuck on his failed objective, while she playfully considers the culinary possibilities. Suddenly, she breaks into a fit of giggles, apologizing as she admits she can't stop thinking about the face he made when he tripped earlier. He is caught off guard, his confusion mounting as she struggles to contain her amusement. Her laughter intensifies as she describes his expression as so weird, her eyes crinkling with genuine joy. He finds himself staring at her, the embarrassment of the fall fading as he takes in her radiant smile. In that moment of pure mirth, he catches a glimpse of her tongue as she laughs, the very thing he had been trying so hard to see through calculated means. It is a fleeting, natural sight that catches him completely off guard. He has a sudden realization. There is no need to manufacture situations or force her to open her mouth. The answer was much simpler than his convoluted strategies. Walking side by side across the bridge, he decides that seeing her happy and hearing her laugh is more than enough for him. The tension of the mission melts away, replaced by a quiet contentment. They eventually arrive near the station, and she remarks on how the date is nearing its end. He remains a bit flustered, sweating as he tries to maintain his composure during these final moments of their time together. She stops and turns to him, her expression softening as she delivers a heartfelt confession, telling him that she has come to like him even more after today. The boy is left speechless, his eyes wide with shock as her words sink in, marking a profound shift in their relationship. He stands frozen as she gently takes his hand, her touch grounding him in the cool night air. She looks up at him, her voice soft but direct, asking what he truly thinks of her. Before he can find the words, she presses further, questioning if he had labeled her a love-eater in his mind. She leans in slightly, her gaze piercing and knowing, as if she can see right through his analytical defenses. The term love-eater hangs in the air between them, a challenge to the assumptions he's been making throughout their time together. Stunned by her bluntness, he can only offer a confused grunt as the realization hits him like a physical blow. She continues, explaining that she noticed him staring at her mouth all day and had assumed he was simply fixated on the hamburger she had eaten earlier. With a sudden, decisive shift in tone, she declares that she's had enough of the mystery. If he is so intensely interested in what she's hiding, she decides right then and there to end his curiosity. She takes a seat on the railing of the overpass, the city lights twinkling behind her as she offers a playful, almost daring smile. With a calm confidence, she promises to finally show him exactly what he has been so desperate to see. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief, his pupils shrinking as the gravity of the moment takes hold. The world around him seems to sharpen into a single, focused point of anticipation. Finally, she reveals the truth, opening her mouth to show him her tongue in the moonlight. Above them, the vast night sky stretches over the quiet city, marking the end of his long investigation. Kanace leans in, her expression unreadable as she speaks of the grotesque. She explains that the tongue of a creature known as a love-eater is bifurcated, split cleanly down the middle. With a piercing gaze, she poses a chilling question, asking if he believes she could be one of those very monsters. Before he can process the unsettling query, she offers a demonstration, promising to reveal the truth. They stand alone on the elevated walkway, the city lights shimmering in the distance as she prepares to unveil her secret. She tilts her head back slightly, her lips parting to reveal a tongue that is indeed split into two distinct halves. Her eyes lock onto his, challenging him to acknowledge the sight as she asks if he can see it clearly. The young man stares back, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and strain. The gravity of what she is suggesting hangs heavy in the cool night air. Despite the proximity, he is forced to admit that the darkness and the distance between them make it impossible to discern any detail. Her shoulders slump in a playful display of disappointment. While he secretly suspects she chose this moment precisely because the truth would remain obscured, he begins to walk away, his mind racing with the possibility that she was merely playing a trick on him. Turning back, he questions her motives, asking why she would even bring up the subject of such strange entities. She pauses, a small smile playing on her lips as she prepares to clarify the situation. Reaching into her bag, she tells him that there is a simple explanation for her sudden interest. She presents her smartphone, the screen glowing with the vibrant colors of a popular urban legend channel. The host on the screen shouts enthusiastically about the existence of love-eaters, framing the entire conversation as nothing more than a fascination with internet mysteries. As they stand together under the streetlights, she explains that she simply stumbled upon the video and found the topic intriguing. He feels a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that her strange behavior was just a reaction to a viral trend rather than something truly supernatural. He feels the weight of her gaze as she presses him for an explanation. Having already revealed her own secret, she questions how he could possibly know about the love-eater's urban legend if he claims to be unfamiliar with such internet subcultures. The realization that he has been cornered by her sharp intuition leaves him feeling completely exposed. The boy stammers, his hands raised in a defensive gesture as he insists that his knowledge was nothing more than a stroke of sheer luck. He claims to have simply stumbled upon the information by chance, but her unblinking, dark eye remains fixed on him, searching for any sign of deception in his frantic explanation. Sensing that any further attempts at evasion would be futile against her piercing scrutiny, he decides to lay everything bare. The night air grows chillier as they stand near the glowing streetlights, and he suggests they find something warm to drink while he explains the full truth. She accepts his offer with a quiet word of thanks, the tension between them softening slightly. Once they are settled with their heated cans, she gets straight to the heart of the matter, summarizing his true intentions with unsettling accuracy. She concludes that his goal is to identify the real entity hidden among the 5 girls, and that their entire date was merely a calculated move to investigate her. He can only offer a sheepish, apologetic smile, unable to deny the truth of her words. She then poses a question that catches him completely off guard, her expression unreadable as she asks if he would believe her if she claimed to be the very real one he is searching for. The sudden shift in the conversation leaves him momentarily paralyzed, his mind racing to process the weight of her hypothetical confession. He remains frozen in a stunned silence, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggles to find a response. Seeing his reaction, she warns him that such blunt investigations are a sure way to make any girl resent him, though she acknowledges with a small smirk that he hasn't actually voiced his suspicions aloud yet. A heavy silence falls between them as they sit on the wide concrete steps overlooking the city. He finally admits that despite everything they have discussed, he still finds himself unable to truly grasp the complexity of her situation or the nature of the world she inhabits. Looking out over the sprawling urban landscape, she reflects on the grim consequences of his theory. She muses that if a person were to fall in love with a love-eater, their very capacity for affection would be consumed, leaving them hollow and unable to ever experience the warmth of love again. The girl turns her gaze back toward him, her eyes softening as she shares a poignant realization. She suggests that the simple ability to feel affection for another person is, in itself, a profound source of happiness, a sentiment that seems to carry a hidden weight of personal longing. Standing amidst the backdrop of a city obsessed with the concept of romance, from the conversations of friends to the stories told in movies and manga, she contemplates the isolation of those excluded from this universal experience. To be surrounded by a world brimming with love while being unable to share in that specific joy must, she concludes, be an incredibly lonely existence. She had left him with a heavy thought, and now he sits in the quiet, pondering the simple yet profound idea that being able to care for someone is a form of happiness. He watches as she looks away, her voice soft as she confirms that this is exactly how it feels to her. She stands up, offering a piece of advice. She notes that as high schoolers, they have plenty of time to experience different kinds of affection without the need to rush into something risky or life-altering. Her expression turns more serious as she confesses a deep-seated fear. The idea of falling in love is daunting because of the intensity it carries, a sentiment he silently echoes, terrified of the destructive, almost murderous potential of such emotions. She shares a quiet dream despite her fears, wishing that the very first person she truly loves could be the one she stays with forever, a hope that hangs in the air between them as they sit together in the twilight. He finds himself spiraling into a panic, wondering if his own words were misplaced or strange, his mind racing with the realization that he truly understands nothing about the complexities of the heart. He watches her prepare to depart as she challenges him, leaving the nature of her own emotions as a puzzle for him to solve, refusing to clarify if what she feels is genuine or merely a performance. She gives him a final, lingering look and a soft admission of her liking for him, thanking him for the drink and suggesting they meet again next week, leaving him frozen in place as she walks away. Her absence allows the tension to finally snap, leaving him slumped on the bench, gasping for air as the weight of the encounter finally begins to lift. He makes his way home, a chilling thought taking root. These love-eaters are hidden in plain sight, and the danger of exposing them, or even speaking of his mission, might have far more dire consequences than he ever imagined. He stands alone, lost in thought. He considers the danger of his situation, realizing that keeping his knowledge of the love-eaters a secret would have been the safer path. Yet, he can't quite grasp why he felt compelled to reveal the truth to her. As the city lights flicker in the background, his doubts grow. He questions if she is truly the one he's been looking for, or if he is simply being too naive in his search for the truth. Meanwhile, she walks through the urban landscape, her mind fixed on him. He was exactly the kind of person she had envisioned, fitting the profile she had constructed in her mind perfectly. She recalls his kindness and honesty, traits that stood out despite his admitted fear of women. To her, his sincerity was palpable, making him a rare find in a world of masks. Her gaze softens as she focuses on his image in her mind. She begins to admit a growing feeling, a realization that he is becoming something more than just a target of her curiosity. Suddenly, her expression twists into something primal and hungry. The facade of the schoolgirl vanishes, replaced by a predatory instinct as she realizes her true desire is to consume him entirely. The intensity of the moment is broken by a sharp sting. She winces, touching the tip of her tongue where the hot coffee had left its mark, a mundane reminder of her physical form. She watches him from afar as he blends into the bustling crowd. As a love-eater, she possesses the innate ability to sense the quality of human emotions, and she knew the moment she saw him that his heart was untouched by the experience of first love. Standing on the train platform, she remembers the physical toll of her hunger. Even as she spoke those words of confession, her body had been trembling with the sheer, overwhelming urge to devour him. She looks at the other girls around her, realizing she wasn't alone in her nature. While she assumed they were all driven by the same predatory needs, the emergence of a genuine confession from within their ranks was something she never anticipated. She sits beside him on the park bench, her mind racing with the implications of his innocence. He is a pure soul, and the possibility that he might fall for someone truly real is a threat she cannot ignore. Because of this, she realizes that once he experiences love for another, his emotional essence will sour. It would no longer be that pristine first love she craves, turning into something bitter and unpalatable. Stepping away from the bench, she firms her resolve. The thought of losing such a rare delicacy is unacceptable. She simply won't allow it to happen. Staring at her own reflection, her eyes harden with a predatory focus. She vows to make him fall for her instead, ensuring he remains hers and hers alone. Despite her cold determination, a flicker of something like regret crosses her mind as she acknowledges her nature. As a love-eater, she offers a silent apology to him, knowing she is leading him toward a dark end. Walking through the urban landscape under the night sky, she reinforces her detachment. To her, love isn't a feeling to be shared, but a resource to be harvested, nothing more than sustenance. Later, in the quiet solitude of her home, she soaks in a bath, the memories of their interaction lingering. She eventually collapses onto her bed, the weight of her secret life pressing down in the silence. Her nightly routine follows a mechanical rhythm, brushing her teeth, sitting in contemplation at her desk, and finally drying her hair. Each action is a mask of normalcy over her inhuman hunger. Returning to the moment on the bench, the silence between them stretches out. The world around them seems to fade as the gravity of their situation settles. He looks up at her, his expression one of sudden, sharp realization. Something in her words or her presence has finally broken through his oblivious nature. While he remains reeling from their conversation, she lies in bed with a steady, unblinking gaze, her mind already weaving the next thread of her predatory plan. She is not the only one haunted by the evening's events, as he huddles beneath his covers, desperately repeating to himself that the impossible things he heard simply cannot be real. He eventually falls into a fitful sleep as the Friday night skyline glows, marking the end of a day that has irrevocably shifted the boundaries of his world. The city's quiet is soon replaced by the frantic energy of the weekend, which he spends in a state of high alert, obsessively practicing his social cues and humor to ensure he is never caught off guard again before Monday morning finally arrives. He makes his way through the school halls when a stray basketball rolls into his path, accompanied by a digital summons to the gymnasium that disrupts his morning routine. He follows the request and finds his designated date partner, Tsukumori Momori, effortlessly dominating the court with a display of athletic prowess that leaves him momentarily stunned. She catches sight of him and offers a vibrant, energetic greeting, but as she approaches, a dark suspicion takes root. Is this girl truly human, or is she another predator seeking to feast on his heart? Momori is in her element on the basketball court. She moves with practiced grace, dribbling the ball past an opponent with a focused intensity. The squeak of sneakers on the polished wood echoes through the gymnasium as she drives toward the hoop. After the play, she turns with a bright, triumphant smile, acknowledging the cheers from the sidelines. She waves a hand in thanks, her energy infectious, while Q watches from a distance, seemingly captivated by her performance. He reflects on his current situation, his mind drifting back to Kanase. While he acknowledges his personal feelings for her, he reminds himself that today is dedicated to his scheduled date with Momori, a task he must navigate carefully. As he watches her continue her practice, a chilling thought takes hold. He calculates the odds, realizing that the likelihood of his Monday date partner being one of the predatory love-eaters is dangerously high, and his gaze remains fixed on her every move. His focus narrows, zeroing in on the subtle details of her appearance as she pauses for a moment, the physical exertion of the game evident in her posture. She soon notices his unwavering attention and trots over, offering a sheepish apology for making him watch her play for so long. She wonders if he's bored, but he quickly stammers out a denial, his face flushing with embarrassment at being caught staring. He internally panics, realizing he has been staring at her for a full hour while trying to discern her true nature. However, she simply laughs off his intensity, playfully declaring that his presence is all part of their date together. With renewed vigor, she tells him to keep his eyes on her, so she can show off her cool side. She emphasizes that as long as they are alone together, anything they do counts as a date, leaving him to watch as she returns to the court. She continues her practice, unaware that Q is watching her with growing suspicion, convinced she might be the real love-eater he seeks. He grapples with the dilemma of his investigation. He cannot simply ask her about her nature without revealing his own knowledge of their existence. To confirm his theory, he realizes he must find a way to see her tongue, yet he hesitates, fearing the consequences of being caught. The boy imagines two starkly different outcomes. Either she is the one and will reveal herself without hesitation, or she is innocent and will rightfully brand him a creep for his strange fixation. The risk of her hatred weighs heavily on his mind. Shaking off these intrusive thoughts, he watches as she takes another shot, the ball arching perfectly toward the hoop. He resolves to remain silent, fearing that any clumsy inquiry might ruin the pleasant atmosphere she has created. Ao velo parado na lateral, ella o convida alegrement para esse, junta ao jogo, mas ele recusa rapidamente, admitindo sua total falta de experiencia com o esporte. She refuses to let him off so easily, playfully suggesting that he might possess an undiscovered talent that could rival even the greatest legends of the court. Her enthusiasm is met with a look of pure bewilderment from the boy. He insists that simply watching her enjoy herself is more than enough entertainment for him. She accepts this with a gentle, knowing smile, her eyes softening as she acknowledges his preference. As she turns back to the court, asking him to wait just a little longer, he begins to second-guess himself, wondering if joining her would have been the better way to maintain the momentum of their day. He stands alone with his thoughts, lamenting his ignorance of the game's rules while reminding himself of his primary objective, to identify the real one among his scheduled companions. The practice session finally concludes, and as she stretches her limbs and complains of a parched throat, he suddenly realizes that her exhaustion has presented him with the very opportunity he was looking for, a chance to see the tip of her tongue. He searches his memory for a suitable location, his mind racing through the details of a local date program. When his companion points toward a cafe across the street, a sudden realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He recalls a specific, peculiar beverage sold nearby that might serve his purpose of catching a glimpse of her tongue. The object of his recollection is a truly bizarre concoction, red caviar and sea urchin squash. This newly released oddity has supposedly been spotted in local vending machines, according to rumors circulating among his friends. Curious about her reaction to this bizarre concept, he mentions the drink's imposing name to her. She is taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the title, admitting that while she hasn't tried it, the general consensus is that the flavor is absolutely dreadful. Rather than being deterred by the warning, she becomes inexplicably enthusiastic, saluting him playfully as she declares their new mission to find the drink together, even calling him Captain Kuka. He can only watch in bewilderment, unable to fathom why anyone would be so eager to seek out something known to be unpleasant. She leads the way with boundless energy, dragging him past various food stalls and into narrow back alleys in her quest. Even as they pass a kebab shop, her focus remains singular, leaving him to wonder if they will ever actually find the elusive vending machine or if she is simply enjoying the chase. Finally reaching a machine, the mechanical clatter of a can dropping into the tray echoes through the quiet space. Instead of the expected oddity, she stands there happily gulping down a standard sports drink, looking entirely refreshed. The quest for the exotic squash seems to have vanished from her mind entirely, leaving him stunned by her sudden change of heart and her complete lack of consistency. Watching her, he begins to reconsider his previous theories about her nature. The question of whether she is a human or a supernatural love-eater fades, replaced by the simple, growing realization that she might just be an incredibly eccentric and unpredictable person. His internal monologue is abruptly cut short when she gasps and points toward the ground, her eyes wide with excitement. He jumps back in surprise as she urges him to look at what she has discovered slithering nearby. There, slithering through the shadows, is a pale serpent, its forked tongue flicking out to taste the air in a rhythmic, hypnotic motion. An elderly man sits cross-legged on a woven mat, a massive, pale snake draped over his shoulders like a living scarf. He gently strokes its scales, the creature appearing calm and docile under his practiced touch. Keeping their distance from him, the two students watch the bizarre display in silence, their eyes fixed on the man and his reptilian companion. Because they have been spotted, the old man calls out to the pair, offering to let them have his pet, Paisanchan, coil around them for a mere 100 yen. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing as he realizes that simply identifying the creature as a snake doesn't begin to cover the absurdity of the situation. He stares in horror as the serpent unhinges its jaw, imagining the cold, muscular body constricting around him. To him, even a captive snake in a zoo is a terrifying prospect. The idea of a roadside predator wrapping itself around his neck is utterly unthinkable. His anxiety spirals as he considers the risks, from potential venom to the possibility of the man demanding an exorbitant fee once the trap is sprung. He desperately searches for a way to decline the offer without causing offense or provoking a confrontation. While he is paralyzed by indecision, his companion suddenly bolts forward, her school skirt fluttering as she dashes toward the old man with an expression of pure curiosity. He shouts after her, warning that the creature could be dangerous, but she barely glances back. When he asks if her fascination with snakes is truly that deep, she simply beams at him, admitting she doesn't even know herself. She reaches the mat in an instant, waving him over with an enthusiastic call as she prepares to engage with the old man. Moments later, she is seated on the pavement, the heavy serpent coiled multiple times around her neck and torso. Far from being afraid, she looks up with a radiant, genuine smile, asking if the sight isn't the most impressive thing he's ever seen. Watching her embrace the very thing that fills him with dread, he stands frozen as the realization finally sinks in. He understands now that she is his complete opposite in every conceivable way. He watches her walk ahead, a solitary figure against the vast sky, realizing that her joy stems from the very things she doesn't fully comprehend. Moments before, the elderly snake charmer had expressed his gratitude, noting that they were the first to truly welcome Paisanchan without hesitation. While the old man refused payment, she had been caught up in the thrill, convinced that the serpent coiled around her made her look incredibly powerful. As they continue their stroll, she cheerfully declares the experience a success, only to immediately follow up with a startling revelation. She discovered she is actually quite terrible with snakes. The admission leaves him utterly bewildered, his mind reeling at the contradiction. He presses her on the matter, pointing out how genuinely happy she seemed while handling the creature. She concedes the point but explains that the sensation was bone-chilling, and the moment she locked eyes with the reptile, a wave of fear had actually washed over her. Seeing his confusion, she clarifies that the value of the encounter wasn't in the comfort, but in the discovery. She is genuinely pleased to have learned a new fact about herself. Specifically, her own aversion to serpents. Her curiosity doesn't end there, as she begins listing other creatures she hopes to encounter, from hawks landing on her arm to the prickly touch of a hedgehog. He can only watch in silence, wondering if she maintains a mental checklist of every animal she intends to test her mettle against. Their path eventually leads them to a vending machine, where her attention is instantly seized by a bizarre new arrival. She calls out to him, pointing excitedly at a can of red caviar and sea urchin squash, a combination that sounds as daring as her previous encounter. She seems to have been waiting for the chance to try such a peculiar beverage, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. He stands by, listening to her enthusiastic chatter and the strange, rhythmic humming of her excitement. Standing before the glowing display, he considers his options while she encourages him to pick something out for himself. She insists they should share the moment and drink their selections together. He reaches out, his finger hovering over the buttons before finally making a choice. With a mechanical click and a soft thud, a bottle of tea drops into the bin, ready for their quiet moment of respite. He hands over the bizarre concoction, the can cold in his grip. Mamori accepts it with a bright smile, suggesting they play basketball together the following week, though she admits she'll need him to explain the rules to her first. She beams, her expression radiant as she reflects on the day's lessons. Regardless of her nature, she finds herself looking up to him. With a cheerful cheers, they clink their cans together in a celebratory toast. The first sip hits them like a physical blow, the flavor so intensely foul that they both recoil in shock. Mamori bursts into laughter, declaring the drink so potent it could practically be classified as a weapon. He stares at her, his mind racing in a state of disbelief. He wonders if he truly saw what he thought he saw. Did she actually just stick her tongue out at him in that moment of shared disgust? She continues to chuckle, the sheer absurdity of the weaponized beverage keeping her spirits high. He can only offer a small, resigned smile, accepting that the experiment was a spectacular, if hilarious, failure. Settling onto a nearby bench, the two of them watch the world go by. Mamori grows quiet, asking if it's alright for her to be so selfish, worried that her unrefined reaction to the drink might have dampened his feelings for her during their date. He looks away, his thoughts turning inward as he considers his own reputation. He finds it hard to reconcile the image of this super popular student who supposedly had 5 girls confess to him on the first day with the reality of his limited experience. The silence between them stretches, punctuated only by a sudden, sharp realization. He turns to find her watching him closely, her gaze steady and inquisitive, causing his heart to skip a beat. She leans in slightly, her eyes wide with a newfound appreciation. In her mind, she finally understands the appeal, acknowledging to herself that this is exactly what a hunk looks like, even as she playfully dismisses the thought. They delve into the topic of his supposed popularity, debating the nature of love at first sight. He remains skeptical of the rumors, while she ponders the possibility that those girls saw something in him that he hasn't yet recognized himself. He dismisses the notion of love at first sight with a casual smile, explaining that only one person has ever offered him a genuine confession. The revelation leaves his companion wide-eyed and speechless as she processes the weight of his words. As he reflects on the nature of the love-eaters, he begins to question why a normal person would be caught up in such a strange situation. His gaze drifts toward Mamori, a new possibility taking root in his mind as he considers her presence. The thought strikes him. Could they have crossed paths before? He searches his memory, wondering if their first encounter might have been as far back as the school's entrance ceremony, a detail he might have overlooked until now. He visualizes the 5 girls known as love-eaters, realizing that none of them were familiar to him before this ordeal began. This contrast only deepens his curiosity about the girl sitting beside him, who feels different from the others. Turning his full attention back to her, his eyes widen as a specific memory begins to surface. He starts to speak her name, the pieces of a forgotten puzzle finally clicking into place within his mind. Before he can voice his realization, the sharp ring of a phone cuts through the air. She quickly pulls out her device to check the incoming message, her focus shifting instantly to the screen. Her expression shifts to one of sudden panic as she reads the text. She had completely forgotten to inform her mother of her plans. With dinner already prepared and her mother waiting, she realizes she must depart immediately, apologizing for the abrupt exit. He reaches out, trying to find the words to keep her there, but she simply offers a knowing, enigmatic smile. She begins to answer the question he hadn't even finished asking, her tone light, yet significant. With a playful glance over her shoulder as she walks away, she confirms that their meeting today was far from their first. The admission leaves him rooted to the spot, his mind racing with the implications of her words. He stands in stunned silence, the weight of her words sinking in. If they truly have a history, it means she is a human, a stark contrast to the supernatural entities he has been forced to deal with lately. He stands alone, lost in thought as he processes the day's revelations. He reasons that if his encounter with Mamori was genuine, then his theory about Kanase being a human must also be correct. However, the claim that they had met before still feels like a fabrication to him, a lie designed to bridge a gap he doesn't remember. As the sun sets over the quiet neighborhood, his long Monday, spent with Mamori, finally draws to a close. Or so he believes, unaware that the cycle is far from over. Seeking answers, he returns to the solitude of his room and reaches for old yearbooks and photo albums, searching for any trace of a forgotten past that might explain these sudden connections. He sits on the floor beside his bed, flipping through the pages with a heavy heart. He laments his lack of memories, realizing that a lifetime spent avoiding girls has left him with a blank slate where others have shared history, making it impossible to verify the claims of those now entering his life. His eyes widen suddenly as a startling realization or a forgotten detail finally catches his attention. A notification pings on his phone, displaying a message that demands his presence. The sender warns him that being late for tomorrow's date is strictly forbidden and expresses a desire for them to enjoy themselves, shattering his brief moment of peace. This demanding message came from Hino Gaburi, the girl designated as his partner for Tuesday's scheduled date. She sits on her own bed, staring at her device with a calm, expectant gaze, already prepared for the next day's encounter. Hino Gaburi stands poised in her school uniform, her expression calm and collected. She is the designated partner for the day's scheduled date, a girl who shared his elementary school years and now reappears in his life. Walking through the school corridors, the young man ponders the mystery of the Love Eaters. He reasons that if his date were truly one of them, she surely would have made her move years ago during their time in primary school, rather than waiting until now. He is suddenly blinded as a pair of hands clamps over his eyes, cutting off his train of thought. The realization hits him. If his current date is merely human, then the likelihood of the true predator being someone else entirely is dangerously high. He is caught completely off guard by the sudden and swift approach of the culprit, who reveals herself to be the energetic Tsukumori, laughing as she challenges him to guess her identity. Her speed and playfulness leave him momentarily stunned. She explains with a playful grin that her guess who game is a calculated move, requiring both emotional readiness and physical contact. He can only stammer in response, his composure shaken as they stand near the school's commissary. She interrupts his spiraling thoughts as he tries to process the implications of her presence, questioning if she could be the one he's been searching for. She asks if he is also planning to buy something to eat, pulling him back to the mundane reality of the school store. She momentarily lets her expression shift, a predatory hunger gleaming in her eyes as she contemplates the feast of emotions he represents. She is a love eater, and her desire to consume his feelings is palpable beneath her cheerful facade. She watches as he attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, mentioning that while he brought a bento, it isn't quite enough to satisfy his hunger. He looks for any excuse to escape the intensity of the situation, feeling the weight of her gaze. He watches as she proudly displays her own purchase in response, a massive 400-gram croquette sausage yakisoba bun. He stares in disbelief at the sheer scale of the meal she intends to consume, wondering at the physical appetite that matches her emotional hunger. Kyukuin watches in disbelief as Momori continues to devour her massive meal with gusto. He asks if she can actually finish it, but she simply replies that her stomach is still growling for a fight, showing no signs of slowing down. Because of her infectious enthusiasm, he can't help but let out a genuine laugh. He reflects on how, despite a rough start to the morning, the day is turning out to be quite lucky after all. She beams at him, her smile radiant as she clutches her sandwich. For him, this moment is transformative. Despite the morning's bad omens and red traffic lights, seeing her happy makes the entire day feel like a triumph, far outweighing any bad luck predicted by his horoscope. The moment is broken when her friends call out from the hallway, urging her to hurry up so they can head out. She waves a quick goodbye and dashes off to join them, leaving him standing there with his heart racing, desperately trying to regain his composure and keep his emotions from spiraling out of control. As he walks through the school corridor later, he suddenly comes face to face with Kanase. They share a silent, heavy moment of recognition as they pass each other. He quickly offers a nervous greeting, his mind racing with the realization that if others like Hino are human, then she must truly be a love eater as well, confirming his deepest suspicions about her nature. They find themselves at the vending machines, where he offers a clumsy apology for their previous encounter. She dismisses it coolly, explaining she is only there to buy some tea and that no apology is necessary, maintaining her usual detached demeanor. She then shifts the conversation, asking with a piercing gaze if his search for his real romantic interest is progressing well. He stammers in response, claiming he still doesn't have anything certain and trying to avoid her scrutiny. She stares directly into his eyes, her expression unreadable but firm, as she flatly calls out his deception, knowing he isn't being honest. She continues to tease him, noting how transparent his emotions are and how easily he would be caught if he ever tried to hide the truth. He can only offer a flustered and defensive protest, realizing just how much she can see through him. She continues her observation, noting that he is far too honest and sincere for his own good. He can only stare back in stunned silence as she confirms her deep understanding of his character, leaving him completely exposed. Leaning forward with a playful yet knowing smile, she explains that it is only natural for her to recognize the positive traits in someone she likes. Her gaze is steady, catching him completely off guard with her blunt admission of interest. This revelation leaves him visibly shaken, his face flushing as he realizes how easily she can read his every emotion. With a casual wave, she departs, mentioning that someone is waiting for her. As she walks away, he struggles to reconcile her behavior with her nature as a love eater, questioning why she would care about him at all if he is merely a source of sustenance. Walking down the hallway alone, she reflects on the encounter, questioning if her attempt to speak naturally was successful. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind as she recalls a previous interaction, dismissing it as a mere mistake that shouldn't have happened. Her expression hardens as she reminds herself of her true identity. To a love eater, human emotions like love are nothing more than fuel, a necessary resource rather than something to be shared or felt. Upon returning to her companion, she is immediately questioned about her choice of beverage. While she had intended to purchase tea, she stands before her friend with a different container, insisting that she remains unaffected by her recent conversation despite the obvious change in plans. Her friend points out the obvious discrepancy, noting that the drink in her hand is coffee, not the tea she claimed to be seeking. She stares at the cup, her composure momentarily slipping as the truth of her distraction is laid bare. Looking down at the dark liquid, a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. She is haunted by the memory of a simple gesture of gratitude, a moment where a warm drink was offered and accepted with genuine thanks, breaking through her cold exterior. Meanwhile, as the school day ends, he walks home lost in thought. He finds the habit of drinking coffee with a meal unusual, yet his mind keeps drifting back to the girls he has met, wondering about the true nature of those who walk among them as love eaters and what it means for his own heart. Across the school, many others like them exist, hidden in plain sight. They are love eaters, driven by a hunger for emotion, yet beneath that predatory nature, they remain young women navigating the complexities of their own existence and the loneliness that comes with their secret. He walks alone, his mind heavy with the realization that his recent encounters with these mysterious girls might have been premature. He sighs, acknowledging the complexity of his situation and the danger of getting involved too quickly. The young man reflects on the warning he received about beings that should only be feared. Yet, despite the inherent danger and the mystery surrounding their true nature, he has already crossed the threshold into their world and cannot simply turn back. His footsteps are firm as he moves forward through the quiet evening. He has come too far and is now too close to uncovering the truth to stop. He is driven by a singular need to find out who the real girl behind the facade actually is. Standing in the quiet park, he checks the time and looks around the empty meeting spot. Hino-san is late, and the silence of the area only heightens his growing unease as he wonders if she will show up at all. He glances at his phone, seeing his messages marked as read hours ago, but receiving no reply. Deciding to give her more time despite the lack of communication, he heads toward the nearby restroom to wait out the delay and clear his head. Suddenly, he freezes as he rounds a corner and witnesses an unexpected scene. Before him, a boy stands with his head bowed in a formal posture, loudly declaring his love and pleading for Hino-san to go out with him in a desperate confession. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the girl standing calmly before the suitor. It is indeed Hino-san, looking composed as ever. The reason for her absence at their scheduled meeting becomes clear. She was intercepted for this unexpected romantic confrontation. From his hiding spot, he overhears the finality of the rejection. The boy looks dejected as he relays Hino-san's response, explaining that she already has someone she likes, which makes a relationship with anyone else an impossibility. A cold sweat breaks out on his brow as the weight of those words sinks in. He begins to wonder, with a mix of dread and disbelief, who that person could possibly be, and if his own involvement with her has deeper implications than he realized. His gaze intensifies, his pupils dilating as the possibility takes root in his mind. The mystery of Hino-san's heart and her true intentions now looms as large as the secrets of her nature, leaving him paralyzed by the implications of her hidden feelings. He watches from the shadows as she walks away, her voice carrying a chilling promise to happily consume the feelings offered to her. She suddenly lunges forward, pulling the boy into a kiss that is far from romantic. Her tongue flickers out with a predatory hunger as she prepares to devour his affection. His eyes widen in sheer terror, the pupils shrinking as the horrific reality of the scene unfolds before him. The boy collapses under her weight, his body limp as she looms over him, while Kyukuin struggles to reconcile this monster with the girl he knew as his Tuesday date partner, Hino Gaburi. She pauses, her lips glistening as she senses his presence, softly uttering his name with a chillingly casual recognition. Standing tall with a wild, unhinged look in her eyes, she holds a fragment of the boy's heart to her mouth, revealing her true, gluttonous nature as a love eater. Hino Gaburi, known as a love eater, spots Q and greets him with a playful, affectionate tone while finishing a snack. She leaves him staring back, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and pure terror at the sight before him. He stands with her in the quiet space behind a building, the silence punctuated only by the presence of a boy lying motionless on the pavement between them. They remain still as she maintains a serene, almost detached expression while observing his reaction. A small, knowing smile creeps across her lips, her mouth opening slightly, as if savoring the lingering taste of her recent meal. She strikes a cute pose with a cheerful chirp, declaring that it is finally time for their scheduled date to begin. Her sudden energy causes him to break into a cold sweat, his face contorted by the mounting pressure of the surreal situation. He is desperate to halt the momentum and shouts for her to wait, but she is already lost in thought, casually listing potential date spots like the aquarium or even her own home, noting that her parents are away. He points frantically at the unconscious figure on the ground, demanding an explanation for what he just witnessed and questioning her nature as a love eater, to which she simply and cheerfully confirms her identity. He reels from the revelation that Hino Gaburi was his childhood classmate, a fact that shatters his assumption that Kanase was his only connection to that time. Hino points out that while he might have forgotten her existence, they shared the same elementary school halls, making them childhood friends in her eyes. Because of this shared history, she begins to explain the biological imperatives of her kind, pointing to a mental chart of a love eater's appetite. She notes that the impulse to consume love emotions typically awakens between the ages of 10 and 14, a period she herself navigated during middle school. As she leans in closer, her voice drops to a near whisper, admitting that she hadn't realized how appetizing he appeared as a source of nourishment back then. He stands frozen, The proximity of the girl who just confessed to being a predator sending a jolt of nervous energy through him. He struggles to process the invitation to forget the past and start anew, his face flushing as she expresses a desire for him to learn every facet of her current self. The weight of her gaze is heavy, leaving him caught between his memories and the startling reality of the present. The young man finds himself torn, acknowledging her undeniable charm and physical appeal, while the chilling reminder of her nature as a love-eater echoes in his mind. He questions the possibility of ever truly loving someone who views him, at least partially, as prey. Despite these dark thoughts, he observes her gentle smile and realizes she shows no immediate signs of malice, acting with a normalcy that is both comforting and deeply unsettling. He finds it difficult to reconcile her pleasant appearance with the hidden hunger he now knows she possesses. He decides that his best course of action is to gather more intelligence, hoping that uncovering the secrets of love-eaters will lead him to the truth about the real one he seeks. He sifts through various rumors, tales of superhuman strength, flight, and bifurcated tongues, but finds little that seems grounded in reality. Realizing he cannot fully rely on the cryptic warnings of his teacher or the dubious claims found online, he resolves to see this through to the end. When she calls out to him, he meets her gaze with a newfound, if cautious, determination. He takes a deep breath and formally requests that they proceed with their date, a proposal she accepts with a playful, knowing smile. She seems pleased that he has reached the conclusion she expected, her eyes sparkling with a mix of affection and something more predatory. With the agreement sealed, she grabs his arm and begins to lead him away, her excitement palpable as she promises they will have fun together. He can only follow, his heart racing as they step further into the unknown territory of their arrangement. She walks beside him, a silent thread in his mind. He reminds himself that despite the casual nature of a date, he cannot afford to let his guard down for even a second, knowing her true nature as a love-eater. Her presence is overwhelming, every movement of her school uniform drawing his eye and heightening his anxiety as they move through the city. They continue their stroll through the bustling streets, a seemingly normal couple amidst the crowd, though the tension within him remains palpable. As his hand brushes near her, he mentally recites an anti-girl evasion technique, a nerve diversion designed to keep his composure and prevent any involuntary reactions to her proximity. The pair eventually stops at a colorful crepe stand, where she picks out a decadent treat topped with fresh strawberries and cream, much to his surprise. Holding the dessert out toward him, she playfully insists that he take a bite, her expression innocent yet challenging. He freezes, his mind racing with the implications of an indirect kiss. He wonders if sharing the same spot on the crepe will allow her to drain his love emotions directly from his soul. Before he can retreat, she deftly guides a strawberry into his mouth, catching him completely off guard as he tastes the sweetness of the fruit and the weight of the moment. With a bright smile, she then suggests they pose together, forming a heart shape with their hands to capture the memory in a photograph. The request sends him into another spiral of dread, fearing that the physical connection of making a heart will create a magic circle, sealing his fate and leaving him emotionally hollow. She stands close to him in the printed photograph, their hands joined to form a perfect heart. The image is displayed prominently outside the karaoke parlor, a testament to their shared moment. Inside the dimly lit room, she pours her heart into a song, her voice ringing out with joy. The screen flashes a high score, prompting a wave of cheers and praise from their friends. While she basks in the attention, Q watches, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts as he tries to reconcile her cheerful demeanor with his deep-seated suspicions. Leaning in close, she beams with a radiant smile, declaring how truly happy she is in this moment. Her proximity is overwhelming, her genuine warmth clashing with the cold defenses he has built around his heart. She eventually excuses herself to fetch drinks, leaving him alone with his thoughts. As the door clicks shut, he sits in the sudden silence, tasked with choosing the next song, but finding himself unable to focus on anything but the girl who just left. He grapples with a growing uncertainty, wondering if there is a chance she could be real despite her nature as a love-eater. The memory of her claiming not to remember him from before stings, yet her current behavior is so convincing that he finds his resolve wavering. If he didn't know the truth about her kind, he realizes he would have believed in her without a single doubt. A chilling realization settles over him. Love-eaters are truly terrifying, not just for their power, but for their ability to mimic genuine human connection so perfectly. She appears in his mind's eye, a vision of innocence and charm that seems impossible to reconcile with the predatory nature he fears. But even as he acknowledges the danger, a small, stubborn part of him remains captivated, searching for a truth that might not exist. Away from the group at the drink station, her expression shifts dramatically, the warmth vanishing to reveal a cold, bored detachment. She sighs to herself, finding his constant hesitation and suspicion to be an exhausting burden. Nearby, their companions observe the situation from afar, whispering about how he should simply give in to her charms. They remain blissfully unaware of the complex game of cat and mouse unfolding beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary day. She contemplates her prey with a predatory glint in her eyes, her tongue darting out in anticipation. The rarity of a first love is a delicacy she cannot ignore, and she resolves that this one will certainly be consumed. This hunger stems from a history of hollow confessions, memories of boys pleading for her affection that leave her feeling no remorse. Yet, even amidst her cold calculations, a moment of genuine confusion occasionally breaks through her composure. Her thoughts drift to the interrogation of her suitors, specifically a boy who is pressed to explain his attraction. He is questioned on the sincerity of his feelings, especially considering his existing social ties and previous relationships. Another youth faces similar scrutiny, challenged on how he could possibly harbor feelings after so few interactions. His response is blunt and singular, pointing directly at the interrogator as the sole reason for his devotion. The questioning continues with a third boy, whose very identity seems inconsequential to the process. He stands stoically as he is asked to account for himself, his presence merely another data point in her cold assessment. Reflecting on these encounters, she finds the boy's supposed love to be a shallow, unrecognizable emotion. To her, their ignorance of her true nature makes their devotion nothing more than a display of stupidity, as they know nothing of the creature they claim to adore. Standing alone on a rooftop, she acknowledges the fragile nature of their attraction. The moment they realize she is a love-eater, their affection will vanish. Therefore, she decides to feast upon them while their devotion is still ripe and untainted by the truth. The aftermath of her hunger is silent and grim, leaving a victim sprawled motionless on the concrete. A dark, visceral manifestation of her power recoils near the machinery, the only evidence of the consumption that just occurred. Shifting back to her carefully constructed reality, Hino slips back into the karaoke room with a practiced, cheerful announcement. Her target, Q, looks up from the song selection screen as she resumes her role as the charming companion. To further cement the illusion, she feigns a clumsy stumble, crying out in mock surprise as she trips toward him, her drink tilting precariously. It is a calculated move, designed to elicit a protective response and draw him deeper into her web. She leans in close, her face inches from his, testing the limits of their proximity as she continues her calculated performance. Because of her intentional stumble, she now finds herself pinned against him on the bench, their bodies pressed together in a compromising position designed to overwhelm his senses. Looking down at him, she feels a surge of predatory confidence, certain that no man could remain unaffected by being locked alone in a dimly lit room in such intimate contact. She expects him to be completely at her mercy. However, as she searches his face for the expected flush of embarrassment or desire, she is met with a startling sight. His skin has turned a ghostly, bloodless white, and he seems frozen in a state of pure shock. Stunned by this reaction, she realizes that instead of the heat of passion, his face is drained of all color, a stark and confusing contrast to the reaction she anticipated from her prey. She begins to wonder if his pallor is a sign of genuine terror, suspecting that he might finally understand her true nature as a love-eater and is paralyzed by the realization of the danger he is in. In response to her proximity, he doesn't recoil in fear, but instead pulls a box of bandages from his bag, earnestly asking if she was hurt in the fall and offering a variety of medical supplies he carries just for such emergencies during his dates. This unexpected kindness triggers a sharp internal conflict within her, as a voice in her mind screams that a predator like her has no need for his concern and that he should be running away instead of helping. Memories of her mother's stern warnings flood back, reminding her that she is not a normal girl and must hide her monstrous nature from the world at all costs, never showing her true self to anyone. Staring at him, the weight of her identity settles heavily in her chest as she acknowledges the grim truth that has defined her existence. Creatures like her are nothing more than monsters. She watches as he looks up at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and confusion after her sudden advance. Pulling back slightly, she dismisses her previous intensity as a mere joke, though the air between them remains heavy. Nearby, Baku observes the exchange with growing unease, fearing that Hino's predatory game might be turning into something far more genuine and dangerous for her own heart, as Q's kindness is a potent force. The silence that follows is broken when he quietly confesses the truth. He is indeed frightened of her, a realization that seems to strike a chord within her. As she searches his gaze for the reason behind his fear, he clarifies that her nature as a love-eater is not the sole source of his trepidation. Looking down at his own hands, he admits that his inability to maintain eye contact or find the right words stems from a deeper, more human anxiety that surfaces whenever they are together. His voice carries through the quiet room as he begins to explain the true root of his discomfort, which has nothing to do with her supernatural origins. While Baku reflects on the complexity of the girl before them, she acknowledges that while Hino may be a monster, there is a layer of normalcy to her that is even more disarming and difficult to process. He finally meets her eyes, stating plainly that what truly intimidates him is her presence as a simple, normal girl, a confession that leaves her momentarily stunned. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as the weight of his honesty hangs in the air, his expression one of raw sincerity. He leans in slightly, his voice firm as he assures her that his fear has nothing to do with her being a monster, but rather the overwhelming effect she has on him as a person. He bows his head low, the words of apology escaping him in a rush of nervous energy. Hino stares back, her large eyes wide with genuine confusion as she questions his sudden outburst, wondering why he would even consider her charm to be anything out of the ordinary. She quickly brushes off his concern, her expression shifting to one of playful indifference as she remarks that his opinion on the matter carries little weight. Meanwhile, he remains silent, a private resolve hardening within him to resist the magnetic pull of her personality and avoid falling for her despite the intensity of their encounter. The tension of their conversation soon gives way to the neon-lit atmosphere of a karaoke room, where he stands paralyzed by indecision, his mind racing to find a song that wouldn't be awkward to sing in front of a girl. Sensing his hesitation, she grows impatient, urging him to stop overthinking and just pick something so they can get started. He eventually finds his voice, clutching the microphone with both hands as he begins to sing, his focus entirely on the lyrics while she watches him from the side, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The performance ends in a burst of laughter as she leans forward, her face bright with amusement while she teases him for his poor singing skills and questionable taste in music. Her energy is infectious, her playful jab about him being so bad, punctuated by a cheerful gesture that leaves him both embarrassed and strangely charmed. As the day draws to a close, he reflects on the two major takeaways from their time together. While she is willing to guide him through these strange social waters, she makes it clear that his future efforts should be directed towards someone else. Later that evening, he collapses onto his bed, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to him as his phone begins to buzz incessantly with a flurry of messages from her. She recounts the highlights of their date with a series of rapid-fire texts, her digital presence just as overwhelming as her physical one. Among the lighthearted chatter, a more serious message appears, a stark reminder of the secret they share as she warns him never to reveal her true nature as a love-eater to anyone else. She goes on to explain the necessity of this secrecy, noting that because love-eaters are so rare, there are dangerous individuals who actively hunt them down, dismissing these pursuers as a crazy bunch of weirdos. He quickly types out his agreement, acknowledging the weight of the secret that now binds them together. As he stares at the screen, the realization that they share a private world hidden from everyone else brings a faint, contemplative look to his face. He remains preoccupied with the warning, his mind lingering on the mention of the crazy bunch that hunts love-eaters. The gravity of the situation weighs on him as he contemplates the hidden dangers Hino faces in her daily life. The next morning finds him preparing for the next stage of the program as Wednesday arrives. Meanwhile, the professor harbors his own dark suspicions about the identity of these hunters, though he finds it difficult to believe that a certain individual would truly stoop to such extremes. While he harbors these suspicions, the reality of the day shifts when a girl named Maito Mogu approaches the young man with an unexpected announcement. She speaks with a blunt, casual tone, apologizing to Ishii before declaring that she is dropping out of the competition for him entirely. Without offering a deeper explanation, she tells him he can forget about their scheduled date and bids him a brief farewell as she walks away. He is left standing in the hallway, completely blindsided and utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. Ryobu turns her back on Ishii, her voice cold as she declares her withdrawal from their planned date and the competition altogether. He stands frozen, watching her walk away in disbelief. He cries out, demanding an explanation, but she offers only a vague, dismissive response over her shoulder. The confusion gnaws at him, visible in the beads of sweat on his brow as he struggles to understand her sudden change of heart. A realization strikes him. If she were truly one of the predatory love-eaters, she would never abandon a chance to be with him. This departure contradicts everything he thought he knew about her motives. The weight of his past actions settles in. By entertaining the confessions of every girl who approached him, he has inadvertently branded himself a fickle womanizer in her eyes, fueling a resentment he hadn't anticipated from the one person he truly cared about. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, he collapses to his knees, a desperate cry for logic echoing through the hallway. She pauses, her resolve wavering as she looks back at his pathetic display. When he presses her for the truth, her composure breaks, and she prepares to reveal the real reason for her retreat, admitting that her feelings aren't rooted in hatred. With tears brimming in her eyes, she shouts her fear aloud, convinced that in this crowded field of suitors, her role is destined to be that of the tragic, rejected heroine. He can only stare in stunned silence, the sheer unexpectedness of her confession leaving him utterly speechless. She sinks to the floor, hiding her face in shame as she laments the impossible odds. To her, the fact that 5 other girls are vying for his affection makes her own victory seem like a hopeless dream, leaving her feeling defeated before the battle has even truly begun. She continues her spiral of self-doubt, mentally lining herself up against the other girls. In her mind, they are all cute and good girls, while she sees herself as nothing more than a flat-chested pipsqueak with a terrible personality. Because of this perceived inferiority, she finds the idea of competing with such heroines to be humiliating, even suggesting she could die of embarrassment. However, her self-loathing is cut short when he firmly interjects, telling her that her assessment is simply not true. He stares directly at her, his eyes wide and earnest as he repeats his denial. There is no hesitation in his voice, only a blunt, honest rejection of her insecurities. The weight of his words leaves her speechless, her mouth hanging open in shock. As the silence stretches between them, he realizes that her intensity makes her just as formidable and scary as any of the other girls he knows. Breaking the tension, she suddenly lunges forward, pleading with him to go on a date with her despite her belief that it will be incredibly dull. He doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting his agreement before she can even finish her thought. Moments later, they find themselves walking side by side through the bustling city streets. Despite the lively atmosphere and the cheerful chatter of passersby around them, a heavy, suffocating silence hangs over the pair. She eventually breaks the quiet, her face flushed with a deep crimson as she admits that the experience is just as boring as she predicted. She takes the blame upon herself, feeling out of breath from the sheer awkwardness of the situation. In response, they both begin a flurry of apologies, each feeling responsible for the stagnant atmosphere. He desperately tries to salvage the moment by suggesting a simple word game, but she is too overwhelmed by her own perceived failure to participate. He suddenly realizes his own inadequacy, admitting that in all his past experiences, his partners were the ones who took charge. Feeling like a burden, he He offers her a chance to escape, promising to close his eyes for a full minute so she can slip away, but she flatly rejects the offer. As they stand before a brightly lit arcade, he decides that they need a change of pace. He suggests they turn to the world of gaming for entertainment, hoping the flashing lights and loud sounds will finally break the ice between them. He asks if she is uncomfortable with such places, surprised to learn she has never stepped foot inside an arcade. She stands beside him, looking at the bright entrance with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Realizing his mistake, he mentally kicks himself for choosing a location that might be too overwhelming for someone inexperienced, but she quickly clarifies that her lack of history with arcades stems from a simple lack of companions to go with. He observes her quiet admission, noting the weight of the sensitive subjects she carries with her and how his choice might have inadvertently touched a nerve. He watches her intently as she looks up with a soft blush, confessing that since she isn't alone today, she actually wants to experience it. He stares back, caught off guard by her sudden earnestness and the way her eyes seem to brighten at the prospect of their shared activity. Encouraged by her words, he leads the way inside, though she adds a self-deprecating warning that if she proves boring even in such a lively environment, her social worth might truly crumble into dust. He leads her through the entrance as the doors open to a sprawling hall of flashing lights and rhythmic sounds, drawing a simultaneous gasp of wonder from both of them as they take in the rows of gaming machines. They soon secure a plastic cup overflowing with silver game medals, the metallic clinking promising a long afternoon of entertainment. As they navigate the aisles, she becomes uncharacteristically animated, pointing out various machines she wants to try and remarking on the sudden feeling of wealth her cup of coins provides. She moves from one game to the next with a newfound energy that surprises him. Watching her newfound enthusiasm, he breathes a silent sigh of relief, grateful that the initial tension has finally begun to meld away into the promise of a genuine, enjoyable day. He is snapped out of his thoughts when she beckons him to keep up, her pace quickening with excitement, while he resolves to not only keep the coins flowing, but to eventually see her truly smile, and perhaps catch a glimpse of her tongue, recalling the trickery from before. Time slips away in a blur of play until the once full cup sits empty, marking the end of their first foray into the world of arcade games. The medals vanished in an instant, leaving a heavy silence between them. Ryobu shifted uncomfortably, her gaze fixed on the empty tray as she lamented how close she had come to winning. Sensing the awkwardness, Ishii quickly suggested they move on to games that required coins instead of medals. He walked beside her, his head bowed in a moment of self-reflection. The realization that orchestrating a successful date was far more difficult than he imagined weighed on him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit pathetic for his lack of progress. Their aimless wandering brought them to a halt before a row of brightly lit machines. Ryobu's attention was suddenly captured by a particular display, prompting a confused query from her companion as he tried to see what had caught her eye. She pointed toward a large, round figure nestled among a sea of colorful spheres. Recognizing the character immediately, Ishii explained that it was a well-known figure from a popular manga series. He delved into the lore of the strange hero, describing him as Biased Man, a champion who defeats his enemies not just with his fists, but by aggressively refuting their skewed worldviews. It was a bizarre concept, where violence was the final resort for a hero driven by his own stubborn logic. She listened intently before asking if he was a fan of the series himself. He confirmed his interest, noting that a second season of the animation was slated for release in October, all while gesturing toward the massive plush prize that dominated the machine's interior. She suddenly erupted into a passionate monologue, her usual reserve vanishing as she dissected the nuances of the show. She spoke at length about specific episodes, praising the appearance of a character called Househusband Man and debating the merits of different character archetypes, from those who wear heavy makeup to those who prefer a natural look. Ishii watched her in stunned silence, realizing that her hidden enthusiasm for the series was a golden opportunity to connect. He seized the moment, asking if she wanted to try her luck at winning the toy. In his mind, he envisioned a scene of pure joy where she might be so thrilled by the prize that she would finally drop her guard completely, perhaps even revealing the playful side of her he so longed to see. She turned her back to the machine, her expression unreadable as she flatly declined the offer. The sudden shift in her demeanor was jarring, a cold refusal that cut through the excitement of the previous moment. He stood frozen in confusion as she explained her reasoning, stating that since the prize looked difficult to obtain, she simply didn't want it anymore. Her pragmatic, almost detached logic left him reeling, unsure of how to bridge the gap between her intense passion and her sudden apathy. He stares in disbelief as she makes a bizarre comparison, claiming the round, expressionless stuffed toy in the crane machine is just like him. When he frantically asks if they truly look alike, she clarifies with a bluntness that cuts through his panic, explaining that her observation has nothing to do with physical appearance. Because of this realization, she begins to explain her outlook on life, noting that she avoids games of chance like gacha, or even applying for tickets to see her favorite artist because the risk of failure is too high. Continuing her somber reflection, she admits that she simply isn't the type of person who ever actually gets what they want. While others might find joy in the attempt or the participation itself, for her, the inevitable failure only leaves a hollow sense of emptiness. Her gaze then shifts directly to him, her voice dropping as she adds his name to the list of things she feels destined to never truly possess, effectively pushing him away. The weight of her words hangs in the air as he looks upward, silent and stunned by the sudden depth of her self-imposed isolation. Seeing his reaction, a small, knowing smile touches her lips as she reminds him that she had warned him about her nature all along. With a look of quiet resignation, She asks him directly if spending time with someone as pessimistic and detached as her has finally become a boring ordeal. Before he can offer a proper rebuttal, she turns to leave, declaring that dates simply aren't for her and offering a hollow apology for ruining the evening's mood. He tries to call out, to tell her that isn't true, but she simply bids him farewell and disappears into the crowd. Moments later, she walks alone through the chilly evening air, the city lights reflecting in her distant eyes as the cold begins to bite. Realizing the futility of her solitary walk, she decides to turn back toward the arcade. Upon her return, she is met with an impossible sight. There he stands, clutching the massive, ridiculous plushie she had deemed unattainable. He explains sheepishly that he decided to give it one last try and somehow succeeded, leaving her completely speechless at his unexpected persistence. She stands before him, the night air cooling the tension between them. She offers a soft apology for her sudden departure earlier, while he, clutching the massive prize, expresses his own regret for continuing the game without her. There is a sense of unfinished business, a confession she had intended for another time. As the city lights twinkle in the background, he confesses his own inadequacy, admitting that the formalities of dating are a struggle for him and that he isn't particularly good at such things. Hearing this, she suggests a clean break from the pretense, proposing they simply stop trying to make these outings into dates, her gaze drifting away as she speaks. He counters with a new proposal, wondering if they could simply spend time together as friends, free from the weight of expectations or the labels of heroine and love eater that seem to haunt her. He reflects on the uncertainty of their roles, yet remains steadfast in his desire to stay connected. The young man leans in, his expression earnest as he asks for more time to truly understand the person standing before him, his sincerity catching her off guard. Seeing her hesitation, he offers even simpler terms, classmates, acquaintances, or even just a boy who walks her home, to which she quietly agrees, finding comfort in the lack of pressure. She then shifts her attention to the giant plushie between them, asking him if he can lift the stuffed toy up for a moment. He obliges, straining against the surprising weight of the toy as she encourages him to hoist it even higher, reaching toward the night sky despite his visible struggle. With a grunt of effort, he holds the massive prize aloft, allowing her to duck underneath it in a swift, practiced motion while he barely manages to keep his balance. Once positioned, she looks up with a sense of quiet accomplishment, confirming that she has achieved whatever purpose required the heavy lifting. She gazes down at the soft, oversized prize, a quiet realization settling over her. With a soft breath, she admits that she likely could have secured the creature herself, had she truly applied her efforts. He lets out a long, weary sigh, the tension of the day finally bleeding away as he concedes to her terms. If friendship is what she desires, he will honor that wish, though his expression betrays a hint of lingering confusion. She pulls the massive plushie into a tight embrace, her eyes softening as a faint, enigmatic smile touches her lips. In the privacy of her own thoughts, she acknowledges that this arrangement is acceptable, at least for the time being. He stands still, the evening air cooling around him as he reflects on the day's events. The date had been a whirlwind of unexpected turns, but it had left him with a profound new understanding of the girl standing before him. She struggles to maintain her grip on the enormous stuffed animal as they reach the train station. When he voices his concern about her carrying such a heavy and conspicuous burden all the way home, she stubbornly insists that she is more than capable of managing it. She buries her face against the plushie's soft fabric, finding a strange comfort in its presence. To her, this object is more than a prize. It is a surrogate she can dote upon without reservation, a way to keep a piece of him close during the long nights ahead. He catches her staring intently at the creature and asks what has caught her attention. She recoils in sudden embarrassment when he points out the resemblance between himself and the plushie. In a flurry of flustered motion, she delivers a sharp kick to his backside, justifying the outburst with the casual claim that such behavior is perfectly normal between friends. He remains on the platform, his silhouette solitary against the backdrop of the departing train. He watches until the tail lights vanish into the distance, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He suddenly freezes as a forgotten question resurfaces in his mind. Amidst the chaos of the day and his complicated history with others like the Love Eater and Hino-san, he realizes he never actually asked her if their paths had crossed in the distant past. He stands alone on the platform as the train pulls away, his mind racing with the realization that his question was perhaps pointless. He decides he must reevaluate everything from the beginning. As he fades into the distance, she sits quietly on the nearly empty train, the oversized plushie occupying the seat beside her as the world blurs past the windows. Her gaze remains fixed downward, lost in a quiet contemplation that seems to pull her back into the depths of her memory. In the stillness of her mind, a memory of a sun-drenched forest emerges, where a young girl in a straw hat sat huddled alone amidst the dense greenery. The girl looked up, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and hope as someone approached her secluded spot. Before her stood a young boy, his face bright with a kind smile as he reached out a hand toward her, offering a connection in that distant summer moment. The rhythmic swaying of the train car pulls her away from the memory of him, returning her to the present where she remains seated with her silent companion. As the train carries her through the sprawling, glittering expanse of the city night, she offers a silent word of thanks to Q-chan for the time they spent together. A week has passed since the search began for the one true person among the five who confessed. That single real one remains the ultimate goal, hidden amidst the uncertainty. Today marks the final date, the last of the 5 encounters. The young man stands ready, knowing the weight of the revelation that might await him. He reflects on the current situation. Despite his efforts, he still doesn't know who the real one is. So far, he has only identified one person as a love eater, and that discovery was purely by chance. As he walks toward his destination, his resolve hardens. He is determined to uncover the truth during this final date, leaving no stone unturned. His partner for this Thursday is Kisaragi Musha. She stands before him, looking every bit the elegant student, yet he can't help but wonder if she is truly human or another predatory love eater. She greets him with a stutter, her face flushed with a deep blush. She apologizes, explaining that she isn't used to talking to boys and tends to mess up when she's nervous. He quickly assures her that it's perfectly fine and that he's looking forward to their time together. They begin their walk down the tree-lined path. He observes her quiet demeanor, noting that she seems to be a meek and easily embarrassed person, which aligns perfectly with the impression he got when she first confessed her feelings. Suddenly, he feels a surge of responsibility, realizing he needs to take the lead for today's date to be successful. His sudden change in expression prompts her to ask if something is wrong. She stops and looks him directly in the eye, her face burning with an even more intense blush. With trembling hands and a soft voice, she makes a startling request. She wants to kiss him. She has just dropped a bombshell, leaving him completely stunned, his mind reeling as if he has been cast into the cold, silent vacuum of space. He stammers, trying to process the request for a kiss, while she quickly apologizes, claiming she might have misspoken or that he misheard her, though her blushing face suggests otherwise. She mentions something about up-to-up contact and a smooch, further adding to the confusion of the moment. The two of them stand in a tense, awkward silence, the weight of the unspoken request hanging heavily between them as they avoid direct eye contact. They continue their walk down the sun-dappled path, the distance between them feeling much larger than it actually is despite their proximity. A sudden realization washes over him, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he concludes that her forwardness can only mean one thing. She must truly have feelings for him. Panicking, he begs for a moment to gather his thoughts, waving his hands frantically while she stands her ground, calmly stating that she will wait for him to compose himself. He insists that she doesn't need to wait in that exact, expectant position, but she remains steadfast. His mind begins to race at full throttle, recalling the fundamental rules of love eaters. They are supposed to only consume feelings aimed at them, making him wonder if her desire for a kiss is a genuine emotion or a calculated move to harvest his affection. He questions if this is something she said with the goal of eating his love emotions. He looks at her again, noting her expectant posture and wondering if it's even appropriate to engage in such intimacy before they are officially dating. The possibility that she is the real one among the 5 girls becomes harder to ignore, especially if she is asking for a kiss simply because she wants to. A darker thought crosses his mind as he observes her intense, almost predatory gaze. He questions if love eaters are willing to go to such extremes just to make someone fall for them. He wonders if she is truly a love eater, using this as a tactic to manipulate his feelings. He remains caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty, desperately trying to discern the truth behind her actions and which of his theories is correct. He stammers, holding his hands out as if to ward off her intense gaze, pleading with her to stop looking at him with such expectation. From his perspective, the realization that she is truly a girl is overwhelming, and he finds himself unable to maintain eye contact while trying to process the weight of her request. Seeing his discomfort, she calmly accepts his refusal, though her expression remains unreadable. He continues to fumble through an explanation, insisting that such an intimate act should only occur between 2 people who share genuine feelings for one another, apologizing for his inability to comply. She simply remarks that she didn't have such deep intentions, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in the conversation's weight and her casual dismissal of the tension. His eyes widen in a mix of horror and confusion as his gaze falls upon a nearby object, a thin, transparent barrier that seems to spark a new, bizarre idea in her mind. She leans in, her face flushed with a faint blush, and proposes a compromise. Perhaps they could proceed if they used the plastic sheet as a barrier between them. He is utterly baffled, questioning the strange logic of her suggestion while feeling that such a concession might actually be worse than the original request. She holds up the transparent material, pressing the issue and asking if this simple layer would make the act acceptable in his eyes, despite the absurdity of the situation. He remains silent, his mind racing as he realizes just how aggressive she truly is. He tries to reason that a kiss is something reserved for the conclusion of a date, and they haven't even begun their time together yet, making her forwardness even more jarring. Sensing his hesitation, she takes the lead, announcing that they should depart and revealing that she has already meticulously planned their entire outing. He is caught off guard by her initiative, finding it both arrogant and surprisingly thoughtful that she took the time to organize their day. As they move toward their destination, a sense of foreboding washes over him while the sprawling cityscape stretches out before them, silent and indifferent to his growing unease. They finally arrive at a large building, and she announces their arrival with a flat tone. He stands beside her, his anxiety mounting as he wonders what kind of date she has in store for him. He stands before the grand entrance of the cinema, his shoulders tense as Kisaragi casually suggests they watch a film. The bright lights of the lobby do little to ease the growing knot of anxiety in his stomach. Realization strikes him like a physical blow. This is all part of her calculated strategy. He watches her with a mix of suspicion and dread, wondering exactly what kind of story she has chosen to lead him into. The answer is displayed prominently on a nearby poster. Trillion Kiss, a romantic feature within our 15+ rating. The suggestive imagery and the promise of an erotic undertone make the air feel suddenly heavy. Desperate to change the course of the evening, he points toward a much more innocent-looking film about a giant cat, but his suggestion is immediately shut down. She reveals, with a flat and final tone, that the tickets have already been purchased, leaving him no room for retreat. They move through the motions of the date, purchasing snacks and navigating the automated kiosks, but his mind is elsewhere. As they approach the dark maw of the theater entrance, a cold sweat breaks out across his brow, his internal monologue screaming that this situation is spiraling out of control. His eyes widen in the dimming light, the weight of her plan pressing down on him. He is now certain that every move she has made today was a deliberate step toward a very specific, and for him, terrifying conclusion. Once seated in the shadows, he catches her in a moment of preparation that confirms his worst fears. She is meticulously applying lipstick, her focus singular and her intent clear. She is preparing for the very act he has been trying to avoid. The panic intensifies as he realizes the trap is fully set. He reasons that she intends to use the romantic atmosphere of the film to break down his defenses and force him into a mood where he can no longer refuse her. His fingers dig into the fabric of the armrest, his knuckles white with the effort of maintaining his composure. He resolves that he must remain vigilant and find a way to prevent her from succeeding, no matter how much the tension rises. Despite his determination, a new fear takes root. He stares ahead, realizing that by focusing so intently on resisting her, he has already lost. He is now so hyper-aware of her every movement that the movie itself will be nothing more than a backdrop to his own mounting obsession. He sits rigidly in the theater seat, his eyes darting toward his companion rather than the screen. While she seems absorbed in the film, he remains on high alert, determined to monitor her every movement and anticipate any sudden advances. To further minimize the risk of accidental contact, he decides to forego the popcorn entirely. The bucket sits between them, a potential minefield where a stray hand could lead to the very intimacy he is trying to avoid. On the massive screen, the story reaches a crescendo as the protagonists share their first kiss. The declaration that this is the first of a trillion such moments echoes through the darkened hall, setting a heavy, romantic atmosphere. The boy finds himself caught off guard by the film's sincerity. Despite the suggestive title, it has unfolded into a surprisingly pure and earnest love story, drawing him in despite his initial skepticism and defensive posture. The cinematic embrace continues, the two figures on screen locked in a tender moment that fills the theater with a sense of profound longing. Glancing sideways, he notices a change in the girl beside him. Her usual composure has vanished, replaced by a look of genuine wonder as she watches the romantic climax unfold. She is visibly moved, her face flushed a deep crimson as she presses her hands against her cheeks. The emotional weight of the film seems to have bypassed her defenses entirely, leaving her in a state of quiet, starry-eyed awe. As the credits begin to roll and the lights slowly lift, the spell of the cinema lingers. He remains in his seat for a moment, processing the unexpected turn the afternoon has taken while the city outside continues its frantic pace. Later, the two find themselves in the quiet sanctuary of a cafe. Two steaming cups of tea sit on the table between them, the silence of the theater replaced by the gentle clink of porcelain. The conversation turns to the film they just witnessed. While she softly admits that the kissing scene was her favorite part, he awkwardly pivots to the spectacle of an explosion, his face betraying a lingering tension as they navigate the aftermath of their shared experience. He sits across from her, the steam from their drinks rising between them as he gathers his courage to ask why she wants him to like her. He wonders silently if her interest is genuine or if she views him merely as a target for her love-eating tendencies, questioning the nature of the feeling she expects to follow a kiss. In response to his uncertainty, she takes a delicate sip of her tea and begins to explain the sheltered nature of her upbringing. She reveals that until she entered high school, her family's strict policies prohibited any exposure to books, television, or even the internet regarding romance, and certainly forbade any social outings with boys. She continues her explanation, noting that she was taught a specific lesson, that love can actually begin with a kiss. This revelation leaves him stunned, as he realizes her understanding of romance is based on a very particular, perhaps flawed, set of instructions she was given. Seeing her earnest expression, he finds himself admitting that he is in a similar position. He struggles to find the right words, confessing that his own experience with the complexities of the heart is just as limited as hers. As they sit in the quiet cafe, he looks down at the table and admits that he doesn't truly understand love either. He explains that he has lived his life thus far without any romantic relationships, acknowledging that everyone's perspective on the matter is likely different. He then confesses that his earlier words were merely a pretext to hide his own confusion. He apologizes, stating his belief that a kiss should be a meaningful act shared only between two people who truly care for one another. Outside, the world continues to move past the cafe windows as he prepares to speak his final, honest truth. The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air between them. With a visible blush creeping across his face, he looks her directly in the eyes and declares his simple desire. He explains that he only wants to share a kiss with someone he truly likes, stripping away all the games and pretexts. The two of them remain frozen in that vulnerable moment, the silence stretching out until it is suddenly broken by the sharp honk of a car horn from the street. She stands up as a sleek black car pulls to the curb, identifying it as her transportation home. He is left standing there, his heart still racing from his confession, as the sudden arrival of her ride brings their intimate conversation to an abrupt end. He stands there as she prepares to depart, her bag in hand. She explains the necessity of returning home before her curfew, taking her leave ahead of him. He quickly interjects, insisting that he should be the one expressing gratitude for the day they spent together. In response to his politeness, she offers a surprising concession, promising not to pester him for a kiss any longer. This admission catches him off guard, prompting him to confess his own hidden intentions. He admits that he had actually planned to ask her for a kiss himself by the conclusion of their date. This shared vulnerability leads to a profound realization for him. He reflects on the weight of such an act, understanding now that a kiss is something precious, a gesture meant for two people who truly harbor feelings for one another. A lesson gleaned from her words and the film they watch. Because of this new understanding, a shift occurs in the air between them. She pauses, her long, pale hair catching the light as she prepares to deliver a final, striking thought. Turning back with a soft blush deepening on her cheeks and a finger pressed playfully to her lips, she makes a bold declaration. She suggests that they should kiss many, many times, provided she can successfully make him fall for her. With that parting challenge, she waves a final goodbye, promising to see him again soon. He is left rooted to the spot, his mind reeling from the sudden intensity of her words as she disappears into the distance. As her car pulls away and vanishes into the city traffic, a lingering thought remains. It seems that regardless of her true nature or her reputation as a love-eater, she has developed a genuine, burgeoning interest in the concept of love itself. Now alone, he begins his own trek home, his backpack heavy as he contemplates the whirlwind of recent events. He reflects on the fact that after going on dates with each of the girls, he has come to a significant realization. Memories of his time with Ryobu, Baku, and Kisaragi flood his mind, a collection of faces and emotions. He once found girls to be incomprehensible and even frightening, but now he understands that they are far more complex and multifaceted than he ever could have imagined at the start. This overwhelming epiphany leaves him flushed and breathless, his heart racing as he looks out over the sprawling cityscape. He finds himself utterly conflicted, realizing that they are all far cuter than he can handle, leaving him wondering what his next move should even be. The city lights of the sprawling metropolis twinkle under the vast night sky, a silent witness to the evening's events. Cutting through the quiet, a sleek black car glides along the elevated highway, its headlights carving a path through the darkness. Inside the vehicle, the driver, Hanai, adjusts his glasses and glances toward the rearview mirror, inquiring how the young woman's date went. She sits in the back, a soft glow from the passing streetlights illuminating her face as she admits that while her heart was racing with nerves, the experience was genuinely enjoyable, much to the silent delight of her companion in the front seat. As the car continues its steady pace, she notes that the specific romantic plan Hanai had devised didn't seem to have the intended effect on her companion, despite its past success with other men. Hearing this, the driver presses further, specifically asking for her impression of the boy, Oishikyu. A small, knowing smile touches her lips as she confirms that the evening allowed her to see him with absolute clarity. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson as she reflects on his nature, realizing he is every bit the lovely individual she had imagined him to be. The car speeds onward as her thoughts deepen, painting a picture of a person who is not only kind and pure, but remarkably sincere in every way. Looking out at the starlit horizon, a final, profound realization takes hold of her heart regarding the young man she just left behind, confirming a bond she now understands with absolute clarity. She sits rigidly in the back seat, her gaze fixed forward with a newfound, steely resolve. A silent vow takes root in her mind. She will not allow him to be consumed by the predatory love-eaters who circle their social world. Her expression remains calm, yet her eyes burn with a predatory intensity as she refines her objective. She declares her intent to make the boy fall completely under her spell, ensuring he belongs to her alone. From the driver's seat, he absorbs her words, his profile sharp against the passing city lights. He begins to offer a response, but quickly falls into a contemplative silence, perhaps recognizing the shift in her demeanor. As the vehicle speeds through the illuminated urban landscape, she dismisses any further input from her companion, asserting her dominance over the situation. She commands that they return immediately to begin strategizing for their next encounter, her mind already racing with new plans. On a Thursday night, the quiet exterior of the Tabe clinic stands under the dark sky. Inside, Baku follows the doctor's instructions, opening her mouth wide and sticking out her tongue for examination. After the brief checkup, she sits across from Hanai, who notes her continued good health. He mentions that although she rarely takes them, he will provide her usual prescription of hunger-suppressing medicine. She tilts her head slightly, a silent question forming as she watches him prepare the medication. As the clock on the wall ticks past the hour, Hanai observes that her overall expression has become much gentler since she began high school. He leans in with a knowing smirk, bluntly asking if she has fallen in love, which sends her into a flustered panic as she vehemently denies the possibility. Her defensive posture softens into a somber reflection as she reminds him that such a thing is impossible for someone like her, a love-eater. Hanai acknowledges the weight of her words with a quiet, understanding look. Despite the heavy atmosphere, he shifts the conversation, mentioning that he has something special to give her now that she is a high school student. He presents a small glass jar containing a fleshy, textured object, which she immediately identifies with a look of pure disgust as a fake tongue. He explains the purpose of the prosthetic, noting that when worn, it conceals the unnatural split in her own tongue, making it appear perfectly normal to the outside world. She examines the sophisticated prosthetic, a custom-made piece designed to seamlessly blend with the wearer's natural movements. Unlike cheap magic props, This device is crafted from materials that mimic biological tissue, making it impossible to detect by sight alone and effectively masking a love eater's true nature. The doctor explains that acquiring such a rare item required utilizing specialized, discrete channels. He warns her of its primary limitation. The material is designed to dissolve approximately 24 hours after application, necessitating careful timing. He emphasizes the danger of her current circumstances, urging her to use the disguise to protect her identity in case of an emergency exposure. She expresses her gratitude, promising to put the device to use immediately. Despite the successful delivery of the equipment, a heavy silence falls over the clinic as he utters a single, somber word of denial, hinting at a deeper complication yet to be addressed. She clutches the small vial of hunger-suppressing medicine, her gaze fixed on the liquid that serves as her lifeline in a world where her natural instincts are a liability. As night settles over the bustling city streets, a new resolve takes hold. She has identified someone she intends to make fall for her. Time marches forward to Friday at noon, the quiet school corridors serving as the backdrop for the next phase of her plan. The destination is the biology storage room, a secluded location tucked away from the main flow of student activity. She presents herself as a cool and kind student, though a mischievous streak lurks beneath her polished exterior. It is noted that she is a dating partner for Fridays, yet the mystery remains whether this persona is her true self or merely a mask for the love eater within. Beside her stands another girl, Momori Tsukamori, the designated partner for Mondays. She is an eccentric individual brimming with curiosity and unconventional tastes. Like her companion, her true nature is shrouded in doubt, leaving one to wonder if she too harbors a hidden hunger. She is Hino Gaburi, the Tuesday dating partner, a girl whose every word and action overflows with a prideful confidence that defines her personality. In contrast, the Friday partner, Kanase Baku, carries a secret. While she is known to be a love eater, the question remains whether she is the true predator they seek. Then there is Maitobe Mogu, the Wednesday partner, a girl who oscillates between a pessimistic lack of assertion and an intense, burning passion for the things she truly loves. Finally, Kisaragi Musha, the Thursday partner, presents an air of refined upbringing and gentleness, yet she possesses a surprising assertiveness in everything she pursues. Having spent time with each of them, the young man can only offer a shallow report, claiming they were all simply cute, much to the chagrin of his mentor. He glances at the calendar, noting that his Friday date with Baku was cancelled for her personal business, and wonders if her interest in him is genuine, though his mentor warns that such thoughts only lead to being devoured. The mentor sighs, pointing out that the gathered information sounds more like a collection of love stories than a tactical report, reminding the boy that he is the only one who can be trusted with this investigation. He suggests a simpler, more direct approach. If the boy truly wants to know their nature, perhaps he should just ask them politely, though the feasibility of such a request remains doubtful. Suddenly, the mentor shifts the focus of the investigation entirely, leaning forward with a stern expression to demand that the boy show him his own tongue. The request leaves him stunned, his mind racing to process the bizarre and intrusive command as he stares back in silent disbelief. He voices his hesitation, wondering if these beings are truly as frightening as they seem and what might happen if they are exposed. In response, the man in the glasses points out that a simple request to see a tongue might just be perceived as odd behavior rather than a serious investigation. Still uneasy, he begins to pose another hypothetical scenario. The man interrupts, warning that prolonged individual dating will eventually alienate the one who is actually human, a realization that strikes him as undeniably true. Seizing the moment, the advisor declares they should act immediately, proposing a meeting with all the candidates at once the following week. A confident grin spreads across his face as he solidifies the plan. As the weekend arrives, the focus shifts to the upcoming days of rest. Standing outside, he hears a familiar call and reflects on how a group setting might cause the girls to lower their defenses, providing more opportunities for observation. The strategy is revealed: a 2-day, 1-night trip involving all 4 potential love eaters simultaneously. They gather together, discussing their preparations and varying levels of excitement or anxiety for the overnight excursion. He stands frozen, his gaze fixed on the 4 girls gathered a short distance away. Though he thought he had grown accustomed to their presence, seeing them in casual attire instead of their school uniforms strikes him with a new, overwhelming impression. His internal reflection is interrupted by a boisterous shout as Hanai-sen arrives, declaring that the entire group is finally assembled. Startled, the boy questions if the teacher is joining them on the excursion as well. The man confirms his participation with a grin, gesturing toward a vintage 1965 combi van. He explains that the vehicle is perfectly suited for their party of 7 and emphasizes the necessity of an adult chaperone for an overnight trip involving minors. With a final call to depart, the group's excitement peaks as the girls shout their readiness in unison. Amidst the bustle, the young man realizes the weight of the situation. He is about to spend an entire weekend with all of them. He hurries to catch up, calling out to the others as they make their way toward the waiting van. The group moves together, a mix of anticipation and hidden agendas beneath the surface of a simple trip. As the journey begins, a quiet resolve settles over one of the travelers. A faint, knowing smile touches her lips as she contemplates the opportunity this weekend presents to finally achieve her goal. Her expression shifts into one of pure, predatory delight, her eyes wide with a chilling intensity as she sticks out her tongue. In this moment of private triumph, she acknowledges that she has finally located her true target. The group travels together in a cramped van, the air filled with the light-hearted chatter of friends sharing snacks. Kisaragi offers a gummy to the others, while Momori eagerly asks for some potato chips, creating a sense of normalcy despite the underlying tension. He sits amidst the noise, his expression hardening as he stares into the distance. A heavy weight rests on his shoulders. He knows that this trip is his only chance to uncover the truth and finally stop suppressing the feelings he has kept hidden for so long. Because of this internal pressure, his mind drifts back to a previous encounter where he was challenged to reveal his true self. He realizes that if he fails to identify the person he is searching for during this journey, he may never find the answers he desperately needs. Meanwhile, the girls continue their lively exchange, oblivious to his inner turmoil. They laugh and share food, their camaraderie a sharp contrast to the solitary mission he has set for himself. As the van winds through the countryside, he turns his gaze toward the passing scenery, the blur of trees reflecting the uncertainty of his own path. The sound of their laughter pulls him back for a moment, and he glances over his shoulder at the group. They seem so at ease, yet he can't help but wonder which of them holds the key to the mystery he is trying to solve. Among them, Ryobu remains uncharacteristically silent, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Her quiet presence adds to the growing sense of anticipation as they near their destination. Finally, the vehicle comes to a halt at the KBO campfield, and a spirited girl with short hair leaps out, her eyes bright with excitement as she announces their arrival at the rental cottage. The rest of the group follows, stepping out into the fresh air to begin their weekend retreat. She stands with the others as they take in the sights of the KBO campfield, the group buzzing with excitement over the prospect of hot springs and various leisure activities. Nearby, the young man with spiky hair lets out a sigh of relief, catching the attention of the driver, who questions the sudden change in his demeanor. While the men talk, the girls gather closely, their conversation turning toward the complex nature of their feelings. One of them muses on whether their current camaraderie is genuine or merely a facade maintained by those who prey on affection. To lighten the mood, one of the group presents a large, bulky board game she brought along, suggesting it as a way for everyone to bond, despite its cumbersome size. This moment of levity contrasts with the internal reflections of the long-haired girl, who recalls her decision to go on dates with everyone specifically to uncover their true, hidden intentions, the tongues they keep concealed from the world. Back in the present, the driver offers a sobering perspective to the boy, suggesting that the girl's apparent harmony might be a performance staged solely for his benefit, a thought that leaves the youth visibly unsettled. As the silhouettes of the five girls move ahead, the driver continues his warning, noting that it wouldn't be surprising if some were merely pretending to enjoy themselves to manipulate the boy's perception. He emphasizes that while they may be laughing and smiling on the surface, their true nature remains obscured, hidden behind a mask of pleasantry that prevents anyone from seeing what they are truly thinking. The boy is pulled from these dark thoughts by the cheerful calls of his companions, who urge him to leave the luggage behind and join them in the fun, though a shadow of doubt now lingers in his eyes. He looks toward them, seeing a montage of bright, smiling faces, 5 distinct personalities, each harboring secrets that he has yet to fully unravel. Ishii is sweating, his eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and dread. Below him, the vast expanse of the forest canopy stretches out, a sea of green that seems much further away than it did from the ground. He sees that Ryobu, however, is far from ready. Clad in a safety helmet that seems a size too large, her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. She leaves him blinking in surprise at her sudden change of heart, her previous enthusiasm having vanished the moment she looked down. He watches as she stands on the edge of the wooden platform, clinging to the supports while her voice rises in a panicked crescendo, declaring her impending doom despite his reminders that she was the one who wanted this. She finds no sympathy from the guide, who calmly states that there is no turning back now that they have reached the launch point, leaving both of them to stare out at the daunting drop. She begins to prepare despite her protests, adjusting her gear with trembling hands while wearing a practical culotte skirt for the harness. She lets out a final, desperate cry that echoes through the valley as she finally takes the plunge, her figure rapidly shrinking as she slides down the wire. She leaves him watching her descent, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he wonders if there is any joy hidden beneath her screams of terror. He soon finds his attention diverted by the sudden roar of an engine as Kisaragi arrives atop an all-terrain vehicle, looking like a professional adventurer in her sleek bodysuit and goggles as she explains her desire to become one with the wind. She sits poised on the all-terrain vehicle, listening as the instructor addresses her with respect, advising her to follow his lead closely and maintain a safe, steady pace throughout the driving experience. With her goggles perched atop her head, she stares forward with a serene yet intense focus, her expression unreadable as she prepares to set off. Moments later, the small convoy begins its journey, with her following the instructor closely while the young man brings up the rear as they navigate the fenced path. Watching her from his own vehicle, he can't help but wonder if she is truly finding enjoyment in this moment of quiet adventure. As the day unfolds, the group immerses themselves in the camp's offerings, from sharing a hearty meal of curry to capturing memories on their phones and exploring the lush, wooded trails. Their journey takes them across a long, swaying suspension bridge, where they walk in a single file high above the valley floor, the vast landscape stretching out around them. Throughout the afternoon, the air is filled with the sound of laughter and light-hearted conversation, the joy of the shared experience evident on every face. He pauses for a moment, a soft look of realization crossing his features as he takes in the warmth of the day and the company of his friends. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, they gather around a sizzling grill for a barbecue, raising their glasses in a collective toast to the successful trip. Under the deepening twilight, the group settles around a wooden picnic table outside their cabin, the flickering light of the grill illuminating their final gathering of the day. The old man leans in, his voice low as he observes that the boy wasn't able to see their tongues in the end. He poses a cynical question, asking if the boy thinks they were merely pretending to enjoy themselves all along. As the night air settles over the camp, the guide admits that while he couldn't see their true forms, he finds it hard to believe their joy was a facade. He questions why the boy would even consider such a thing. He looks toward the group of girls, noting that while love-eaters are known to hunt for emotions, something about this situation feels different, leaving him to wonder about their true motivations. The boy remains silent, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular as he grapples with his own doubts. Despite the warnings, a realization begins to take hold within him. He watches them, Kisaragi, Baku, Mamori, Ryobu, and their new friend, all sharing a genuine moment of laughter. In his heart, he decides that he simply cannot bring himself to view their smiles with suspicion. A wave of nausea hits him at the thought, causing him to groan. The old man let out a sharp laugh, pointing out that such vulnerability is exactly what those creatures prey upon. Looking back at the group silhouetted against the night, he feels a sense of conflict. He knows the risks, yet he finds himself unable to turn away from the connection they've built. He adjusts his jacket, the weight of his choice settling on his shoulders as he prepares to face whatever comes next. Nearby, Baku stands quietly, her gaze lingering on him as the stars begin to fade behind the clouds. The once roaring campfire has dwindled to glowing embers, casting a soft, dying light over the remains of their shared evening. The group gathers around the crackling campfire, the warmth reflecting on their faces. Baku mentions her face is heating up, while Mamori expresses a desire to roast marshmallows, prompting a comment about her appetite. Ryobu observes that fires have a cathartic quality, a sentiment the others seem to share. As the evening progresses, he steps away from the warmth, only to be called back by the girl. She approaches him in the dim light, her presence breaking his momentary solitude. She reaches out, offering him a warm can of coffee. He accepts it with a quiet word of thanks, the small gesture bridging the space between them. While they stand together, she observes that he has changed quite a bit recently. He is caught off guard, questioning which part of him she is referring to as they stand near the wooden railing. She elaborates, recalling how he initially seemed terrified, skeptical, and full of doubt. She notes that the way he used to look at them was almost scary, but now, he looks them directly in the eyes with a newfound kindness. She continues her thought, wondering aloud if he has simply grown accustomed to being around girls after spending so much time with them every day. He begins to stammer a denial, but she presses on with a more unsettling possibility. Her gaze softens and a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks as she suggests that perhaps, in his search for a real connection, he has actually started to develop feelings for them, for love-eaters. The weight of her words hangs in the air, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. The realization of what she is implying seems to strike a chord deep within him. They stand in silence for a long moment, two figures framed against the dark structure of the camp, the gravity of their conversation settling over them like the night mist. Further off, the campfire continues to burn, a small beacon of light in the vast, dark woods where the rest of the group remains, unaware of the shift in the air between their two companions. The night air is still, save for the crackle of the campfire casting a warm, flickering glow against the dark silhouettes of the surrounding trees. Amidst the quiet, she firmly denies his suggestion, her eyes locking onto his with unwavering intensity. He responds with a soft admission, explaining that his search for something genuine is what drives his current path. Nearby, she listens in silence, her expression unreadable as she processes his words. The young man is caught off guard when she reveals that his answer was exactly what she expected, leaving him struggling to find a rebuttal. Stepping forward into the center of the group, she announces that she has reached a firm resolution and has a proposal for everyone gathered around the fire. She suggests that after their upcoming dates and the conclusion of this trip, he should be the one to make a final choice, acknowledging how much he has come to understand them all. Turning her back to him, she faces the four girls directly and poses a blunt, heavy question. Which one of them does he truly like the most? The weight of the question hangs in the air, reflected in the stunned and expectant gazes of the four listeners as they wait for what comes next. He can only stare in disbelief as she continues her proposition, the tension around the campfire reaching a breaking point. She concludes by suggesting that he and the person he chooses will then fulfill a single request for one another, her gaze steady as she awaits their reaction to this bold challenge. It is Friday night, and the city lights shimmer outside the window. Inside her room, Hino-sen stares intently at a small jar containing a fake tongue. She contemplates the risk of showing it to Ushikuin, wondering if she can truly convince him of its authenticity and maintain her secret. Her mind drifts back to a recent encounter where she confessed her feelings to him. She grapples with a deep internal conflict, questioning if her affection is genuine or merely an instinctual drive of her nature as a love-eater. She recalls how she narrowly avoided his request to see her tongue by distracting him with a game of true or false, leaving him confused but satisfied for the moment. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she realizes that forcing a demonstration of the fake tongue would feel unnatural. She worries that such a move might inadvertently reveal the existence of specialized tools or skills used by her kind, potentially making him suspicious of the true nature of love-eaters. Because of these doubts, she decides to take action. She sends a message to Ushikuin, apologizing and canceling their planned date for the following day, claiming she lacks any good ideas for their time together. She resolves that there must be a more effective way to utilize her deception than a simple outing. Suddenly, a sharp ping echoes through the quiet room as a new notification appears on her screen. She looks at the device with a start, surprised by the unexpected timing of the incoming message. The message is a formal invitation from Kanae-san. She apologizes for the short notice, but asks if Hino-san, along with Moraibe-san and Kisaragi-san, would like to spend the upcoming Saturday and Sunday together, suggesting a group gathering instead of individual plans. She stares at the screen, her expression unreadable as she processes the invitation. Outside, the towering silhouettes of the city buildings stand cold against the night sky, mirroring the weight of the decision before her as she considers the implications of Kanae-san's sudden proposal. The scene shifts to a secluded building nestled deep within a dark forest. The structure is illuminated from within, casting a warm glow against the surrounding trees as the group gathers in the wilderness for their weekend trip. Around a crackling campfire, the group sits in a tense circle. Kanae-san breaks the silence with a bold declaration, stating her desire for Ushikuin to finally choose the person he likes most among them, forcing a confrontation that none of them can avoid. She stares intently, her expression unreadable as she waits for a reaction to her bold proposal. Beside her, the others remain frozen in the weight of her words. This suggestion immediately draws a skeptical response from Tsukumori-san, who questions the necessity of forcing such a choice. Hino-san, caught off guard, can only stare in disbelief at the turn the conversation has taken. Undeterred, she elaborates on her reasoning, pointing out that since he has already spent individual time with each of them, it is only logical to settle the matter now while the entire group is assembled. The implications of a request send Moraibe-san into a panic, as she vividly imagines the potential for something inappropriate. While the boy himself is visibly shaken by the thought, the instigator simply asks why there is such resistance to the idea. Turning her attention directly to Hino-san, she asks if there is a specific objection to the concept of a mutual request, forcing her rival to confront the situation head-on. The question leaves her wide-eyed, her gaze flickering with a mix of apprehension and uncertainty as she processes the challenge. As the tension rises, Tsukumori-san reminds everyone that their feelings are genuine, but the dark-haired girl counters by proposing a safeguard. Both parties would retain the right to refuse any request they find unacceptable. She maintains a calm, almost predatory confidence, asserting that she sees no reason why fulfilling such a request would be an issue for anyone truly committed. Finally, she shifts the ultimate decision to the boy at the center of it all, making it clear that the entire plan hinges on his consent and will be abandoned if he feels uncomfortable. He remains silent, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face as he desperately tries to decipher the true motive behind this elaborate game. He stares at the group of girls, his mind racing. The weight of Kanae-san's proposal hangs heavy in the air. He wonders if the person he considers the real one is even among them, and if his choice will truly reveal her. His anxiety spikes as he considers the consequences. If he doesn't choose, he might leave a terrible impression on everyone. But if he chooses wrong, would the real love-eater feel hurt or neglected? The uncertainty is paralyzing. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes him. He begins to piece together the underlying meaning of Kanae-san's game. The prospect of having to hear and fulfill each other's requests adds a layer of intimacy and risk he hadn't fully grasped until this moment. Stealing his resolve, he looks the group in the eye and announces his decision. He accepts the conditions of the request system as they stand, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. With a determined expression, he clarifies his intent. He will make his choice based solely on who he likes the most, setting the stage for the upcoming confrontation. The group reacts with a mix of curiosity and acceptance. Moraibe-san is eager to know his choice, while Tsukumori-san and Kisaragi-san seem content to let the game play out as part of their trip's entertainment. Hino-san remains quiet, her thoughts unreadable. As the tension breaks into light-hearted chatter, he finds himself overwhelmed by their sudden pressure. He pleads for a moment to think, his face flushed as the girls laugh at his predicament in the quiet woods. The conversation shifts toward the logistics of the following day. Tsukumori-san mentions their upcoming mandolin classes and club activities, noting that they will be departing early the next morning. The plan is finalized at the quiet observation deck behind their rented cottage. He decides that he will meet the person he chooses there at 7 in the morning to settle the matter once and for all. Everyone agrees to the arrangement, though some express doubt about being the one chosen. Despite the lingering uncertainty, the group prepares for the pivotal moment that awaits them at dawn. He watches as Kanae-san decides to conclude the evening's discussions, her expression unreadable as she suggests they call it a night. As she turns to leave for a solitary walk despite the growing darkness, he takes charge, instructing the rest of the group to return to their rooms for the night. However, his attention quickly shifts to Hino-san, who is quietly slipping away into the dense forest, prompting him to follow her into the shadows. She continues her silent trek, a faint, melancholic smile playing on her lips as she moves deeper into the trees. Sensing her distance, he calls out her name twice, his voice echoing through the quiet woods until she finally pauses to look back at it. He catches up to her, breathless, and warns that the forest is too dangerous at this hour, urging her to turn back toward the safety of the lodgings. The young woman stops in her tracks, turning fully to face him with a look of quiet intensity that catches him off guard. She challenges his hesitation, suggesting that if he truly wanted to stop her, he should have done more than just call her name. He should have reached out and held her back. He admits that such a bold action is beyond him, but she counters by pointing out that his obligation to Kanae-san has effectively ended, leaving him with no further reason to be entangled in her games. Standing amidst the rustling leaves, she reveals a startling truth. Kanae-san is not the love-eater they feared. but someone who confessed her feelings out of genuine affection for him. They stand in the moonlight, locked in a silent exchange of glances as the weight of her revelation hangs heavily in the cool night air. He remains on her mind as Hino-sen stands alone by the window of her room, gazing out into the quiet night. She reflects on the intricate deception she has woven, contemplating the plan to use a prosthetic to mimic a human tongue. By first presenting a falsehood, she intends to later reveal her true self, ensuring he perceives her as his one real connection. Because of this calculated move, she reasons that if she were truly a predatory love-eater, she would never risk such a revealing request. This proposal is designed to force him into a specific conclusion, that she is safe, while the other girls are the ones to be feared. Moments later, standing amidst the dark trees of the forest, she explains to him that this strategy serves a dual purpose. Not only does it validate her, but it provides him with a definitive method to identify the others who might be hunting him. This specific request, to see a girl's tongue, creates an impossible dilemma for any love-eater. Even if they refuse, the mere threat of the question ensures they will avoid becoming the object of his deepest affections to protect their secret. He is struck by a sudden realization, questioning why Kanae-san didn't object to such a plan if she were truly a threat. She counters that the others likely kept silent to avoid drawing suspicion to themselves, or perhaps they were simply unaware of the legends surrounding their kind. As the weight of her words settles, he asks how she can be so certain that other love-eaters even exist among their peers. She points to the sheer impossibility of so many girls honestly confessing their love on the very first day of school, suggesting a coordinated effort. She continues her explanation, noting that while Kanae-san might be human, it doesn't rule out the others. Furthermore, she reveals that Kanae-san is likely unaware of any method to disguise the telltale forked tongue of a love-eater. Looking him directly in the eye, she tells him that the path forward is clear. He must choose Kanae-san and demand to see her tongue. This, she promises, will provide the final, undeniable proof he needs to secure his safety. Having laid out the final pieces of her gambit, she turns her back to him and begins to walk away. She tells him that he no longer needs to be entangled with Kanae-san's mysteries and softly wishes for his future happiness. She reaches out, her fingers interlacing with his in a firm, grounding grip that bridges the gap between them. Standing together amidst the dense, shadowed trees of the forest, the two remain connected, the silence of the woods pressing in around their shared moment. Breaking the quiet, she suggests they return, noting the inherent danger of their current surroundings, which leaves him momentarily wide-eyed and flustered by her sudden concern. As they begin to move, she observes that his palm is slick with sweat, prompting him to defensively retort that her unusual demands and the intensity of the situation are the sole causes of his nervousness. He continues the conversation by questioning why she remains so kind to Kanae-san despite the looming threat of the love-eaters, insisting that despite everything, he simply cannot view the other girl as a monster. She counters with a stern warning, reminding him of Kanae-san's true nature and the impossibility of ever falling in love with such a creature, though he remains steadfast in his own interpretation of what the girl truly represents. Elsewhere, Kanae-san stands alone before a large window, her back turned to the world as she contemplates a singular, devastating flaw in the strategy she has meticulously devised. The realization haunts her thoughts. If he were to ultimately choose a love-eater as the person he holds most dear, the entire foundation of her plan would crumble into nothingness. However, he remains oblivious to these machinations, declaring with newfound clarity that such an outcome is impossible because his heart is set on finding someone genuine and real. Unaware of his resolve, she remains still, the weight of her secret and the potential for failure hanging heavy in the quiet room. The young woman stands with him in the quiet of the woods, her thoughts heavy with the certainty that he could never truly love a creature like her. It is an immutable fact in her mind. A human will not lose their heart to a love-eater. Because of this conviction, she admits her deep concern for him, her voice soft as she watches the confusion flicker across his face. She continues, acknowledging that her rival, Gabu, already knew he would come to her aid because of his inherent kindness. She offers a quiet word of gratitude, leaving him startled and searching for the meaning behind her sudden vulnerability. Moments later, after Hino-sen departs, the atmosphere shifts as Kanae-sen reveals her true, predatory nature, her tongue flickering with a monstrous split as she celebrates finally having him all to herself. She smiles, relishing the fact that he is unwittingly playing his part in her grand design. She had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning, her expression unreadable as she reflects on the inevitability of the situation. In her mind, the steps are clear. He will act just as she expects, eventually choosing her above all others. She plans to manipulate his desires, showing him her true form only when he requests it, all while masquerading as the real person he seeks. The ultimate goal of this deception is singular and cold. She intends to consume every ounce of the love he feels. A faint, satisfied smile plays on her lips as she contemplates the feast to come. She stands resolute, her cheeks slightly flushed with the thrill of the hunt, her gaze fixed on the prize she has worked so hard to secure. Looking him in the eye, she justifies the cruelty of her scheme to herself, convinced that this path is the only one that matters. She acknowledges her true nature, a predator that sustains itself on the very essence of human affection. To her, love is not a feeling to be shared, but a resource to be harvested. The confession hangs in the air, as still as the surrounding woods. The dense forest remains indifferent to the revelation, its ancient trees standing as silent witnesses to the unfolding encounter. Within this secluded grove, she moves in for the kill. She leans in close, her presence overwhelming him as a dark, bifurcated tongue flickers near his face. He is paralyzed, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. As their proximity narrows, her gaze locks onto his. Her eye, marked by strange, concentric rings, pulses with an unnatural intensity. It is the look of a hunter who has finally cornered its prey, leaving no room for escape. With him firmly in her grasp, the finality of her hunger becomes clear. She pulls him into a tight embrace amidst the shadows of the trail, driven by an insatiable biological imperative. The need to consume those precious emotions is no longer a choice, but a necessity for her survival. The tension between the two students reaches a fever pitch as they lock eyes in the dim light of the forest, the air thick with unspoken words and a sudden, sharp realization. Breaking the heavy silence with a playful whisper, she leans in close, her finger pressed against her lips as she reveals that her previous intensity was merely a jest, leaving him flushed and breathless from the proximity. He finds his strength failing him, his legs giving way as he sinks to the forest floor while she continues to tease him, questioning if the mere thought of a kiss sent his heart into such a frantic rhythm. As he struggles to regain his composure on the uneven ground, he voices his fear that his very emotions were about to be consumed, but she quickly dispels the notion, clarifying that her companion, Gabu, has no interest in them, at least not for the time being. The young man looks on in utter confusion as she further explains the mechanics of her kind's hunger, noting that because he hasn't truly fallen for her yet, his feelings lack the necessary quality to be considered a proper meal. This concept of first love is presented as a delicacy that only becomes edible once it is directed toward a specific person, a pure and untapped source of nourishment that currently remains out of reach. Standing amidst the towering trees, she concludes her explanation by stating that for their kind to find any sustenance, the love must be focused directly on them. Otherwise, the flavor is utterly repulsive, leaving him to ponder the strange rules of her existence. She continues her explanation, her gaze steady as she dissects the situation. She points out that while it's understandable he might think a certain way, Kanace, or Gabu, as she calls her, has already considered the risks of falling for a human. Despite the complexities of being a love-eater, she remains convinced that Gabu is the one destined to capture his heart. With a playful glint in her eyes, she taps her cheek, remarking on how charming her counterpart can be. As they stand amidst the quiet trees, she elaborates on the logic of their kind. Even if Gabu harbors feelings, it doesn't guarantee his reciprocation, yet that is precisely why she won't stop trying. If he were to choose her tomorrow, it would be a natural progression. Leaning in with a mischievous grin, she flashes a sign and suggests that the other girl will simply resume her pursuit from where they last paused. He can only stare back, his face flushing with a mix of confusion and embarrassment. He quickly interjects, insisting he has no intention of making any such demands of her. She counters with a knowing look, hinting that Gabu's own desires might prove far more overwhelming than anything he could imagine. Turning to leave, she brushes off the conversation, complaining about the swarm of insects in the woods. She chides him for not being quicker to intervene earlier. She walks further into the forest, her figure growing smaller against the backdrop of towering trunks. Alone with her thoughts, she reflects on Gabu's true nature. To her, a kiss is merely a means to an end, a tool to draw someone in. She acknowledges that the other girl was fully prepared to go that far. She recalls how Gabu views such intimacy, not as a romantic gesture, but as a mechanical act of overlapping lips, a routine part of her many meals as a love-eater. He watches her go, struck by a chilling realization. It isn't her supernatural nature that unnerves him most, but the way she can appear so much like an ordinary, terrifyingly determined girl. He had left Hino-san in a state of visible agitation, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she bit her lip in frustration, unable to find the words to express her mounting internal conflict. Outside, the quiet of the night settled over the mountain, with soft snowflakes drifting down onto the roof of the wooden cottage, which stood as a lonely beacon of light against the dark, forested slopes. Stepping back inside, he was greeted by the sight of Maitobe-san, who was lounging in an oversized panda-themed hoodie and holding a drink, her casual appearance a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere he had just left. He questioned why she was there alone, and she explained that while the rest of the group had headed out to the hot springs, especially now that Gabu-chan had returned, she had opted for a simple shower at the cottage instead. She admitted that joining the others would have only made her feel self-conscious and miserable, imagining herself compared to the other girls, a sentiment that seemed to catch him off guard as he tried to process her sudden vulnerability. Deciding it was time to clean up himself, he mentioned his own clothes were dirty and began to make his way toward the stairs for a shower, offering a casual farewell as he moved to leave her to her solitude. As he turned away, the dark, circular eye of her panda hood seemed to watch him with a silent, unreadable intensity, reflecting the unspoken thoughts she was hesitant to share. Suddenly, a small hand reached out, fingers curling tightly around the fabric of his sleeve to halt his progress before he could take another step. The unexpected gesture stopped him in his tracks on the wooden steps, forcing him to look back at her in surprise as she held onto him with a quiet desperation. With a faint blush coloring her cheeks and her gaze fixed intently on him, she softly requested that they stay and talk for just a little while longer, her voice carrying a weight of loneliness she could no longer hide. She sits comfortably in the armchair, the conversation drifting back to the day's events. They exchange thoughts on the zipline and the flavor of the barbecue, finding common ground in the simple joys of the trip and the sweetness of the curry they shared. Suddenly, her expression shifts, becoming uncharacteristically intense as she stares directly at him. Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, he tentatively asks what is troubling her, his voice laced with concern. The realization hits him that, for the first time, he had been speaking to her without his usual hesitation. He admits that he hadn't even noticed how naturally their conversation had been flowing until she brought it up. The awkwardness of their earlier interactions finally faded. She reflects on the earlier tension of the group outing, comparing the stiff atmosphere to a forced first date where everyone was trying too hard to make a good impression. It was a clumsy, awkward beginning, but one that she feels has finally evolved into something more genuine. Glancing at the energy drink on the table, she softly agrees that they have indeed become friends despite the rocky start. The weight of social expectations seems to lift as they acknowledge the bond they've formed over the course of the day. However, she points out a lingering barrier, his persistent use of formal language. Since they are the same age and have established a friendship, she questions why he continues to speak so politely and asks him to try speaking casually with her from now on. He confesses that his formality is a defense mechanism, stemming from a deep-seated insecurity and a general lack of experience when it comes to interacting with girls. She simply nods, noting that his admission explains much about his guarded behavior. Seizing the opportunity, she suggests they start practicing this new, casual way of speaking right then and there. He is taken aback by the suddenness of the proposal, his eyes widening as he realizes he has to drop his social shield immediately. Taking a deep breath in the quiet of the cottage, he attempts to address her without the usual honorifics. Her name feels heavy and unfamiliar on his tongue as he forces it out, the silence of the room amplifying his nervousness. She notes that while it sounds a bit forced and unnatural now, he will surely grow accustomed to it with time. With the heavy conversation concluded, she abruptly shifts gears, mentioning her need to return to her room to claim her daily game rewards, leaving him slightly stunned by her sudden change in focus. She turns to leave, her panda hood casting a soft shadow over her eyes as she explains that her request has already been fulfilled. With a quiet goodnight, she walks away, leaving him standing there with the weight of her words, that he doesn't need to choose her as his favorite for the next day. He stands frozen, his eyes wide as the realization hits him like a physical blow. He repeats her words in his mind, trying to grasp the full meaning of what she just implied about her own feelings and their relationship. Still reeling, he tries to force himself to use her name without the formal honorific, but the word catches in his throat. The silence of the hallway feels heavy as he struggles with this new, forced intimacy. From across the room, he watches her retreating figure disappear down the corridor. The physical distance between them now mirrors the emotional complexity of the conversation they just shared. His mind drifts back to her explanation, remembering how she had clarified that her desire for casual talk was born from a place of friendship. Yet, there was a deeper, more significant meaning hidden beneath her simple request. He recalls the look in her eyes as she stood on the landing, admitting that she simply wanted them to speak to each other with the same ease they had shared in the past. The vulnerability in her gaze haunts his thoughts. The landing stands empty now, the quiet of the inn settling in as the echoes of their conversation fade into the wooden walls. Later, he finds himself in the company of the elder, who is questioning another student about their frequent trips to the hot springs. The old man, peering through his dark spectacles, insists that one should soak as often as possible during a trip, his voice booming with a jovial authority that cuts through the boy's brooding thoughts. The other student, a tall figure with a long braid and a striped shirt, heads off toward the baths, leaving the hallway quiet once more. Finally alone in his room, he collapses onto his bed and stares up at the ceiling. His mind is a whirlwind of confusion and lingering questions about the girl in the panda suit and what tomorrow will bring. He sits up in bed, startled by a sudden sound at the door. Thinking it might be the teacher returning for something forgotten, he calls out, only to be met with a silent, unexpected visitor. The figure stepping into the room is not the teacher, but Kisaragi, dressed in a delicate, lace-trimmed nightgown. She moves with a quiet intensity, taking a seat on the edge of his bed and addressing him with a gravity that catches him completely off guard. Her expression is a mix of a deep blush and a stern pout as she declares her immense frustration. He can only stare in confusion, wondering what could have possibly provoked such a direct confrontation in the middle of the night. She begins to recount what she witnessed earlier in the forest, describing the moment she saw him alone with Kinase. Her voice trembles slightly as she reveals that she saw them in what appeared to be an intimate embrace, accusing him of kissing the other girl. He immediately recoils, his hands waving frantically as he tries to dispel the misunderstanding. He insists that nothing of the sort happened, but she remains unconvinced, her heart heavy with the belief that he has been dishonest and reckless with his affections. To settle the matter, she issues a bold challenge, leaning in close until their faces are mere inches apart. She demands that he prove his innocence by maintaining this proximity without crossing the line, threatening to take his failure as a confirmation of her suspicions. Outside in the quiet hallway, the closed door stands as a silent barrier, keeping the mounting tension of their private encounter hidden from the rest of the inn. Within the room, the air grows thick with heat as she presses even closer, her gaze unwavering. She dismisses his protests about the distance, asserting her confidence in what she saw and forcing him to confront the reality of their current position. He struggles to find the words to explain the complicated circumstances of that afternoon, his gaze darting away as the scent of her perfume and the sight of her lace collar overwhelm his senses. She softly calls his name, her own face flushed with a deep crimson, and asks him to look at her directly. The world outside their small circle of light seems to vanish, leaving only the two of them caught in a moment of raw, undeniable vulnerability. She remains inches from his face, her breath hitching as the tension between them reaches a fever pitch. Both of their faces are flushed a deep crimson, the silence of the room amplifying the sound of their racing hearts. Suddenly, Kisaragi breaks the heavy silence, her voice trembling as she makes a bold declaration. She confesses her desire for a kiss, a request that leaves Ushi wide-eyed and stammering in disbelief. Leaning back slightly, but keeping her gaze locked on his, she elaborates on her terms. She explains that if he decides she is the one he likes most by tomorrow, this kiss will be her formal request, a condition of his choice. He can only stare in stunned silence as she continues, her expression serious despite the blush on her cheeks. She makes it clear that choosing her means accepting this condition. He would not be allowed to refuse her then. The weight of her words hangs in the air as Kisaragi adds a final, sobering thought. If he feels he cannot fulfill such a request, then he simply should not choose her at all, placing the burden of the decision squarely on his shoulders. Having said her piece, she stands up and smooths her nightgown, her demeanor shifting back to a polite, almost formal tone. She thanks him for the wonderful trip they've shared today and announces her departure, leaving him sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze. They exchange a final, awkward goodnight, the air still thick with the remnants of her confession. She turns toward the door, her face still burning, while he manages a shaky farewell in return. Once safely on the other side of the door, the composure she fought so hard to maintain finally crumbles. She clutches her burning cheeks, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realizes she was so nervous she could barely speak clearly, doubting she'll get any sleep tonight. Back inside the room, Ushi stares at the closed door, his mind racing through the events of the last few minutes. He laments his own awkwardness, frustrated that he fumbled his words just when things had been going so well. As she walks down the quiet hallway, he remains seated on his bed, lost in thought. The click of the door signifies the end of their intense encounter, leaving both of them to grapple with the weight of her ultimatum in the solitude of the night. He had remained faithful, a fact that brought a visible flush of relief to Hino-san's face. She clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with a quiet joy as she realized he hadn't succumbed to the temptation of a kiss. Leaving her to her thoughts, he later stood alone on the wooden balcony of the inn, staring out into the darkness. The cool air did little to settle the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. His resolve hardened as he looked toward the horizon, deciding that tomorrow would be the day he finally chose the person he truly cared for. He mentally reviewed the complicated web of relationships, recalling Kane-san's strange requests and the growing certainty that Hino-san was indeed a love-eater. His thoughts then drifted to the others. While Tsukumori-san had remained passive, he noted that Maitobe-san and Kisaragi-san had both made their intentions clear, complicating his decision even further. His solitude was eventually interrupted as the silence of the night was broken by the familiar, gravelly voice of Sensei, who stepped out onto the balcony and noted the boy's wakefulness, suggesting that a soak in the hot springs might be the only cure for such a restless spirit. Turning to face the older man with a look of sudden, sharp clarity, he admitted that there was a single, pressing question he needed to ask before the night was through. They stood there together for a long moment, the mentor and the student, framed by the quiet architecture of the inn as the weight of the upcoming day hung between them. Their conversation eventually faded as the night began to give way, the dark silhouettes of the distant mountains slowly becoming defined against the pre-dawn sky as the world prepared to wake. Inside, the steady ticking of a wall clock marked the passage of time until the hands finally reached 7, signaling the start of the day that would change everything. The hands of the clock finally meet at the vertical peak, signaling the arrival of high noon. As the hour strikes, the 5 girls remain frozen in a state of tense expectation, their fingers hovering over their mobile devices. Tsukumori, Hino, Kisaragi, Maitobe, and Kanase each wait in their own private silence, the weight of the impending decision hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, standing alone on a secluded wooden overlook high above the valley, he stares down at his own screen with a resolute gaze. With a steady hand, he finally presses the command to send his message, the quiet mountain air punctuated by the sharp electronic chime of the notification. The weekend trip with the group continues, the serene landscape of the valley stretching out under a vast sky. Amidst this peaceful setting, the young man stands alone on a wooden overlook, his expression one of quiet reflection as he considers the events of the journey. He gazes out at the horizon, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him for having finally found the person he considers his real one, thankful that she chose him in return. His reverie is broken when she approaches him, her presence calm and steady. He looks at her with wide, earnest eyes as she expresses her own thanks for him agreeing to join her there. Turning slightly away, she calls out his name, her voice carrying a weight of unspoken questions. A look of intense focus crosses her features as she realizes this conversation will serve as the final confirmation she needs to understand the truth of their bond. Standing at the edge of the bridge, she poses a difficult question, asking if his choice was based solely on the belief that she was his real match, rather than a genuine preference for her above all others. The boy remains silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on her as he processes the gravity of her inquiry. He finally speaks, confirming her suspicion with a simple, honest admission. She looks away, the answer resonating with a truth she had suspected from the very beginning, making everything that had transpired finally fall into place. She stands across from him on the wooden bridge, the forest canopy framing their final confrontation. She asks him directly if he has finally settled on the request he is owed, marking what she believes will be the end of their long game. Internally, She prepares herself for the inevitable, certain that he will ask to see her tongue so he can finally consume her essence. She is resigned to this fate, willing to grant him this one last favor and let him enjoy the process thoroughly. Instead of the demand she expects, the young man stammers out a completely different plea, his face flushed with earnestness as he asks if she could simply smile for him. The request leaves her speechless, her finger drifting to her lip in a gesture of pure bewilderment as she stares at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. After a long silence on the bridge, she softly agrees, though her simple yes seems to catch him off guard, as if he hadn't expected such a quick compliance. She repeats her affirmation, prompting him to clarify that he truly isn't asking to see her tongue, a point he seems desperate to confirm. She shakes her head, questioning if his intent was merely to see her laugh so he could avoid the sight of her true nature altogether. He quickly apologizes, realizing how much his unusual request has confused her, while they both stand in the awkward silence of the afternoon. He then reveals a deeper truth, explaining that he had made a firm decision the previous day never to ask anyone to reveal their tongue to him again, a revelation that strikes her with fresh surprise. This choice stemmed from a realization during the entrance ceremony. Despite being warned of 4 love eaters among the students, he had been approached by 5 different girls, complicating the destiny he thought he understood. He explains his reasoning, recalling how a conversation with Tsukamori-san led him to believe he had met his real one long ago. He had assumed that this person must be among the 5 who confessed to him, a real human hidden in the group. He meticulously combed through every scrap of his past to confirm this, from kindergarten photos to middle school albums, yet he found no trace of the other girls. Only Hino-san appeared in those old memories, leaving the others as strangers to his history. He further deduces that if his real one had truly fallen for him at first sight during the entrance ceremony, they would have no logical reason to confess so suddenly now. The timing simply didn't align with the long-held, genuine affection. As he pondered this discrepancy, a startling new possibility began to take shape in his mind, shifting his entire perspective on the situation. Standing out on the wooden balcony under the vast sky, he delivers his conclusion to Kane-san, stating firmly that the human among the 5 is not actually his real one from the past. He looks directly at her, explaining that while she is the human he had been searching for from the start, there is a catch. She likely confessed to him despite not having any actual romantic feelings for him. Realizing the weight of his words, he offers a sincere apology for the convoluted nature of his explanation, but she calmly assures him that she has followed his logic perfectly. Despite her understanding, she poses a pointed question, wondering what possible reason that human would have to confess to him if his theory holds true. Their private conversation is suddenly interrupted as a familiar, bearded figure emerges from the sliding doors behind them, his presence casting a new shadow over the discussion. The elder man peers at him through his spectacles, questioning why a young boy would be so curious about those who hunt the love eaters. He leans in, questioning if the boy has already encountered those who pursue his kind. The youth admits his curiosity was piqued by an online article describing a strange group searching for love eaters, though he had initially dismissed them as mere eccentrics. The elder man gestures to himself, offering his own presence as a prime example of such an interested party. This revelation catches the boy off guard, prompting him to wonder if he is dealing with someone dangerous. The man quickly clarifies that he isn't a simple weirdo. He acknowledges the existence of love eaters, but harbors no intent to harm them, noting the boy's own unexpected gravity regarding the matter. Standing together on the wooden walkway, the mentor explains that while some seek these beings out of morbid curiosity or a fascination with urban legends, the reality of their pursuers is far more complex. He details the diverse and often dark motivations of those who hunt. Some seek to exploit their emotional eating abilities for personal gain. Others view them as exotic trophies to be captured, and some even brand them as evil for their very nature, seeking to eliminate them. Because of these persistent threats, the man explains that love eaters are forced to live in secrecy, never daring to reveal their true essence to the world for fear of being found. Under the glow of the night sky, he reveals a chilling truth. Someone is actively targeting the love eaters. He shares that he has gathered 2 critical pieces of intelligence, one confirming the presence of 4 love eaters among the first-year students, and another even more pressing detail. He concludes his thought, suggesting that the human hidden among the group of confessors is likely the very individual hunting the love eaters. The young woman with the sharp gaze listens intently, eventually asking if he intends to refrain from demanding they show their tongues, ostensibly for the protection of the love eaters. The boy realizes the weight of the situation. If a predator is indeed lurking among them, any attempt to identify the love eaters would only serve to expose them to grave danger. He stood by the railing, his expression serious as he laid out his logic. Until the previous night's request, he hadn't seen a reason for any of them to confess, leading him to doubt the information about there being only 4 love eaters and considering the possibility that all 5 might be non-human. Turning his gaze toward her, he pointed out the absurdity of a plain student like himself receiving multiple confessions simultaneously. He reasoned that anyone hunting love eaters would naturally target him first to draw them out, making the first person to confess the primary suspect. While he grasped the tactical situation, a sense of confusion remained. He considered the possibility that even if she wasn't the hunter, the human could be one of the other 4 girls, specifically targeting the love eaters among them. She met his gaze with a calm, almost pitying look, questioning why he felt the need to worry about such creatures. She warned him bluntly that he was being deceived, as their only goal was to consume his emotions under the guise of love. As they stood together on the quiet, fenced path, she suggested that perhaps none of them were real, and that it would be best for him to simply walk away from the entire situation to avoid getting hurt. A small, knowing smile played on her lips as she prepared to add another point to her argument. Looking at him intently, she reminded him of his own declaration that he would never allow himself to fall in love with a love-eater. He acknowledged her point with a somber nod, confirming that he had no intention of falling for anyone who might just be using him, even if her assessment of the situation was correct. Yet, as images of the girls and the moments they shared flashed through his mind, he couldn't bring himself to believe that every smile and every shared date had been a complete fabrication. He desperately wanted to believe their feelings were genuine. Addressing her directly once more, he admitted that while he didn't see her as his real match, he also didn't view her as a villain for her actions against the Love-Eaters, despite not knowing her true reasons for confessing. He paces along the wooden walkway, his mind heavy with the weight of his search. While much remains hidden from him, one truth has become undeniable. He cannot allow his quest for what is real to come at the cost of others' happiness. To him, the idea of the Love-Eaters suffering a miserable fate simply to satisfy his own curiosity is utterly unacceptable. As he walks, the faces of those he has met flicker through his mind: Tsukamori, Hino, Maitobe, and Kisaragi. Finally, his thoughts settle on the woman standing before him, Kanase. Stopping to face her, he speaks with a quiet, earnest intensity. He explains that his greatest wish is for all of them to keep their smiles, a simple desire that seems to catch her off guard. He admits his own social awkwardness, confessing that while he struggles to understand women, he finds genuine joy in their happiness. Turning his full attention to her, he makes a direct request, noting that she hasn't seemed like herself since the previous day and that he truly wants to see her smile again. She lets out a soft, melodic laugh, raising a hand to her lips as a genuine expression of amusement crosses her face. She remarks that he is truly an eccentric individual, seemingly touched by his blunt honesty. The young man is momentarily stunned by her reaction as she continues, pointing out the irony of his concern. She notes that he seems more worried about the well-being of the Love-Eaters than they are about themselves, and she finds his sudden talk of hunters and targets to be quite an unexpected development. Stepping back slightly on the creaking wooden planks, she adds with a playful smirk that telling a girl he likes her smile with such a deadpan expression is actually a bit unsettling. This unwavering sincerity is exactly what others have always noted about him. He is a person who is honest to a fault, someone who looks even the most dangerous entities straight in the eye without a hint of deception. His reputation for being unbelievably kind precedes him, often leaving those around him baffled by his lack of guile. A thoughtful silence falls between them as she looks down, her expression unreadable for a fleeting moment. Breaking the quiet, she asks him to turn his back to her for just a second. Though confused by the strange request, he begins to comply, wondering what she could possibly be planning. He stands with his back turned as she makes a startling admission, identifying herself as a Love-Eater. As she speaks, memories of their time together flicker through her mind, moments where she feigned ignorance of the feelings surrounding her, convinced that such emotions could never truly be returned or reciprocated by someone like her. Her finger brushes against her lower lip as she pauses, a single word hanging in the air that threatens to upend everything she just established. Upon her command, he finally turns around, only to be met with a sight that freezes the breath in his lungs, a glimpse of something distinctly inhuman. Despite the unsettling revelation, she offers him a soft, seemingly genuine smile and confesses her affection for him, though the words carry a new, heavy weight. The illusion of normalcy is shattered again as she reveals her tongue, which is distinctly bifurcated, a physical mark of her true nature. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief, the reality of her non-human identity finally sinking in as he stares at the impossible sight. Stuttering in shock, he points out the physical anomaly, while she merely tilts her head, casually acknowledging that he has finally seen her secret. He demands to know the reason behind this deception, but she only laughs, mocking his assumption that she was ever human and revealing that her previous confession was nothing more than a calculated lie to manipulate him. She leaves him reeling with a final, cryptic challenge, telling him to figure out for himself whether her current feelings are genuine or just another part of the game she plays, reminding him of the mystery she posed during their first date. She looks back with a soft blush, posing a question that challenges the very nature of her existence. Is it truly forbidden for a creature like her, a Love-Eater, to experience genuine love? He is left utterly speechless, his face flushing as he struggles to process her words. Sensing his confusion, she casually suggests they head back, leaving him to grapple with the realization that his entire logical deduction about her was fundamentally flawed, and that her true nature remains a mystery he cannot solve. As they walk, she reflects on the elaborate web of deception she spun, acknowledging that she could have easily fabricated any excuse to quell his suspicions. She had even gone so far as to show him a fake tongue, a calculated move to ensure he believed her real identity was something it wasn't. Her thoughts deepen as she considers the paradox of her situation. She, a being defined by a lifetime of lies, is offering her feelings to a boy who is fundamentally incapable of dishonesty. Yet, in this moment, she knows that these emotions are the one part of her that exists entirely without deception. She reminds herself that high school girls are prone to illogical behavior when driven by romance, a human trait she finds herself mirroring despite her non-human origins. A quiet realization settles over her as she prepares to voice her final, most vulnerable truth. With a playful yet defiant gesture, she reveals her bifurcated tongue once more, reaffirming her identity as a Love-Eater, a predator that sustains itself on the very essence of love. But then, Her expression softens into a sincere smile as she prepares to reveal the final, most human piece of her complex identity. She is also simply a girl in love, a confession that hangs in the air as they continue their stroll through the sun-dappled woods. As the walk nears its end, he suddenly realizes he never decided on a reward for their wager, but she quickly offers a rain check, suggesting they settle the matter once she has had more time to consider it. She looks down, her eyes filled with a quiet melancholy as the morning light catches the fine strands of her hair. The young woman stands solitary against the cold, gray expanse of a concrete retaining wall, a small figure dwarfed by the looming structure and the dense woods above. High above her, the branches of the trees reach toward a pale, overcast sky, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Looking inward, she reflects on the weight of the situation, realizing that all she has left to offer are apologies for the complications that have arisen. Elsewhere, the young man walks alongside his companion, his posture tense as he stammers out an apology for the uncomfortable atmosphere his sudden proposal created. He admits he was just thinking about how he needs to apologize to everyone involved for the awkwardness he caused. He continues his explanation, his expression earnest as he mentions having already sent a mass message to the group to clarify things. He explains that his choice of her was merely a response to the pressure of the moment and doesn't necessarily reflect his true feelings, suggesting it would be wise for him to have a better explanation ready should his real match ever appear. A brief hesitation hangs in the air as a single word begins to form, a quiet, but that threatens to shift the direction of their conversation. Reassuring him, she insists that it's perfectly fine, expressing her certainty that there is indeed a girl out there who truly likes him. As they walk, he finds himself questioning if that real person actually exists, his gaze drifting as he contemplates the uncertainty of his own heart. He stands frozen as she delivers a startling confession, her expression unreadable but her words clear. She, too, is among those who harbor feelings for him. Following this revelation, they continue their walk along the wooded path, the air between them thick with unspoken thoughts as he offers a quiet word of thanks, which she dismisses with a casual wave. He remains lost in his own head, forced to acknowledge the truth in her words even as his own feelings remain a tangled mess. While he stands outside the lodge, contemplating the unfinished business of this trip, a sudden, frantic cry erupts from within as Mitobe-san clutches her head in despair, wailing that something is missing. Upon entering the common room, he and Kane-san are met with a scene of mild chaos, the rest of the group looking up in concern as they realize something has gone wrong. The source of the distress is quickly identified. Mitobe-san has lost her signature hairpin, a small but vital part of her daily ensemble. She explains, with a hint of exhaustion, that she might have dropped it during her 10-kilometer morning run, a distance that leaves him momentarily stunned. As the other girls gather around to offer sympathy, she laments that without the accessory, she feels completely off balance, as if a part of her very self is missing. Seeing an opportunity to help, he suggests they use the hour remaining before their departure to search the trail, a proposal that gains immediate support from the group. Moribe-san, ever eager to assist, grabs Mitobe-san's hands and insists they start the search immediately, her energy providing a much-needed spark of hope. She rallies the group with infectious energy, declaring that Kane-san simply cannot ignore someone in distress. The others nod in agreement, their collective resolve hardening as they prepare to begin the search for the missing hairpin. As the students prepare to depart, the elder instructor gives his final orders, directing them to scour every corner of the house, while he remains behind to coordinate the efforts from within. He watches them leave from the comfort of the hallway, privately admitting that the effort of venturing outside is far more trouble than he is willing to endure at his age. Meanwhile, Hino-san begins her search in the surrounding greenery, softly chanting the name of the lost item, as if the words themselves might summon it from the thick grass. Her determination leads her to scale a sturdy tree for a better vantage point, ignoring Ushikuin's frantic warnings about the danger as she scans the area, only to find no trace of the pin. Elsewhere, Kane-san takes a more methodical approach, approaching a local resident to show a reference photo and politely inquire if anything matching the description has been spotted in the vicinity. She narrows her eyes, focusing her intense gaze on every shadow and crevice, her mind sharp and analytical as she refuses to overlook even the smallest detail in her path. Despite her thoroughness, the forest floor yields nothing but fallen leaves and dirt, the elusive silver of the hairpin remaining hidden from her searching eyes. Undeterred, she moves to the base of a concrete wall, crouching low and hopping forward to inspect the narrow gap between the structure and the path, searching for any sign of the lost object. She continues this rhythmic, focused search along the perimeter, her movements precise as she leaves no stone unturned in her quest to recover the lost treasure for her friend. She grumbled about the tedious nature of the search, swatting at a large insect that had dared to cross her path while the boy stood nearby, watching the progress. Continuing her internal debate, she admitted that while she might have exaggerated her plight to gain his favor, the sheer frequency with which such small items vanished was truly baffling. Her attention snapped toward the woods as the other girl began to march toward the dense tree line, prompting a sharp question about where exactly she thought she was going. The girl with the long, light hair remained undeterred, insisting with absolute certainty that the path lay ahead, despite the skepticism of the others who found her eagerness a bit excessive for such a deep trek. Worried about the state of her companion's fine clothes, she voiced her concern, only to be met with a confident flex and an assurance that a little dirt was of no consequence. Taking charge of the situation, she directed the other girl to search the road, while she took it upon herself to scour the immediate area, ensuring no stone was left unturned. A soft, genuine expression of gratitude from her friend caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless as she processed the unexpected warmth. Unbeknownst to the group, a figure in a checkered shirt stood at a distance, silently observing their frantic efforts from the edge of the path. As the searchers gathered, the mysterious youth stepped forward, catching the boy's eye and causing a flicker of recognition to cross his face. A sudden, sharp realization struck, cutting through the tension of the search like a bolt of lightning. While he watches, the youth holds out his hand, revealing the missing hairpin with a triumphant grin. The search has finally come to an end. His discovery causes the group to erupt in a chorus of relief and amazement, their worries melting away as they realize the matter is settled. They caution him to be more careful in the future, grateful that the ordeal is over. As the tension dissipates, Kanae suddenly calls for everyone's attention, her voice cutting through the chatter. She bows deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude for the dedication they showed in searching for her lost item. The gesture is unexpected, revealing a softer side of her character as she admits how much their help meant to her. Listening to her, the youth in the checkered shirt smiles warmly, reflecting on the complex nature of their relationships. Despite the rivalries that have defined them, he confesses that the time spent together was genuinely enjoyable and expresses a heartfelt desire for them all to become true friends. A quiet moment settles over the group as they stand together on the sun-drenched path, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Her cheeks flush with a rare hint of vulnerability as she stammeringly agrees, her usual composure momentarily faltering. They quickly chime in, sharing the sentiment that becoming friends would bring them all joy. Kanae admits that she has never truly had proper friends before, making the fun they had the previous day all the more precious to her. Hino, moved by the collective honesty, steps forward with wide, earnest eyes. She echoes the sentiment, declaring her own wish for them to build a lasting bond. Following her lead, the youth offers a sincere apology for his past actions. He then enthusiastically proposes they form a circle and dance to celebrate their friendship, though his suggestion is met with a mix of amusement and polite hesitation from the others. She stands among the others in the distance, a quiet figure framed by the trees as the young man watches her from the bridge. Approaching her, he questions whether she ever truly lost her hairpin, his voice low as the teacher's distant shout reminds them that the group is about to leave. He watches as she lets out a startled gasp, her eyes widening in surprise at being caught off guard. Realizing the game is up, she offers a sheepish smile as he reveals that he saw her taking the hairpin out of her own pocket earlier. She confesses her intentions, explaining that she orchestrated the small event because she didn't like the idea of the trip ending on an awkward note or seeing Kanae treated as a villain by the rest of the group. For her, ensuring a happy ending for everyone was the ultimate goal. As her words sink in, he stares off into the distance, his mind racing with the realization that he still has unfinished business to attend to before the trip concludes. Turning back to her, he calls out her name, his expression softening as he addresses her directly. He remarks on the coincidence of the moment and expresses his desire to speak with her for a short while, standing apart from the bus where the others are gathering. His request is met with a gentle, knowing smile as she agrees, revealing that she also has something she wishes to ask him as the trip reaches its conclusion. Standing outside the quiet cabin, Sukamori breaks the silence by expressing a desire to speak with Q about something important. He listens intently, sensing the weight of her words as she prepares to share her thoughts. She adds that she also has a question for him, mirroring the very same intent he had harbored. The air between them grows thick with anticipation as they realize they are both seeking answers from one another. Suddenly shifting the mood, she playfully raises her hands and suggests a game of hand sumo. He is completely blindsided by the abrupt change in topic, wondering how the conversation took such a sharp turn toward a childish game. They eventually settle on a quick round of rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to speak first. She wins instantly with a triumphant shout, brushing off his attempts to return to the serious matter at hand by insisting they don't have much time left. She brings up the incident where she pretended to lose her hairpin, admitting that while she did it to keep the mood light, there was a much deeper reason behind her actions. He reacts with a start, realizing there is more to her behavior than he initially thought. This revelation triggers a memory for him, recalling the strange circumstances of his mass confession and the fact that he had never even spoken to any of these girls before that fateful Monday. He begins to see the pattern of oddities that has defined their recent interactions. She explains that she spent a great deal of time trying to rationalize the situation on her own, searching for a logical explanation for why everything unfolded the way it did. Her gaze is fixed on the distance as she recounts her internal struggle to find the truth. Her theory is bold and unsettling. She believes that everyone who accepted the fake confession must be a bad person with their own hidden, selfish motives. With this dark realization established, she prepares to ask the question that has been weighing on her mind. She stands before him in the quiet woods, the question hanging heavy in the air. Why does he think 5 different girls confess their feelings to him? He falters, unable to find an immediate answer, while she presses further, expressing her desire to uncover the genuine motivation behind every single confession. Meanwhile, inside the rustic walls of Room C, the atmosphere is far more mundane as the other girls begin to gather their belongings. Looking around the sparsely furnished room, they realize that one of their companions has yet to return from the outside. Despite the missing member, they decide to start moving, noting that the absent girl travels light and won't need much time to prepare. As they prepare to depart, a sudden, contemplative silence falls between the 2 remaining girls. Breaking the quiet, the taller girl turns to her companion, her voice soft but inquisitive as she prepares to ask a personal question. She leans in, her gaze searching, and asks for the absolute truth. Does her friend really, truly harbor feelings for the boy they all know? A soft blush creeps onto the girl's cheeks as she offers a firm, unwavering confirmation of her love. Stepping out into the hallway together, they share a moment of self-conscious laughter over the awkwardness of discussing such raw emotions so openly. She stood in silence, her mind racing as she processed the weight of the recent confession. To her, the words hadn't felt like a fabrication. There was a resonance of truth in the air that she simply couldn't ignore. Pulling out her phone, she gazed at a photo of Q, his bright smile captured in a digital moment. She couldn't help but acknowledge his undeniable popularity, a fact that seemed to complicate the web of feelings surrounding them all. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the cottage, Hano stood ready to depart from the room she shared with Kisaragi. While she was packed and prepared, Gaburi remained sprawled lazily across the bed, seemingly unbothered by the impending departure. Approaching her companion, Hano confirmed that she had finished her own preparations. She looked down at the white-haired girl, asking if she was finally done with her packing as well so they could leave together. Just as they were about to leave, she paused, a sudden realization striking her. She mentioned that she had forgotten something, her mind briefly flickering back to a memory of Q alone in the woods, a moment that seemed to hold more significance than she initially thought. Turning back to her friend with a serious expression, she addressed Gaburi directly. With a hint of hesitation, she asked the girl if she was what others called a love eater, a term she had recently encountered. Stepping toward the exit, she felt the room fall into a heavy silence as she gripped her suitcase. The question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment as she made her way toward the door. A faint, enigmatic smile played across her lips, though her eyes remained hidden from view, masking whatever thoughts were crossing her mind. She then tilted her head, the term love eater feeling foreign on her tongue. She asked for clarification, wondering aloud what such a title even meant and why it was being used in their circle. Meeting her gaze, Gaburi maintained a calm, almost vacant expression. She offered a small, reassuring smile, telling Hano not to worry and that it was perfectly fine for her to remain in the dark about such things. She walks away from the cottage with her companion, bidding a polite farewell to their hosts while making a light-hearted comment about their friend staying behind to pay her respects. Meanwhile, near the parked van, the young man stands with his companion, reflecting on the strange phenomenon of 5 different girls confessing their feelings to him and the hidden truth behind it all. As he begins to voice his theory, she cuts him off with a knowing look, claiming that she already understands the reason perfectly well. He doesn't miss a beat, boldly declaring that the only possible explanation is his own irresistible charm, a statement he delivers with absolute, unshakable confidence. His bold claim is met with a silent, wide-eyed stare from his companion. The two remain motionless in the open field, the quiet of the morning punctuated only by the weight of his boastful claim. Suddenly, she breaks into a fit of laughter, admitting that he is entirely correct and that there is indeed a mysterious, undeniable charm to him that draws others in. Having finished her line of questioning, she cheerfully announces that it is now his turn to ask whatever he wishes. Her invitation prompts him to bring up a lingering mystery, reminding her of her previous claim that their recent date wasn't actually the first time they had encountered one another, a fact she readily confirms. With that mystery acknowledged, he prepares to delve deeper into the truth of their shared past. He presses her for details, his voice steady as he asks exactly when and where their paths first crossed. While waiting for her answer, his mind races with suspicion. If her claim of a past meeting is a fabrication, it could mean she is a love eater or someone hunting them, a realization that sends a chill through him. He reflects on how he has scoured every photograph and memory of his past, finding absolutely no trace of her existence, leading him to the firm conclusion that her assertion is nothing but a lie. Breaking his train of thought, she playfully crosses her arms in an X and makes a buzzing sound, teasingly declaring that she has no intention of telling him. She continues to pout, chiding him for expecting easy answers to things he has simply forgotten, leaving him standing there in a state of utter confusion. Challenging his skepticism, she asks if he truly believes she is lying, then suggests that had he chosen her as his favorite, she might have been more forthcoming. She ends by telling him he should put in the effort to remember on his own. Without warning, she steps forward and wraps her arms around him in a sudden, firm embrace. The unexpected contact leaves him wide-eyed and flushed, his voice catching as he stammers her name while she tightly grips the fabric of his shirt. She presses her face against his chest, the world around them fading as she holds him close. In a soft, barely audible whisper, she confesses her feelings, telling him directly that she likes him. She looks him directly in the eye, her expression earnest as she declares that she has never uttered a single lie to him, emphasizing the weight of her previous confession. Following her heartfelt vow, they lock pinkies in a solemn promise, and he softly confirms his trust in her words, sealing their new understanding. Their private moment is suddenly broken by the rest of the group, who are busy gathering their belongings and announcing that it is time to depart, handing over items and hurrying the pair along. As the group begins to move out, a sharp ringing sound echoes through the air, drawing the attention of the elderly man watching them from a distance. He pulls out his phone to answer the call, greeting a woman named Tabe with a curious tone as he steps away from the departing students. On the other end of the line, the woman bypasses small talk about the hot springs, pressing him for information on the true purpose of the excursion and whether he followed through with his task. Realizing what she is actually inquiring about, his expression shifts as he acknowledges the specific subject of her concern. He speaks with a hint of pride about his creation, a device he refers to as the fake tongue, confirming that it was indeed delivered. Chuckling at the suggestion of mass production, he explains that these items are funded by his own pocket and are far from being ready for the market, even offering to send her another prototype if she desires. With the mysterious conversation concluding, the group finally piles into the van, marking the official end of their weekend getaway as they prepare for the drive home. He stares off into the distance, his brow furrowed as he grapples with the lingering uncertainty of the weekend. Despite everything that has transpired, he remains plagued by questions that seem to have no clear answers. His thoughts drift to the girls accompanying him, specifically the enigmatic Tsukumori and Gaburi. He wonders which of them might be his real connection and which one is merely a love-eater driven by hidden motives. The doubt extends to Hano and Kanase as well. He questions if there is someone lurking in the shadows, pursuing the love-eaters themselves, or if the concept of a real partner is even a possibility in this tangled web of secrets. This internal conflict is mirrored by the physical distance between the group and the professor, who continues his clandestine work with tape. The divide between their innocent trip and the underlying machinations grows ever wider. As he looks toward Tsukumori, a new, startling possibility begins to take root in his mind. He can't help but wonder if the truth is far more complex than he initially imagined. Sitting on the bus ride home, he contemplates the nature of the confessions he received. He considers the possibility that among those who claim to love him just to consume his emotions, there might be a hidden truth. He gazes out the window, the passing scenery a blur as he focuses on a single, hopeful thought. He begins to suspect that amidst the deception, there is a genuine spark. The heavy sound of a door slamming shut punctuates his final realization. He is left with the haunting question of whether one of them truly, honestly likes him for who he is. The morning light filters through the curtains as a persistent alarm begins to chime, signaling the start of a new day. A hand reaches out to silence the device, the screen displaying exactly 6 o'clock as the digital beeping finally ceases. She stretches her arms high above her head, letting out a soft yawn as the remnants of sleep begin to fade. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she pauses for a moment, the quiet of the room wrapping around her. As she buttons her crisp school shirt, she gazes out at the city bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. She reflects on her nature as a love-eater, a being meant to consume the emotions of others. Yet she finds herself grappling with a profound realization. Today is Friday, the day of her day. She knows the truth of her situation is simple and undeniable. She is in love. Looking out over the sprawling urban landscape, her thoughts are consumed by the upcoming meeting with Ushikuin, a prospect that fills her morning with a new sense of purpose. She recalls how she used to be, a creature who viewed human feelings as nothing more than sustenance, unable to comprehend the weight of words like lonely or love, even when she spoke them herself. She watches as the rich aroma of fresh coffee fills the air, acknowledging that her once monotonous life has shifted irrevocably since those feelings took root. She stands alone in her kitchen, the morning light filtering through the room as she contemplates the subtle shifts in her daily routine. Small things, like checking the love section of the morning fortune-telling or finding herself drawn to romantic songs she once ignored, have become her new normal. She is interrupted by a sharp chime from her phone, and she can't help but feel that even the aroma of her coffee has improved just by the thought of seeing him later today. She looks down to see the screen displaying a simple greeting from Q, wishing her a good morning. They exchange brief messages about the warming weather and the rapid passage of April, a mundane conversation that carries a weight of newfound significance for her. She finds that this small, one-line exchange is enough to bring a soft blush to her cheeks and a gentle smile to her lips as she takes another sip from her mug. She feels a sheer joy from such a simple interaction, leaving her feeling flushed and overwhelmed with a warmth that has nothing to do with the coffee. She has even begun waking up a full hour earlier than necessary to prepare for these moments, standing before the mirror with a curling iron in hand. She carefully works through her hair, experimenting with different curls and styles to find the perfect look. She is driven by a singular desire to appear even just a little bit cuter in his eyes, leading her to try curling it once more until it's just right. She makes a final adjustment to her skirt, raising the hem by a single centimeter, and steps out into the world. She moves with a purposeful stride, the hem of her pleated skirt swaying as she navigates the morning commute. This focus on her destination causes her to lose track of time, and she watches the train pull away from the platform with a soft sigh of realization. Upon finally reaching the school grounds, her eyes scan the familiar surroundings, filled with a quiet anticipation that she might cross paths with him. Her heart skips as she catches a fleeting glimpse of him in the distance, but the moment is interrupted when her friends approach. One notes her seemingly somber mood, though she quickly denies any such feeling while exchanging morning greetings. As the day progresses to the lunch hour, she finds herself holding out a piece of the school's famous melon pan, offering a taste to her companions. The group gathers around the desk, where one friend politely declines the sweet treat, citing a distaste for sour flavors, while the others marvel at the popular snack. She realizes she is now drawn to things that never interested her before, simply because they were mentioned during a previous trip, leading her to try new experiences with a newfound curiosity. Later, during the quiet of the afternoon lessons, she adjusts her glasses and stares at the front of the room, her mind already racing toward the moment the bell will finally ring. Her gaze shifts frequently to the clock on the wall, the ticking seconds feeling agonizingly slow as she counts down the final minutes of the school day. Throughout the classroom, a shared sense of restless expectation hangs in the air, but for her, the internal chant of almost is a private countdown to the meeting she has been waiting for all day. The school bell chimes, its sharp ring echoing across the campus and signaling the long-awaited end of the day's lessons. She is already on the move before the sound even fades, her sudden and swift departure catching her classmates off guard. They call out their farewells in surprise, barely able to keep up with the speed at which she gathers her things and heads for the door. Moving through the crowded corridors, she barely acknowledges the polite goodbyes from other students passing by, her focus already fixed on a destination far beyond the school gates. Her footsteps are light and rhythmic against the polished floor, each purposeful stride carrying her closer to the exit. The steady walk soon shifts into a light trot, the urgency in her movements becoming more pronounced as the open air draws near. She reflects on this new habit of hurrying after school, acknowledging that she now finds herself trotting slightly faster than she ever used to, a subtle but undeniable change in her behavior. Despite the unspoken rules against running in the hallways, she quickens her pace even further, driven by the simple, overwhelming desire to see him just a few seconds sooner than planned. It is a profound realization that falling in love has a way of altering the smallest details of a daily routine, shifting one's entire perspective through these minor, quiet adjustments. A soft, knowing smile touches her lips as she admits to herself that this small bit of change has completely transformed her entire world. Standing alone in the quiet afternoon air, she considers how much she has learned now that she is experiencing these feelings firsthand. She was once convinced she knew what love was, but being in this position herself has revealed truths she never could have grasped from a distance. She stops him, her voice soft as she offers a sincere word of gratitude. He looks on, startled by the weight of her words as she credits him with teaching a love-eater the true meaning of affection. A gentle, knowing smile graces her features, emphasizing the profound realization she has reached. As they begin to walk side by side, he stammers out a greeting, clearly still processing the moment. She takes the lead, questioning if their arrangement of going on dates should continue now that her true nature as a love-eater is no longer a secret. He quickly confirms that he is still willing to proceed. She elaborates on the necessity of their continued proximity, noting that a sudden distance between them might raise suspicions. She points out that if there is indeed someone hunting love-eaters among their group, any change in their behavior could be dangerous. He nods in understanding as she continues her logic, explaining that any slip in their facade could inadvertently put Kanace in harm's way as well. Reaching out a hand toward him, she suggests that they maintain their current dynamic, at least for the time being. He stares at her hand, momentarily frozen by the gesture. She reminds him that a date without such contact wouldn't appear genuine to an outside observer, potentially drawing the very attention they seek to avoid. Their fingers finally intertwine, a physical bond that carries a heavy secret. Internally, she acknowledges her nature as a being that sustains itself on the very emotions she is now beginning to feel. They walk together into the distance, a seemingly normal couple. Yet, deep down, she harbors a somber certainty. Despite her growing feelings, she believes there is absolutely no chance that her love will ever be returned. She clings to the fleeting present, a desperate wish forming in her mind for this fragile moment to endure just a little longer. Even if it is only for a single second more, she yearns for this closeness as they walk hand in hand down the quiet street under the glow of the evening lamps. The heavy silence of her internal longing is suddenly shattered when he breaks the mood, complaining that the umeboshi melon pan he had earlier was disappointing, leaving her startled by the mundane shift in conversation. The school year's first term has officially drawn to a close, with the promise of summer vacation beginning the very next day. The administration's voice echoes through the halls, urging the students to maintain their academic and club commitments while cautioning against excessive behavior. Above all, the faculty emphasizes the importance of health, wishing for every student to enjoy their break without the burden of illness. With a final wish for a healthy return in the second term, the formal announcements conclude, leaving the quiet halls of the Ushi residence behind. However, the irony of the school's parting words becomes clear as a hand grips a digital thermometer, its display showing a feverish 38.1 degrees. He lies back against his pillow, his face burning with a deep, unnatural flush as the heat of the fever takes hold. Letting out a weak, raspy sound, he stares blankly into the room, the weight of his condition making even sitting up a struggle. While the rest of the world is sent off with cheerful wishes for a pleasant vacation, he can only offer a faint, coughing admission of his own sickness. He realizes that the moment he allowed the tension of the school year to dissipate, the accumulated exhaustion of the past months finally collapsed upon him, leaving him stranded in bed while the air conditioner hums rhythmically in the background. He lay there, staring at the ceiling as the weight of the past few months finally crushed him. His mental calendar was a blur of consecutive dates every weekday since the entrance ceremony, punctuated only by grueling part-time shifts on the weekends to fund them. The constant drain of having his emotions harvested by the love-eaters had left him hollow and physically spent. Knowing he couldn't sustain this pace, he resolved to end the cycle of dates soon, both for his own health and for the sake of the one person who truly mattered. Just as he prepared to succumb to a much-needed slumber, the sharp chime of the doorbell echoed through the quiet apartment. Dragging his fever-racked body to the entrance, he pulled the door open to find an unexpected visitor. Standing there was Kanace, still dressed in her school uniform and clutching a plastic bag filled with supplies. She greeted him softly, explaining that she had come to check on him, bringing along cough drops, jelly, and electrolyte drinks to aid his recovery. He could only stare in stunned silence, wondering how she had known he was unwell. The young man was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, his face turning a deep shade of crimson from the exertion and the rising fever. He managed to wheeze out an apology, feeling embarrassed by his weakened state in front of her. Stepping out onto the landing to speak with her, he tried to downplay the severity of his condition, insisting it was merely a common cold that would pass in a few days. She watched him closely, her eyes filled with a quiet, searching concern that made it difficult for him to maintain his facade of being fine. She confessed that she was genuinely worried about him and urged him to call her if he felt lonely or needed anything at all. When he tried to protest, suggesting he didn't want to be a burden, she firmly countered, promising to keep her own schedule flexible so she could rush to his side whenever necessary. With a soft blush creeping onto her cheeks, she looked him directly in the eye and admitted that she simply wanted to hear his voice. The raw honesty of her request left him speechless, and he eventually found himself nodding, promising to call her at least once a day until he recovered. Having secured his promise, she prepared to take her leave, mentioning that she had a shift at her part-time job to get to. He watched her go, offering a sincere word of thanks for the supplies and the unexpected kindness she had shown him. Returning to the solitude of his room, he felt his temperature spike even higher, his heart racing from the intensity of their encounter. He looked at the bottles of electrolyte water she had left behind and decided that his only option was to crawl back into bed and try to sleep off the overwhelming heat radiating from his body. His rest was short-lived, however, as yet another visitor arrived at his door with a boisterous greeting. Tsukamori stood there, radiating her usual high energy and waving a hand as she asked if he was doing all right. She had also brought a collection of items to help him through his illness, leaving him to wonder if his quiet recovery was going to be much more crowded than he had anticipated. She presents a small, rectangular charm, its surface inscribed with characters for victory. Handing it over, she explains it is a victory charm, prompting him to wonder what battle he is currently fighting. She teases him for his quick wit, finding amusement in his confusion. She clarifies that the loan is temporary, a spiritual aid to bolster his recovery. He questions if the charm is meant to ward off the very bacteria causing his illness, while she reveals the depth of her concern, admitting she prayed fervently for the amulet's efficacy. With a playful wink and a confident flex of her arm, she suggests that such charms gain significant power when gifted by someone the recipient holds dear. The implication leaves him visibly flustered, his face flushing a deep crimson. Her departure is swift, as she notes the start of her club's training camp and the busy week ahead. He offers his thanks, watching as she disappears into the bright light of the doorway. Once alone, the silence of the room is heavy, and he feels the heat of his fever surging once more. He glances at the collection of remedies and the new charm, realizing his struggle for health is far from over. The quiet is short-lived, however, as another visitor appears at his door. Hino stands there, her face partially obscured by a surgical mask, her presence as unexpected as the previous guests. She explains her arrival by claiming that Gabu was intensely worried about his condition. Her eyes, visible above the mask, carry a weight of sincerity that is hard to dismiss. He remains skeptical, sensing a hidden motive or perhaps a simple fabrication. He voices his doubt, but she remains composed, her true expression hidden behind the fabric. Reaching out, she presents a paper bag filled with summer vacation homework. She explains that their teacher had tasked Gabu with the delivery due to their proximity, and she had simply taken it upon herself to complete the errand. She hands over a plastic bag, explaining that it contains an extra treat, Gabu's favorite ice cream, intended for the journey home. Hugh can only stare in surprise at the unexpected gesture, his illness momentarily forgotten in the face of her kindness. Lowering her mask to reveal a gentle smile, she offers the cup as a personal gift, though she playfully warns that Gabu will likely demand repayment twice over. He flushes a deep crimson, stammering out a quiet agreement as the proximity of her face sends his heart racing. Standing outside the residence under the clear sky, she explains the need for a swift departure to assist Gabu with preparations for upcoming summer classes. He offers his gratitude, noting the day of the week as she prepares to leave him to his rest. Once the door is closed, he collapses against the wall, his face burning with embarrassment as he stares at the small cup of ice cream left on the table. The weight of the interaction leaves him breathless and dazed. Despite the earlier farewell, she remains at the entrance, shifting her weight as she inquires about his well-being. She confesses her own lack of experience with illness, asking for his patience as she tries to navigate the unfamiliar role of a caretaker. Her face turns a bright shade of pink as she covers her mouth, admitting that while his feelings alone are enough, she wouldn't mind if he passed them on with a kiss. The bold suggestion leaves her visibly flustered, her eyes darting away in shyness. Reaching into her bag, she presents another gift, explaining that she couldn't bear to leave him without something practical to aid his recovery. She emphasizes that these items are a reflection of her genuine concern for his health. He takes the small bottle from her, his eyes widening in horror as he reads the label for a hyper-energy drink, which is explicitly categorized as an aphrodisiac. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the nature of the medicine she has brought. She explains with total innocence that, lacking knowledge on what to give a sick man, she sought advice from Hanai-san. Apparently, Hanai-san insisted that this specific tonic was the absolute best remedy for restoring a man's vitality in times of weakness. Clasping her hands together with a look of pure relief, she beams at him, requesting that he inform her the moment he feels energetic again. He stands there, completely short-circuited by the misunderstanding, unable to find the words to explain the drink's true purpose. She bids him farewell, explaining that her family is departing for an overseas trip the following day. As she leaves, she notes that today isn't Thursday, a small detail in their parting that seems to carry its own weight. After her departure, the young man sits alone in his room, staring at the tonic left behind on the table. He acknowledges the difficulty of the schedule ahead, knowing that the constant presence of his companions is about to vanish for the season. He remains seated on the edge of his bed, the silence of the room amplifying his thoughts. He realizes that starting tomorrow, the rhythm of his daily life is destined to shift significantly, leaving him in an unfamiliar quiet. This change stems from a pact made between him and the girls to ensure fairness during the summer break. They established a specific set of rules to govern their time together while school is out, preventing any one person from monopolizing his attention. The core of this agreement was a strict limitation. He would be permitted only a single date with each of them throughout the entire duration of the summer vacation, a rule designed to keep their relationships balanced. He absorbs the weight of this reality, his expression turning somber as the implications of the one-date rule truly sink in. The freedom of summer suddenly feels like a period of isolation. Memories of their constant companionship flood his mind, recalling how they have been a fixture in his life every single day since the entrance ceremony. The group has become his primary social world. The sudden prospect of their absence hits him hard. He stares into the distance, grappling with the fact that he won't be seeing any of them for a considerable amount of time, a stark contrast to their usual routine. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eludes him as a wave of loneliness and melancholy takes hold. Just as he questions why he feels so restless and sad in the cold room, a sudden sound at the door breaks the silence. To his surprise, a girl with a distinctive light streak in her hair stands at his door. She greets him with a blunt comment on his well-being, expressing relief that he is alive before handing him a small bottle as a gesture of unexpected concern. She stands at the threshold, her presence a quiet surprise to the young man. He stammers, mentioning Kanace as if searching for a reason for her visit, but the conversation remains awkward and filled with heavy, uncertain pauses. Continuing her thought, she reminds him that once summer vacation begins, their opportunities to meet will vanish for a long time. Seeing his weakened state, she gently insists that he stay indoors to recover from his illness, her concern masking a deeper hesitation. Outside, the Wednesday sun hangs high over the quiet neighborhood, marking the passage of time in a week that feels increasingly heavy with unspoken words and the heat of the approaching summer. The young woman's gaze softens, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lingers at the door. She begins to speak, her voice trailing off as she gathers her courage for a request she hadn't planned to make. Under the vast, summer sky where a distant plane leaves a white trail, her voice finally carries the weight of her intent, asking if she might step inside his home. Hugh stands at his front door, his expression a mix of anxiety and hospitality as he welcomes Maitobe inside. She steps across the threshold with a polite apology for the intrusion, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with his visible nerves. As the door closes, he begins to spiral into a state of internal panic. He reflects on the sequence of events that led to this, her unexpected arrival at his home and his own impulsive decision to invite her in, realizing too late the weight of the situation. The reality of the moment hits him with full force, sending a deep flush across his face as he realizes they are now completely alone. Outside, the house stands quiet under the summer sun, a stark contrast to the internal turmoil of being alone with a girl for the first time. He leads the way up the stairs, but the physical exertion combined with his illness leaves him breathless and staggering. She notices his struggle and asks with concern if he is all right, but he quickly brushes it off, desperate to maintain some semblance of composure despite his worsening condition. They eventually settle into his room, where he takes a seat while she remains standing, observing him. He ponders the kindness she is showing by coming over to care for him until he recovers, trying to reconcile this helpfulness with the mysteries surrounding her. Adjusting his medical mask, he tries to hide his persistent blushing and the confusion swirling in his head. He is torn between the comfort of her care and the nagging suspicion that he must remain vigilant, still uncertain of her true nature or intentions. The quiet tension is broken when she suddenly instructs him to lie down on the bed. He is caught off guard by the directness of her command, his mind racing to interpret what she might mean by such a request. Instead of anything more serious, she produces a handheld gaming console with a small, confident smile, suggesting they spend the time playing games. She insists that since he is sick, he needs to sleep properly, but her presence is anything but restful. Hugh is left reeling, unable to process the fact that she actually came over just to play video games in his room while he tries to recover. By early afternoon, the room has settled into a strange rhythm. She sits on the floor, focused entirely on her handheld screen, while he remains confined to his bed, the digital clock ticking past nearly 2 hours of this unusual arrangement. As the minutes crawl by, she announces her intention to put in earbuds to listen to music while she plays, though she assures him he can still call out if he needs anything. He responds weakly, confirming he is still very much awake despite her suggestion to rest. Another hour passes, and she mentions having picked up some fast food for lunch since her morning classes ended early. Once again, she checks to see if he has drifted off, only to find him still staring back, his rest interrupted by the casual nature of her visit. Late in the afternoon, she realizes her console's battery is running low and asks to use one of his power outlets. He can only offer a tired confirmation of his wakefulness as she continues to treat his bedroom like her own personal lounge. She watches her from the bed, struck by how she has spent the entire day doing nothing but gaming. She seems completely at ease, making herself at home in a way that feels both baffling and strangely domestic. This behavior prompts a deeper reflection for him. She doesn't fit the mold of the predatory love-eaters he fears, nor does she act like a typical friend. He finds himself questioning the nature of their bond as she checks on his status once more. When he finally questions why she is even there, she simply notes that it is Wednesday, as if that explains everything. He is left confused by the non sequitur, prompting her to apologize for the cryptic response. She begins to compare herself to the other girls in his life, noting that Kanace is thoughtful and Hano is skilled enough to have cooked him a proper meal. She suggests that any of the others would have been far better suited to cheering him up or looking after his health. Looking down at her game, she confesses a deep sense of inadequacy, claiming she lacks the qualities the others possess and feels she can do nothing of value for him. He is caught off guard by her sudden vulnerability, realizing that her casual gaming was perhaps a mask for her own perceived uselessness. She remains seated on the floor, her focus seemingly on the handheld console, yet her words carry a weight far beyond the game. She promises to stay by his side, a constant presence that he can rely on. This sudden declaration leaves him wide-eyed and flustered behind his medical mask. Sensing his surprise, she quickly adds a practical justification, explaining that unlike his other friends, her schedule is entirely open, making her availability a simple matter of fact. Despite her explanation, a flicker of doubt crosses her mind, and she quietly asks if her presence is actually a nuisance to him. He immediately denies it, his own face heating up as he confesses that having her there actually brings him a great deal of happiness. Her expression softens at his honest admission, a small, contemplative look settling on her features as she absorbs his words. Outside, the sky begins to deepen as evening settles over the quiet residential neighborhood. Preparing to depart, she turns her back to the room and calls out to Kines, checking to see if their friend has already drifted off into sleep. Her gaze lingers for a moment, her eyes reflecting a quiet intensity as she looks back toward the bed. He is indeed fast asleep, tucked safely under the covers and breathing steadily. She stands over him for one last moment, her bag slung over her shoulder, ready to head out into the night. Before she leaves, she whispers a final reassurance, repeating her vow to be there for him whenever he needs her. With a final, lingering look, she carries that quiet resolve with her as she steps away. She walks away, leaving behind the echoes of a childhood promise to remain by his side as a friend. The memory of their younger selves running through the sun-drenched trees lingers in the air, a testament to a bond formed long ago. He suddenly jolts awake in his bed, a surgical mask covering his face as he gasps for air. The soft, familiar call of his name pulls him from the depths of sleep, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and lingering fever. Still groggy, he looks toward the figure standing in the doorway, the name of his friend already forming on his lips as he begins to call out to her, expecting to see the one who had been watching over him. Instead of the young woman he expected, the gentle, wrinkled face of his grandmother greets him. She looks down at him with a warm, knowing smile, her eyes crinkling behind her spectacles in a display of quiet affection. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing she has finally returned home. They exchange a quiet greeting in the dimly lit room, the familiar domesticity of the space providing a sense of comfort as he welcomes her back. As he sits up and adjusts his mask, she notes how much better he looks compared to the morning. She apologizes for being away while he was down with a fever, mentioning that she knew he had been looking forward to seeing his friends. He realizes with a start that his temperature has finally broken after a long, deep sleep, and he admits that he feels much improved. He stares off into the distance, reflecting on the strange turn of events. Despite the nerves of being alone in the house with a girl for the first time, he had fallen into a slumber so profound it surprised even him, his body finally succumbing to the exhaustion. Stretching his limbs, he acknowledges that his recovery is a good sign, though it only serves to highlight just how truly drained he was. The realization of his own fatigue settles over him as he prepares to face the rest of the day. He mentions his intention to call Mitobe later to express his gratitude for her help during his illness. His grandmother casually mentions passing a child on her way in, a comment that catches him off guard and piques his curiosity. Standing in the kitchen, she continues her story, explaining how she was surprised to see the person because she had heard they moved away long ago. She specifically notes that their hair was a vibrant blue now, a detail that leaves him completely baffled. He looks at her in utter confusion, unable to reconcile her description with anyone he knows, questioning exactly who she could have seen leaving his home. He stares in disbelief as his grandmother insists on the identity of the person she saw, reminding him of a childhood companion from his elementary school days. Hugh protests, claiming the name doesn't match, but the seed of doubt has been planted. Driven by a sudden, frantic need for clarity, he begins tearing through his room, emptying drawers and scouring every corner for old records. This search leads him to his collection of graduation albums, where he spends hours meticulously examining every face, desperate to distinguish a genuine memory from the sea of girls who had once confessed their feelings to him. As the hours tick by, a startling realization takes hold. His search had been fundamentally flawed because he had only been looking at the students he categorized as girls. He pauses, the weight of his oversight sinking in as he admits to himself that he hadn't even considered checking the photos where this mysterious individual might have actually appeared. Looking back at the faded images of his past, the truth finally clicks into place. His grandmother's observation was correct, and the resemblance between Mitobe and that child from his memories is undeniable. The memory of that boy he played with so long ago resurfaces with startling clarity, challenging everything he thought he knew about his old friend. Amidst this mental upheaval, a plain white envelope slides into view, resting silently on the floor. He notices the letter and reaches out, his fingers trembling slightly as he retrieves the mysterious message from where it lay. Standing alone in the quiet of his room, he stares down at the envelope, wondering what secrets it might hold and how they connect to the revelation about his past. He stares intensely at the photograph, the realization hitting him with a physical weight as he notes the undeniable resemblance. While the likeness is striking, his eyes widen in shock as he notices a much more significant detail hidden within the old image. Looking back at that summer day at the festival, the image of his childhood friend sticking out her tongue while eating shaved ice becomes the center of his focus. In the clear light of the memory captured on paper, her tongue appears perfectly normal and rounded, devoid of any unusual features. Meanwhile, as she walks alone through the quiet residential streets, she gazes down at the very same digital memory on her phone. Her expression is unreadable, her thoughts consumed by the same observation that her tongue in the photo shows no sign of being forked. The boy stares intently at an old photograph, noting the striking resemblance between the child in the picture, happily eating shaved ice, and his acquaintance, Maito. He continues to study the photograph, a seed of doubt beginning to take root in his mind as he considers the implications. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. If the child in the photograph is indeed a boy, then the person he has been spending time with must be that same childhood playmate. Despite the mounting evidence, he tries to dismiss the thought as impossible, yet he cannot ignore the visceral reaction he has whenever they are together. A familiar, anxious tremor that only girls seem to trigger in him. Seeking clarity, he reaches out to a classmate, Hino, who reacts with utter bewilderment at the mere suggestion that Maito might be anything other than a girl. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she scoffs into the phone, questioning if a fever has clouded his judgment, reminding him that they share physical education classes where such a fact would be undeniable. He quickly ends the call, his face flushed with embarrassment, while a darker thought crosses his mind. The possibility that she is merely another player in a complex game designed to ensnare his heart. Stealing his resolve, he pushes the paranoia aside, now fully convinced of Maito's true identity, though the mystery of the photograph remains. Faced with this certainty, he weighs the two distinct paths that now lie before him. Either his childhood memories of a boy were a complete misunderstanding of the same person, or the resemblance is a cruel coincidence between two entirely different individuals. Nagumo turns to his grandmother, seeking confirmation on a lingering doubt that has been clouding his thoughts. She points to the old photograph, confirming with absolute certainty that the child pictured is indeed the boy he had been describing from his memories. He ponders this, noting the striking resemblance, yet he remains deeply troubled by a discrepancy. The boy in the picture didn't share the name Maito, and had explicitly identified as male during their childhood encounters. He struggles to reconcile the fact that the person he remembers as a boy is the same person he now knows as a girl. Because they attended different schools and he lacks specific details on the boy's early education, his grandmother suggests reaching out to former classmates from that period to find the clarity he seeks. She points out that someone from his old grade school might have the answers. He remains silent, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as the weight of the mystery settles over him. Holding the photo up to the light, he compares the image of the young child to his current perception of Maito, sensing an intangible but persistent difference that he cannot quite put into words. A sudden notification chime breaks his concentration, bringing news of the upcoming summer festival and prompting him to wonder if she will be making an appearance there this year. Elsewhere, she sits quietly in the solitude of her room, surrounded by her personal belongings, her gaze fixed intently on the glowing screen of her mobile device. Her expression is unreadable, the small dark earring catching the light as she contemplates the message she just received. Outside, the local community center stands ready for the festivities, adorned with traditional lanterns that sway gently in the evening breeze. He arrives at the summer festival, the air thick with anticipation. His mind is preoccupied with the mystery of the boy in the old photograph, wondering if this night will finally provide the answers he seeks. Because of this lingering doubt, he steels his resolve. He realizes that if they are to— Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the ambient noise of the crowd, calling out his nickname. He turns, startled, as the summons draws his attention toward the stairs. The rhythmic click-clack of wooden sandals on the pavement heralds an arrival. A pair of feet, clad in traditional geta and a floral-patterned yukata, comes into view. She stands there, a vision in her festival attire, offering a casual wave and a simple greeting. The transformation from her usual heavy hoodie is striking, catching him completely off guard. Stunned by her appearance, he can only stare, prompting her to question his bewildered expression. She playfully asks if he needs to find a restroom, but he quickly stammers out a denial, his face flushed with embarrassment. As he regains his composure, his eyes are drawn to a shimmering detail, a spherical earring he hasn't seen her wear before. He points it out, surprised by his own observation. They stand in a momentary silence, the weight of the observation hanging between them. She hums thoughtfully, while he remains slightly confused by the shift in their usual dynamic. He lets out a nervous laugh, trying to hide the fact that he has been observing her every move with newfound intensity. She seems genuinely surprised, noting that he is usually quite slow to notice such subtle changes. A soft blush creeps onto her cheeks as she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, quietly thanking him for noticing the small detail. Despite the lingering questions about the past, he feels a distinct difference between the girl standing before him and the boy in the photo, and they decide to head toward the festival stalls together. She stands beside him, her floral yukata blending into the vibrant festival backdrop as he gasps in awe at the lively stalls and glowing lanterns. As they walk, a strange sense of déjà vu washes over him, a fleeting memory of a similar moment at an arcade flickering in his mind while they watch other festival-goers pass by. He turns to her, curious if she enjoys these festivities or if she has memories of attending them as a child, but she admits she has no such recollections and generally avoids crowded places. Noticing the heat, he points out a shaved ice stall, yet she quickly declines, expressing a distaste for the frozen treat and suggesting a candy apple instead. Their exploration leads them to a stall draped in traditional masks, and while she wonders aloud which one might actually suit her, he excitedly points toward the colorful display. He reaches out and selects a simple, round-faced mask with a comical expression, declaring with playful certainty that it is the only choice for her. Moments later, she nibbles on her candy apple while he wears the mask perched on his head, his thoughts drifting to how different she feels from the boy he remembers in the old photograph. He continues to observe her, noting that beyond just her appearance, her current behaviors and personal tastes simply do not align with the child from his past. She takes another bite, commenting on the sourness of the fruit, while he realizes with growing certainty that she hasn't said a single word about them ever meeting as children. He finally concludes that if she truly were that person from the photo, it would be impossible for her to forget him, especially considering the confession she made during their entrance ceremony. He stood lost in thought, his mind racing through a series of logical deductions. He pondered the hidden reasons behind her silence, weighing the possibility that she wasn't the predatory being he had suspected, especially since the boy in his old photograph lacked the telltale forked tongue of such a creature. His internal monologue was suddenly interrupted when she called out his nickname, urging him to look at what she had found. She gestured enthusiastically toward a target shooting stall, her eyes bright with excitement as she boasted about her marksmanship. He watched her, noting how much she seemed to be genuinely enjoying the festivities, a stark contrast to his own heavy thoughts. Her slip of the tongue caused the world to stop as she began to utter a specific name, Hucha, before catching herself. The shock was visible in his wide, startled eyes. As they moved further into the heart of the summer festival, the heat of the night and the roar of the crowd faded into the background of his mind. He couldn't shake the way she had addressed him. That specific nickname was the exact one used by the mysterious boy in the photograph from his childhood. Watching her walk ahead of him, her silhouette framed by the festival lights, a radical new theory took hold. Could she and that boy actually be the same person? If that were true, he struggled to understand the motive behind her secrecy, questioning why she would feel the need to hide such a significant connection. Perhaps, he considered, she was waiting for him to realize the truth on his own, hoping he would remember their shared past without being told. He admitted to himself that while he had been convinced they were different people, this revelation provided a logical explanation for her silence, even if it left him with more questions than answers. Nagumo's breath hitches, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he prepares to voice the question that has been gnawing at him all evening. He watches her from a short distance as she stands quietly before the festival stalls, the crowd moving around her like a river around a stone, oblivious to the tension building between them. Stepping closer, he finally speaks her name, his voice barely audible over the festive din, yet enough to make her pause. She turns to face him, her expression unreadable under the glow of the festival lights, as he finally voices his suspicion, asking if they had met long ago when they were both just children. The question hangs in the air, and for a fleeting moment, her usual composure wavers as she looks at him with wide, searching eyes. He waits with bated breath, his own gaze fixed intently on her, searching for any flicker of recognition that would confirm his theory. Her eyes meet his, deep and reflective, as if she is peering back through the years to find the same memory he is chasing. Her lips part slightly, the start of an answer finally forming as the silence between them grows heavy with anticipation. High above, the festival lanterns glow against the dark sky, their light flickering as the moment of truth arrives. The summer sun beats down on a modern apartment complex, the air likely thick with the heat of July. Inside one of the units, a young boy sits hunched in a large gaming chair, his focus entirely consumed by the glowing screen of a handheld console as he navigates a digital world. Suddenly, the door swings open, and his mother stands there, her expression one of exasperated disapproval. She startles him, demanding to know why he is wasting his entire summer vacation glued to a screen instead of doing something productive. He barely looks up, his cheeks bulging as he continues to snack, seemingly unfazed by her sudden intrusion and the lecture that is clearly beginning. She sighs, leaning against the doorframe and questioning why he doesn't spend some time outdoors. He quickly dismisses the idea, countering that it's far too hot outside and that there is absolutely nothing to do anyway. Because she is persistent, she shifts her focus to his academic responsibilities, urging him to tackle his summer homework in small increments every day. He remains skeptical, pointing out that it is still only July and there is plenty of time left. The woman then reminds him specifically about his daily diary entry, a task he seems particularly unenthusiastic about as he stares blankly ahead, offering no verbal response to her command. Despite his reluctance, he eventually finds himself with a pen in hand, staring at the empty grid of his summer journal, ready to record the mundane details of another day spent indoors. The instruction at the top of the page is clear: record the enjoyable moments of each day. He stares at the blank space, considering that even a single line would suffice to fulfill the requirement. Despite the low bar, he slumps forward in his desk chair with a heavy sigh, the silence of his room weighing on him. The realization hits that his day has been entirely devoid of anything worth noting. Seeking some spark of inspiration, he turns his gaze toward the window as the sound of distant laughter drifts in from the street below. Outside, the world is vibrant and active as two girls stroll past, their conversation filled with excitement about upcoming pool parties and trips to the amusement park. He watches them from the isolation of his room, his expression blank as their lively plans highlight the stark contrast of his own quiet summer. Turning away from the window and the life passing him by, he decides that the only way to kill the remaining hours is to return to his digital worlds. Within the glowing screen, a small victory occurs as his avatar successfully captures a rare scorpion, a fleeting moment of achievement in an otherwise empty day. He remains sprawled on his bed, the rhythmic clicking of buttons the only sound in the room as he loses himself in the game. Eventually, even the virtual excitement fades, and he collapses face down onto his mattress, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of exhaustion and the realization that he is already tired of his only escape. He lay there, chin resting on his arms, staring blankly as the summer heat simmered outside. The boy wondered if there was anything truly engaging to do in this quiet town, his thoughts drifting aimlessly through the stifling afternoon. Suddenly, his mother's voice cut through the silence, calling out for Mogu-chan as she entered the room. She seemed surprised to find him still lounging about, while a young girl stood nearby, equally startled by the sudden intrusion. Beside them, Hino-san was preoccupied with a handheld console, marveling at an inventory full of scorpions she had managed to collect. His mother, however, was less interested in the digital achievements, demanding to know what he had been doing with his time all day. He let out a long, weary sigh, the brim of a straw hat casting a deep shadow over his eyes. The weight of his mother's expectations and the monotony of the break felt as heavy as the humid air. The woman's patience finally snapped, and she ushered him out the front door, commanding him to go and play outside immediately. Standing on the hot pavement, he squinted against the harsh glare, already mourning the loss of the air conditioning after a full week of self-imposed isolation. As he wandered aimlessly, he spotted a group of familiar faces from his elementary school days and instinctively recoiled. He gripped the brim of his hat, wishing for the distraction of his smartphone and lamenting that he had absolutely nowhere to go and nothing to do. The boy kept his head down, walking past the chattering group without making eye contact. He felt like an outsider in his own neighborhood, a ghost moving through a world of shared summer memories that he wasn't a part of. He adjusted the straw hat, pulling it lower to hide his face from the world. The silence of the street felt oppressive, amplifying the isolation he had tried to ignore while safely tucked away indoors. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a quiet wonder about whether having friends to share these long, empty days with would actually make things more fun. But he quickly dismissed the idea with a cynical shrug, convincing himself that while companionship might be nice, it would likely just be another source of trouble and effort that he wasn't ready to handle. He continues his solitary walk, passing by a group of boys playing near a fence. Despite the lively activity around him, he remains steadfast in his conviction that being alone is perfectly acceptable, convincing himself that he is fine regardless of his lack of company. As his sneakers hit the pavement, he adjusts his straw hat, a shadow of concern crossing his face. He admits to himself that he truly wants to avoid any further encounters with classmates, much like the one he just narrowly escaped, accepting that his current path is unavoidable. Seeking refuge from the social world, he arrives at the entrance of Uday Park, a quiet spot tucked away at a slight distance. He decides that this is as good a place as any to let the hours slip away in peace. Settling onto the grass, he finds a sense of liberation in the solitude. To him, the ability to act without the scrutiny of others is the greatest benefit of being alone, and he finds the quiet atmosphere of the park refreshing and cool. Looking up through the canopy of trees, the dappled sunlight does little to brighten his somber realization. He has come to believe that the very concept of making friends is an impossibility for someone like him. This resignation stems from a past where he actually tried to reach out, though he never found the courage to truly act on those impulses. He reflects on how there was a time he tried his best, but the more he attempted to connect, the more he became painfully aware of his own perceived inadequacies, eventually leading him to abandon the effort entirely. He reasons that the emotional exhaustion of longing for connection and never achieving it is a burden he no longer wishes to carry. By choosing not to desire friendship from the start, he protects himself from the inevitable sorrow of disappointment, concluding that this state of isolation is perfectly fine if it means avoiding further injury to his spirit. Huddled on the ground amidst the trees, he accepts this self-imposed isolation as his permanent reality. He resolves that he will remain alone, both in this moment and for all the time that follows, now and forever. The surrounding woods remain silent, the tall trees standing as indifferent witnesses to his internal monologue as the wind rustles through the leaves. Gripping the brim of his straw hat, he stares downward, the weight of his chosen path settling over him in the quiet of the park. He finds his thoughts drifting back to a different time in this very park, to a moment long ago when he called out to a figure hidden in the foliage. A small child sat huddled among the leaves, a wide straw hat pulled low to hide their face. The child cautiously tilts the brim upward, a single, wary eye peering out from the shadows to inspect the intruder. Slowly, she raises the hat with both hands, revealing the face of a young girl with large, inquisitive eyes that reflect the dappled sunlight. Standing before her is his younger self, his expression bright and open as he extends a hand in a gesture of friendship, asking if she would like to play. His hopeful gaze is met by the girl's silent wonder, her initial caution melting away as she looks back at him, marking the beginning of an unexpected connection. A young boy sits quietly at his desk, his gaze drifting toward the window where the summer sun bathes the city in a warm, hazy light. On the desk before him lies a meticulously kept diary, its pages filled with repetitive entries that chronicle a week of shared adventures with a new companion named Q-chan. He can't help but let out a soft, bashful chuckle as he continues to write, the memory of their time together bringing a genuine smile to his face. Stepping out onto the balcony, he looks over the sprawling urban landscape, The simple realization that he has finally made a friend filling him with a newfound sense of belonging. It had all started just 1 week prior, when he was cycling through the local park and a voice called out to him, breaking the silence of his solitary routine. The boy who approached him was Ushi Q, a cheerful youth who insisted on being called Q-chan, explaining that it was the name his family used, and he wanted his new friend to do the same. Recognizing that the newcomer was likely just as lonely as he had been, the young cyclist felt a surge of empathy for the one who had reached out first. Since that fateful encounter, he has made it a daily ritual to visit the other boy's home, their voices echoing through the quiet street as they prepare for another day of play. He arrived at the house, greeted warmly by the mother who directed him to the room where his new friend waited. As he stepped inside, he reflected on the 2 major misunderstandings that were about to define their relationship. Upon entering, he was met with a steady gaze. He offered a simple greeting, but his mind was already racing with assumptions about the other child's identity and gender. He took the initiative, asking for a name before suggesting they spend the afternoon playing video games. The idea of a Mario Kart session seemed like the perfect way to break the ice. The other child struggled to respond, stammering out fragmented syllables that sounded like a name. He listened intently, trying to piece together the sounds into something recognizable. He quickly jumped to a conclusion, deciding the name must be Nagumo, and introduced himself in return. Across from him, the child realized the error but found themselves unable to speak up and correct the mistake. With the introductions seemingly settled, he reached out for a handshake, officially welcoming Nagumo into his life. The other child could only offer a surprised gasp as their hands met. A moment of quiet followed as the weight of the situation settled. The child in the straw hat looked away, perhaps feeling the growing complexity of this new bond. He suddenly became visibly tense, his composure crumbling into a nervous sweat. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, his companion asked what could possibly be wrong. He confessed his deep-seated awkwardness around girls, admitting that the straw hat had made it difficult to tell. He finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. Was his new friend actually a girl? As they stood there, he began to reconsider his blunt question, his hand hovering uncertainly. He started to backtrack, realizing that perhaps he had jumped to yet another conclusion too quickly. He reached out, his small hand grasping hers in a firm, youthful handshake that sealed their new bond. Because of this simple gesture, a monumental misunderstanding took root. While he confidently declared himself a boy, she remained silent about her own identity, letting the assumption stand as the foundation of their bond. The quiet of the afternoon was suddenly shattered by a startled cry as a game piece was knocked askew. Despite the 2 major misconceptions hanging between them, they quickly became inseparable, spending hours side by side in front of the glowing television screen. She found a strange, secret thrill in the deception, imagining herself as a cool spy operating under a false identity while she focused on her handheld game. As they sat across from each other, the air filled with the sounds of their competitive play, his cheers of victory clashing with her quiet acceptance of defeat. She weighed the guilt of the lie against the comfort of their friendship, deciding that the truth might only complicate the easy bond they had formed. Looking back at the screen, she felt a sense of contentment in the status quo. He, meanwhile, was simply happy to have found a true companion, his face lighting up with a genuine, carefree smile. She watched him, a faint, unbidden blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realized how much this friendship meant to her. Years later, the echoes of that childhood name still lingered when he called out to her as Nagumo. She was momentarily startled, her heart skipping a beat. When he asked if she was free the following day, she quickly agreed, her schedule always open for the friend who still didn't know her secret. She is approached by her friend, who excitedly holds up a flyer for the upcoming summer festival and asks if she would like to attend with him. Hesitation flickers across her face as she weighs her discomfort with large crowds against the prospect of his company. She explains that while she was already planning to go with her grandmother, she had been secretly hoping he might want to join them. The conflict resolves instantly into pure excitement, her eyes widening as she shouts her enthusiastic agreement, making it clear how much she truly wants to go. He beams at her response, declaring the plan finalized, while she admits that her initial apprehension has completely vanished, replaced by genuine anticipation. A quiet moment of reflection follows, her gaze softening as the reality of the upcoming outing sinks in. The day of the festival arrives, and the evening air is filled with the glow of paper lanterns and the bustling energy of the gathered crowd. Amidst the festivities, the 2 friends immerse themselves in the experience, with him proudly displaying a new mask, while she enjoys a cold treat of shaved ice. They navigate the dense throng of people together, staying close to her grandmother as they move through the vibrant stalls. The night continues with shared snacks and constant conversation, their earlier bond deepening with every shared laugh and bite of festival food. Eventually, they stop at a prize stall where her grandmother proudly displays a toy helicopter they've managed to acquire, the simple joy of the moment reflected on all their faces. She watches from a distance as the 2 children wander through the vibrant festival grounds, their small figures dwarfed by the bustling crowd and the glowing stalls. The young boy's eyes widen in pure wonder, his face illuminated by a sudden, brilliant light from above. Beside him, the young girl gazes upward with equal fascination, her expression soft and filled with a quiet joy she rarely shows. They stand side by side, 2 small souls united by the spectacle unfolding in the night sky, oblivious to everything but the magic of the moment. High above the silhouetted crowd, the first great bursts of the fireworks display bloom like giant, luminous flowers against the darkness. The shimmering light reflects in her wide, dark eyes, capturing a fleeting moment of absolute peace and beauty. She is pulled back to the present when Nagumo turns to her with an excited grin, asking if she finds the display as impressive as he does. She looks back at him, her voice barely a whisper against the booming echoes, and offers a simple, heartfelt thanks that catches him off guard. As the colors continue to cascade overhead, she reflects on how her world has expanded since they met, from the thrill of real fireworks to the simple joy of playing video games or just being outside together. She realizes that his invitation that day was the catalyst for everything she now cherishes, and she silently thanks him for calling out to her. With a radiant smile that outshines the festival lights, she speaks the words directly from her heart, thanking him for the simple, profound gift of his friendship. She receives his thanks with a warm, genuine smile, and he quickly reciprocates the sentiment, his own expression softening as the weight of the moment settles between them. Standing amidst the bustling festival crowd, he finds his voice again, hesitantly suggesting that they return to see the fireworks together next year if she is willing. She responds with a quiet, certain affirmation. Because of her acceptance, his excitement bubbles over, and he eagerly declares that they should make it a formal promise, while she looks on with a gentle, contemplative gaze, her finger raised in thought. To seal this new bond, they reach out and link their smallest fingers together in a silent, sacred pact. Their voices then rise above the din of the departing crowd, shouting their agreement into the night air as they stand side by side, silhouetted against the fading glow of the festival. The next morning, the quiet of the bedroom replaces the noise of the festival as she wakes up, stretching her arms wide and greeting the new day with a sense of refreshed energy. Nearby, a written record of the previous night's events sits on a desk, detailing the trip to the fireworks and the solemn promise made to return again next year. Reflecting on those words, he wears a faint, lingering blush, his eyes downcast as he dwells on the significance of the connection they've forged. Moments later, the routine of the morning takes over in the bathroom, where the sound of brushing teeth is accompanied by a cheerful, sing-song declaration about spending the day, and the one after that, with Q-chan. He is joined at the sink by the young Mogu-chan, the two of them mirroring each other's movements as they prepare for the day ahead. The simple domesticity a stark contrast to the emotional heights of the night before. He stands before the bathroom mirror, the rhythmic scrubbing of his toothbrush a backdrop to the intrusive memories of the previous night. Images of Q-chan, her laughter, her presence, the promise they shared, flicker through his mind like a persistent reel. He can't shake the unsettling feeling that something about their connection has fundamentally shifted, concluding that the whole situation is simply bizarre. After rinsing, he stares at his reflection, the water cool against his throat as he takes a slow sip. The question gnaws at him, demanding to know why his mind keeps circling back to her, and why she suddenly seems so different. A strange, almost primal realization strikes him, causing him to pause and test the air with his tongue. The word delicious echoes in his mind, a confusing and sensory-laden descriptor for a person that leaves him reeling. He remains rooted to the spot in the quiet bathroom, dwarfed by the mundane surroundings of the washing machine and the sink. The weight of his own thoughts hangs heavy in the air as he stares blankly into the mirror. This sudden, inexplicable sensation leaves him utterly bewildered. He is left questioning the very nature of this new feeling, wondering what exactly is happening to him. The summer sun beats down on the quiet apartment complex as a new period of hidden truths begins. Inside, a room sits silent and still, the empty chair and neatly made bed suggesting a departure or a moment of heavy contemplation. On the desk lies a crumpled map, its lines and markings tracing a path that seems increasingly complicated. Outside, the elderly woman looks up in shock, her voice trembling as she asks if he is truly moving away. She tries to linger, offering him a place to wait and some castella cake, mentioning that her granddaughter is currently out on an errand. He offers a small, sad smile but politely declines, insisting that he really must be going. As he turns to leave, she calls out one last time, asking if he managed to get the photo from the festival printed yet. Walking away with a heavy heart, he lets out a weary sigh, admitting to himself that he has just lied to her again. The truth is, they aren't moving at all. His gaze drops to the ground, clouded by a painful realization that he simply cannot be with her anymore, yet a lingering, but remains anchored in his mind. He has departed, leaving the household behind as a young girl reveals a startling secret, sticking out her tongue to show it is forked, just as her mother confirms. Because of this physical trait, her mother explains the family history, noting that both she and the girl's grandmother shared this same condition when they were her age. Continuing the explanation, the woman reveals the true nature of their lineage. The child is a love-eater. She clarifies that while it didn't happen to her personally, she felt it was vital to warn her daughter of the hunger to come. Overwhelmed by this revelation, she weeps while clutching a photo of her friend. The weight of her nature settles in. She consumes love emotions, and the thought of eventually wanting to devour the feelings of those she cares about is unbearable. Meanwhile, the boy continues his lonely walk away from the house, his final farewell to his friend echoing down the quiet residential street. Years pass, and the young girl has grown into a teenager. Dressed in her school uniform, she prepares to head out, dismissively telling her mother she's leaving while ensuring she hasn't forgotten anything. Now a high school student, she stands before the school gates, the mundane reality of her new life feeling like a burden as she sighs at the perceived hassle of it all. Walking through the crowded hallways, she finds a strange sense of relief in her new environment. High schoolers, she reasons, are less likely to harbor the intense, first love emotions that trigger her hunger, making it easier to control her appetite. To maintain this fragile peace, she resolves to avoid deep connections. If she keeps her distance, no one will fall for her, and she won't be tempted to prey upon their affection. As she passes by her peers, She concludes that her lack of social interaction makes this self-imposed isolation easy to maintain, rendering her concerns almost moot. She watches him from the shadows of the school hallway, her gaze fixed on the boy she once knew. To her predatory senses, he is a first love holder, radiating an irresistible aura that she describes as delicious. The hunger gnaws at her, a physical ache she must suppress, as she wonders what kind of person he has become and why he seems so different from the others. While she watches him navigate the crowded corridor, his presence is unmistakable, even as other students whisper about her own distinctive, wavy hair. He seems oblivious to the attention, focused on the girl walking beside him, while she remains a ghost in the periphery of his new life, struggling to reconcile the past with this new reality. The realization that he hasn't yet fallen in love, and remains notoriously awkward around girls, brings a strange sort of relief. She muses on this vulnerability, her thoughts anchored to the boy who remains unchanged in his social clumsiness despite the years that have passed. Her eye narrows, a single focused point of observation as she reflects on the sheer improbability of their reunion. Against all odds, in this sprawling school, she has found him again. Despite the proximity, she resolves to keep her distance, convinced that calling out to him would only lead to disaster. The fear of her own hunger and the painful possibility that he has forgotten her entirely keeps her rooted in place, watching the rooftop from afar. From her vantage point, she observes him interacting with a strikingly beautiful student, their conversation animated and close. Rather than intervene, she decides to remain a silent observer for a while longer, questioning if this girl is an acquaintance and what their relationship might be. Suddenly, the mundane school atmosphere is punctured by the appearance of a crisp, white envelope held firmly in a student's hand. Her eyes widen in genuine shock, the pupils dilating as she processes the sight before her. Peering around the corner of the locker room, she watches in disbelief as a girl slips the unmistakable love letter into a specific cubby. The audacity of the act leaves her reeling. A confession on the very first day of the entrance ceremony is unheard of. Her confusion deepens into a sharp, stinging realization as she sees the letter being placed into her own shoe locker, sparking a flurry of questions about who this girl is and why she is targeting her. She watches in disbelief as the girl slips a love letter into the locker, realizing with a jolt that 3 other girls are doing the exact same thing. Turning her attention to the classroom seating chart, she finds her own name, Ushi Q, sandwiched between Ananuma and Ebina, confirming her worst suspicions about the girl's proximity. The realization hits her like a physical weight, her face flushing deep crimson as she grapples with the sudden, overwhelming cultural shock of her own unexpected popularity. Looking at the group of girls, a chilling question begins to take root in her mind. Could they all be love-eaters, just like her? If that suspicion holds true, their haste makes perfect sense. They are likely attempting to claim his first love emotions immediately after the entrance ceremony to keep any rivals at bay. Her expression softens into one of quiet dread at the thought that if his heart is harvested now, those precious feelings will be lost to him for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Nagumo stands in the hallway, staring down at a formal-looking letter of business requesting his presence behind the gym, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion over the strange invitation. Seeing him there, she offers a casual wave and a greeting, though internally her resolve hardens with a new, desperate plan to make him fall for her instead. She decides that the only way to protect him is for them to become lovers, ensuring his emotions remain safe from the hunger of the other girls. Yet, even as the plan forms, a heavy sense of uncertainty lingers over the path she has chosen. She contemplates the complex web of feelings surrounding Nagumo, wondering if any of the other girls truly harbor genuine affection for him. She realizes that his continued interaction with all of them stems from his suspicion that love-eaters are hidden in their midst, yet he still hopes for a real confession from someone who truly likes him. Watching her closely as they stand before a bustling festival stall, he turns with a sudden question, asking if their paths had crossed long ago during their childhood. In response to his wide-eyed expectation, the young woman pauses, her expression unreadable as she offers a non-committal probably, while he watches her with intense curiosity. While she reflects on his conviction, the sizzle of food on the grill fills the air, underscoring his belief that someone among the group confessed with true honesty, a hope that keeps him tethered to them all. Continuing her silent observation of the festival goers, she understands that confirming a shared past would only strengthen his theory, making the idea of a real connection feel more tangible to him. Still lost in these thoughts, she turns slightly away from him, considering the possibility that there is indeed someone who truly cares for her, a thought that weighs heavily on her next move. Maintaining her composure, she finally delivers a firm denial, stating clearly that they have never met before, despite the lingering doubt in her own mind. Because of her bluntness, he reacts with a start, caught off guard by the finality of her answer, while she silently calculates the consequences of her lie. As he stares in surprise, her gaze drifts to a glistening candy apple as she realizes that if his heart belonged to a normal person, her hunger for his emotions would vanish, finally allowing her to simply remain by his side as she once did. With this realization, a faint, bittersweet smile touches her lips, marking a quiet resolution to protect him from herself. She watches them from a distance, a quiet resolution forming in her mind. To her, being just a friend is enough, a small price to pay to ensure she can always remain by his side. She reflects on the past, remembering a time when he would lead the way with a soccer ball in hand, beckoning her to follow. This time, she believes she has found the way to truly stay by his side without causing him harm. Standing before him under the festival lights, she feels the weight of the distance between them. The lie is cast, and she accepts her role, He will remain her friend, and nothing more, for as long as they both shall live. Under the festive lights, Mito clarifies a misunderstanding, stating plainly that they never met during their childhood. Nagumo looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion as he processes this revelation. He tries to rationalize it, suggesting they might have crossed paths for just a moment on the street or perhaps during a single day at school. She remains firm, however, dismissing even the slightest possibility of a chance encounter in their younger years. This denial leaves him even more puzzled, leading him to wonder if her sudden interest was part of a planned high school debut. He finally voices the question that has been weighing on him. Why did she choose the very day of the entrance ceremony to confess her feelings? The weight of the situation seems to hit him all at once, leaving him momentarily speechless as he struggles to make sense of her motives. He had initially assumed that her claim of a past meeting was merely a pretense for her confession. Even if she wasn't his real one or a love-eater, the timing of her actions remained an enigma. In his mind, he had been certain she would claim it was love at first sight during the ceremony, a simple explanation to justify her forwardness. As they stand together, the sound of the festival humming in the background, she looks down at her sandals and begins to offer an explanation. He watches her closely, sensing that the truth is finally about to surface. Her hands reach out, gently adjusting the fox mask she carries, a nervous gesture that betrays her calm exterior. She begins to speak, her voice barely a whisper, but he cuts her off softly, indicating that he already understands what she's trying to say. He watches as she playfully dons a mask, declaring herself a champion of his romantic endeavors under the guise of a mysterious ally. The boy finds the joke falling flat, his expression one of mild bewilderment, as she quickly pivots the conversation toward a desire for festival snacks. He begins to ponder the true nature of her confession, wondering if it was born from a lack of self-confidence rather than the predatory instincts of a love-eater, especially given her previous mentions of wanting to step away from such things. Meanwhile, she moves through the festive lights, her thoughts drifting to the possibility that she herself might be the one hunting those who feast on affection. A quiet realization settles over the pair. They are both beginning to see that the other is not quite the person they had initially imagined. She continues her walk, her gaze fixed forward as the vibrant energy of the festival swirls around her. Her eyes narrow slightly, reflecting a deep, internal focus amidst the external noise. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the crowd begins to swell, and he looks back, sensing the growing distance between them in the press of bodies. A massive wave of people surges forward, driven by the anticipation of the upcoming fireworks, threatening to sweep them apart in the chaos. In the crush, she cries out in pain, and he freezes for a heartbeat, paralyzed by his own hesitation to make physical contact before realizing the urgency of the moment. He reaches out instinctively, his face flushed with concern as the crowd presses in around them, threatening to pull them apart. Because of the chaos, he suggests they hold hands to avoid being separated again, though he quickly grows self-conscious, stammering about his sweaty palms and offering his sleeve as a less intimate alternative. In response, she looks up at him with a soft, lingering gaze, her cheeks tinged with a deep pink as she assures him that his hand is perfectly fine. Their fingers slowly intertwine, a quiet connection formed amidst the noise of the festival. As they walk side by side through the evening air, she breaks the silence by asking if he has made a decision regarding which of the 4 girls he intends to pursue. The sudden question catches him completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock as he struggles to find his voice. He begins to ramble, explaining that while he had previously singled out Kane-sen during their trip, his feelings are complicated and he hasn't reached a definitive conclusion yet. Noticing his hesitation, she remarks that Kane-san is indeed a wonderful choice, even joking that she would marry the mature and kind girl herself if she were in his position. She then offers a reassuring smile, suggesting that as long as he maintains his friendships with the others, everything will work out for the best. Despite her encouragement, she admits she doesn't truly believe he will choose Kane-san, but asks that he inform her if he ever does decide to start a relationship, while he silently reflects on the comfort of their current bond. He listens as she admits a difficult truth. She doesn't believe she could ever truly be friends with the other girls in their circle. Her gaze remains fixed ahead as she elaborates, explaining that if their current bond were to break, it would simply end entirely, with no hope of a casual friendship to fall back on. This revelation leaves him stunned, causing him to stumble into a passerby. After a quick apology, he reflects on her words, realizing that for those who seek a real connection, anything less is seen as a hollow substitute. The dense festival crowd surges around him, a sea of strangers that suddenly feels much more imposing. He calls out her name, his voice nearly drowned out by the festive clamor, as the realization hits that they have been pulled apart. Panic begins to set in as he scans the faces around him, knowing he must find her in this chaotic throng. High above, the first of the fireworks erupt in a brilliant, deafening display of light. The vibrant bursts illuminate the distant skyline, casting long shadows over the festival grounds where she now sits alone. She looks down at her empty hand, the one that had been linked with his just moments before. While she acknowledges the strangeness of friends holding hands, the sudden absence of his warmth leaves her feeling unexpectedly hollow as she watches the sky. Adjusting her mask, she concludes that it is only natural. After a confession fails, the idea of simply remaining friends is a convenience that rarely holds any weight. She watches the fireworks, her mind racing with the weight of her secret. If she were to confess that she is the Nagumo from his past, she fears the truth would only drive him away. To him, she would be nothing more than a love-eater, a revelation she believes would end their connection forever. As the last of the fireworks fade into the night sky, she realizes with a heavy heart that there is no path forward that allows her to stay by his side. The spectacle is over, and with it, her hope for a simple resolution has vanished. Despite her attempt to flee the situation, she finds herself drawn to the quiet solitude of Uday Park. A small, irrational part of her still harbored the hope that he might somehow find her here, even after she had pushed him away. Memories of their time together flicker through her mind, a painful reminder of the cycle she keeps repeating. She is reaching for a friendship she knows is impossible, setting herself up for the same heartache she has endured before. The mask she wears cannot hide the silent tears that now track down her cheeks. The weight of her loneliness and the impossibility of her desires finally break through her composure. Huddled on the ground, she makes a silent vow to herself. She will stop wishing for things she cannot have, deciding that it is better to expect nothing than to continue being hurt by her own expectations. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on the gravel breaks the silence, and a pair of familiar sneakers comes to a halt right in front of her. She looks up, her masked face tilted in disbelief as she realizes he has actually found her. Stunned, she questions how he could have possibly known where to look for her. The impossibility of his presence leaves her breathless and confused. Lifting the mask just enough to reveal her tear-streaked face, she demands to know why he always appears when she is at her most vulnerable. She sits huddled amidst the dense foliage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clutches her fox mask tightly against her chest, seeking solace in the shadows. The girl looks up in startled silence as he finally discovers her hiding spot, his voice soft with relief as he announces he has found her. She immediately shakes her head, her voice trembling as she denies her own name, insisting that she is not the person he is looking for. The young woman remains seated on the dirt path, dwarfed by the towering trees, while he stands before her, a silent witness to her distress. Above them, the night sky erupts in a brilliant explosion of light as a firework blooms, and she finally speaks his name, her voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of the festival's distant celebration. Under the vibrant bursts of festival fireworks, he finally finds her. He calls out the name from his past, Nagumo, before quickly correcting himself to Maito. She sits alone on a bench, framed by the explosive light in the night sky. He steps closer, his expression earnest as he challenges the idea of their meeting being mere chance. To him, her presence in this specific place is the ultimate proof that their paths were meant to cross again. He watches as she looks up in surprise, her eyes wide as he explains the lull in the fireworks. He likens the brief silence to the halftime of a match, a momentary pause before the spectacle resumes, and she realizes with a start that the display is far from over. A flush creeps onto her cheeks as she looks away, clearly affected by his words. He offers a quick apology for his bluntness, but she dismisses it, insisting that his apology isn't what matters right now. They stand in the quiet space between the trees, the distance between them filled with the weight of years. He agrees that it has indeed been a long time since they were last like this. She clutches her plush toy tightly, her heart racing at the realization that he hadn't forgotten the name Nagumo. The fact that he held on to that memory of her, even after all this time, sends a wave of warmth through her, making her realize how much his recognition truly means. However, a shadow of doubt flickers in her mind as she considers the truth of her identity. She fears that if he discovers she isn't the real girl from his childhood, or if she reveals her nature as a love-eater, he will turn away and never speak to her again, leaving her more alone than before. She watches him as he begins to voice his own conclusion, sensing the tension in her silence. She braces herself, her breath hitching as he starts to define exactly what he thinks she is, his words hanging heavy in the air between them. He looks her directly in the eyes, the surrounding trees blurred into a soft glow. With unwavering certainty, he speaks the words she feared most. He knows she is a love-eater. Kyuichi is caught completely off guard by a sudden encounter. He stammers, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the person standing before him in the middle of the festival crowd. He finds Hino-sen casually enjoying a chocolate-covered banana. She questions why he is there, and he explains that Gabu invited him. The conversation quickly shifts as he recalls a previous inquiry he made about whether Mogu was actually a girl. She elaborates on Gabu's suspicions, explaining that his specific questions prompted Gabu to investigate Mogu's background. Gabu didn't think he was the type to ask such things without a reason, so she reached out to girls who attended the same middle school. The investigation revealed a surprising detail. Mogu had attended the same elementary school as Gabu and had frequently dressed as a boy during those years. Despite the different school districts, the connection was undeniable. This revelation hits him hard, confirming that the Nagumo from his past and the current Maitobe-san are indeed the same person. He struggles to reconcile this with Mogu's denial of being a love-eater, wondering if her past identity was just another layer of the lie. She interrupts his spiraling thoughts, mentioning a photograph from that era. Crucially, she points out that the child in the photo did not possess a forked tongue, which contradicts the physical traits associated with love-eaters. To prove her point, she pulls out her phone and shows him a picture of a young Gabu from her grade school days, emphasizing how cute she was even then. In the image, the young girl playfully sticks out her tongue, which is perfectly normal and lacks any monstrous features. This visual evidence leaves him even more confused about Mogu's true nature. He expresses his gratitude for the clarity, though he remains deep in thought. He learns that Gabu shared this information out of concern, fearing he might develop feelings for Mogu if he believed she was a weak person who needed saving. As she watches him process everything, a knowing smile plays on her lips. She realizes that Gabu's actions, while framed as concern for a friend, were actually driven by her own hidden affections for him. She moves through the festival crowd, her mind lingering on the debt Gabu feels she owes. As she departs, she leaves Kyuichi standing there, still processing the weight of her revelations about his friend's hidden feelings. Nearby, the girl in question distractedly bites into a chocolate-covered treat, her cheeks flushed with a warmth that has nothing to do with the summer heat. Having parted ways with the others, Kyuichi finds himself alone under the night sky until a familiar figure approaches. He takes a breath and finally voices the truth he has been harboring. He is well aware that love-eaters walk among them. This admission triggers a cascade of realizations as he recalls learning that love-eaters typically develop their signature forked tongues between the ages of 10 and 14, coinciding with the awakening of their unique appetites. It finally explains why the Nagumo he knew as a child appeared normal in photographs, and why she had vanished only to reappear with a secret identity. Her composure wavers as she admits that while she once thought they shared a resemblance, he has grown into someone she finds undeniably endearing. She quickly tries to backtrack, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she struggles to articulate her confusing emotions. The young man is momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he realizes she approached him despite knowing his true nature as a love-eater. He stammers, trying to make sense of her motivations while she remains steadfast in her presence. Leaning closer, her gaze becomes intense and focused as she delivers a stern piece of advice. She insists that he should only concern himself with finding his true partner and should disregard anyone who claims to have feelings for him, herself included. She continues her cold explanation, claiming that her earlier confession was merely a calculated move to feast on his emotions. She argues that their childhood friendship would only hinder her goals, painting her actions in the most selfish light possible. He stares at her, struck by the sheer audacity of her claim. As she looks down, unable to meet his eyes, he can't help but think about what a truly horrible person she is trying so hard to be. He stands before her, his expression heavy with contemplation as he recalls the Nagumo from his childhood. He reasons that the person he knew wouldn't have acted out of malice, suggesting instead that her confession might have been a protective measure, a way to shield him from other love-eaters by claiming him as a friend. Looking away toward the dark silhouette of the trees against the night sky, he clarifies his intentions. He explains that his presence there isn't about seeking answers regarding her nature as a love-eater or the hidden motives behind her past confession. This admission triggers a vivid memory of their youth, a moment frozen in time where two children shared a solemn pinky promise. He questions the why of it all, the weight of that old vow hanging between them in the present. Above them, the sky erupts in a brilliant display of fireworks, a vibrant backdrop to the quiet realization of a kept promise. They stand together in the cool night air, finally fulfilling the childhood oath to witness this spectacle side by side once more. The young woman looks down, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson as she listens to him revisit his earlier rejection of their friendship. She remains silent, her hands clasped tightly in front of her floral yukata, as he struggles to find the right words to bridge the gap between them. He firmly shakes his head, offering a different perspective on their bond. He suggests that if her confession was rooted in friendship, then he is perfectly content to remain friends, believing that a true love-eater wouldn't desire such a simple, platonic connection. In response, her hands tremble slightly against the fabric of her garment as a soft, weary admission escapes her lips. She confesses that she is tired of the limitations that come with being just friends. Her mind drifts back to their reunion, noting the physical changes that 5 years of absence had wrought upon him. She had observed how he had grown taller, his voice had deepened, and his hands had become those of a man. Yet he remained the same friend she had once known. She watches him now, seeing the same unwavering kindness in his eyes that has persisted since they were children. It is a truth she has long suspected, a realization that has been quietly taking root in her heart. Recalling their first date, she remembers the moment he suggested they simply be friends, a proposal that had felt hollow even then. Unlike the past, those words no longer brought her the simple joy she expected, revealing a deeper longing she can no longer ignore. She reflects on the burden of her existence as a love-eater, admitting that the fear of pain and suffering had driven her to run away from genuine connection. When he questions if her dissatisfaction stems from being just friends, she stops in her tracks. Turning back toward him, she utters his childhood nickname, Hyuchan, with a newfound weight in her voice. Under the light of the fireworks, she finally finds the courage to speak her truth. With a gentle blush coloring her cheeks and a gaze full of vulnerability, she declares her love for him, the words hanging in the air more vibrantly than the pyrotechnics above. The young man is frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief as the confession sinks in. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead, and his mind seems to stall, leaving him able to manage only a faint, confused gasp of surprise. Overwhelmed by her own boldness, she quickly hides her burning face behind a whimsical cat mask, though her embarrassment remains plain to see. He stands before her, equally flustered, his face flushed a deep crimson as he struggles to find any coherent words in response to her sudden admission. As the grand finale of the fireworks display erupts over the horizon, a final realization takes hold. There is no more running from these feelings. Amidst the thunderous booms of the celebration, his voice rings out in a shocked, lingering cry that echoes through the summer night. The local festival in XX City, the Wakasai, has officially come to an end. As the clock strikes a late hour, the crowds begin to disperse from Uday Park, with announcements wishing everyone a safe journey home. Amidst the thinning crowd, the two companions sit together on a park bench, the weight of their conversation hanging heavy in the cool night air. He listens intently as she begins to process the revelations of the evening. She reflects on his search for someone real among them, a quest that might be impossible, She recalls how he confessed his feelings to her, suggesting it was born out of concern for her own emotional state rather than a simple attraction. He confirms his previous statement, admitting that he did indeed say he liked her. They sit in the quiet glow of the park lights, the city's skyline shimmering in the distance behind them. A long, heavy silence follows his admission. Neither speaks, their gazes fixed on the ground as they navigate the complex emotions stirred by their honesty. Breaking the quiet, she tentatively asks for clarification on the nature of his feelings. She wonders if his like is meant in a purely platonic, friendly way, or if it carries a deeper, romantic weight, acknowledging that it might be insensitive to press for such a distinction now. He responds with a sincere apology, expressing regret for not properly listening to or accepting her confession back on the day of the entrance ceremony. He explains that the sheer number of girls confessing to him that day had overwhelmed him, leading to a harsh and dismissive reaction that he now deeply regrets. Her face flushes with a deep crimson as she looks at him, her eyes wide and earnest. She reaffirms her feelings with unwavering clarity, stating that she truly does like him and pleading for him to believe in the sincerity of her heart. After a moment of contemplation, he chooses to trust her words, promising to believe in the truth of her affection. A sense of relief washes over her as she softly thanks him, the tension between them finally beginning to thaw. Mogu explains that love-eaters are capable of falling in love, a possibility Kyuichi admits he hadn't even considered in his previous understanding of her kind. He apologizes for his narrow perspective, realizing he had overlooked the depth of their emotional capacity. She emphasizes this point, her gaze fixed and intense as she repeats that her kind can indeed experience such profound human emotions, challenging the notion that they are merely driven by hunger. She clarifies, however, that for a love-eater, the experience of falling in love is far more complex and fraught with difficulty than it might appear to an outsider. Her explanation is met with a thoughtful nod from the young man, who acknowledges her reasoning for the confession, to shield him from the hunger of other love-eaters. But he senses there is still a deeper truth she is holding back. He listens as she reveals her tactical approach to their relationship, admitting that since she couldn't compete directly with the other girls, she chose a more subtle strategy of retreating when a direct advance failed, much to his astonishment. She is caught off guard when he shifts the conversation toward his formal response to her confession, his expression turning serious as he prepares to address her feelings directly. His words cause her to react with explosive embarrassment, her face flushing a deep crimson as she shouts for him to be quiet, unable to handle the sudden shift in tension. She explains, once the initial outburst of shame subsides, that her confession wasn't intended as a request for an answer or a commitment, but simply as a way to make her feelings known to him without expectation. She acknowledges his ongoing search for a real connection among their group and expresses her sincere hope that he finds that genuine bond, even if it isn't with her. She concludes by clarifying that she cannot be that real one for him, as her feelings only developed after their first date, which contrasts with the immediate, fated connection he has been seeking since the day of the entrance ceremony. She looks at him with a soft, determined expression, her cheeks flushed with a deep warmth. She promises to keep loving him until he finishes his search for his real one and can finally provide an answer to her confession. After a moment of quiet reflection under the vast night sky, he offers a sincere thanks for her patience. She accepts it with a small, thoughtful hum, but a new realization suddenly strikes her, leaving her momentarily stunned as she considers the implications of their changing bond. With a bluntness that catches him off guard, she declares that she now has absolutely zero friends. Since her feelings for him have evolved into love, he can no longer occupy the simple role of a friend in her life. He stammers in response, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of her declaration. She quickly clarifies that while she can't view him as just a friend anymore, she doesn't object to him continuing to see her that way for the time being. The young man tries to counter her claim of loneliness, reminding her of the bonds she formed with the other girls during their recent school trip. He points out that she wasn't alone then, and shouldn't be now. This suggestion sends her into a spiral of social anxiety, her hands flying to her face in distress. She begins to question the very definition of friendship, realizing with a start that she hasn't actually spent any time with those people since the trip ended, making her wonder if they were ever truly friends at all. Their intense conversation is suddenly interrupted by a sharp, electronic trill cutting through the night air. He starts to apologize for the noise, realizing his own phone is the source of the disturbance. She points toward his waist, noting that the sound is vibrating from within his festival attire. He reaches into his obi, surprised to find the device tucked away in a pocket he hadn't noticed before. On the other end of the line, Hino's cheerful voice rings out, full of energy. She explains that she is out shopping and just happened to find a gacha machine, prompting her to call and share her excitement. She proudly displays her prize, a small, peculiar charm of a man with glasses. She considers it a rare and special treasure, a secret find that she is eager to show off. She continues her enthusiastic chatter over the phone, her eyes sparkling as she reveals the prize she won, the older twin brother of the biased man charm, and offers to give it to him since she rolled for it with him in mind. She bids him a cheerful farewell, promising they will all share a meal together soon so she can deliver the gift, just as Mogu inquires if the caller was Tsukamori, noting how frequently the other girl has been reaching out. The girl watches as his phone vibrates again, signaling 2 new incoming messages from Kinase and Kisaragi, further proof of the growing circle of people reaching out to him. He opens the first message to find a photo of the girl at her workplace, showing her in her element at the cafe where she works part-time, inviting him to try a new dish. She is followed by a message from Kisaragi, who is currently traveling through Italy with her family, and shares a picture of herself in a straw hat and white dress, asking what souvenir he might like. Her travel updates are interrupted by another incoming call, this time a joint effort from Hino and Gaburi, who explain they are at the Wakasai festival with classmates and eagerly invite Mogu to join them for a while. They invite Mogu to join them, prompting her to look toward Kyuichi for approval before deciding to head off, while he expresses surprise at how she even knew he was at the festival. As she prepares to leave, she credits him for all the connections she has made, insisting that these friendships only exist because of his influence. But he quickly counters this, insisting that she truly does have friends of her own. She listens intently as he delivers a profound truth. Everything she possesses now is not a gift from him, but a result of her own courage to reach out and grab it. She listens as he concludes by stating he will leave the matter there, prompting a silent realization within her as she finally begins to see the truth of his words. Kyuichi reflects on the distinction between the past and the present, realizing that the boy from the old photograph and the girl standing before him are fundamentally different people. Because of this realization, he notices a subtle shift. The smile he remembers from Nagumo is not quite the same as the one Maito wears now, possessing a small, beautiful difference that he finally understands. She beams at him, her expression radiant and full of a warmth that seems to confirm his internal revelation. The young man watches her, captivated by the sight, as the weight of his thoughts settles into a quiet appreciation for the person she has become. She brings up the matter of her name, questioning if she should still be called Nagumo since it isn't her true name, or if Maito is more appropriate. He stammers in response, insisting that he doesn't mind either way, though he acknowledges the truth of her point. She then hides her reddening cheeks behind a whimsical mask, peering over the edge to ask if he would prefer to call her Mogu instead. The suggestion leaves him momentarily speechless, the air between them thick with a new kind of tension until he finally manages to whisper the nickname, testing the weight of it on his tongue. He quickly tries to backtrack, wondering if Maito might be more respectful after all, but she softly insists that he stick with the more intimate name. She mentions that there is one specific thing she has been wanting to do with him tonight, turning back toward him with a look of sudden resolve. She closes her eyes and offers a gentle, knowing smile, the anticipation of her next words hanging in the quiet night air. She makes her request known, telling him to carry something for her as they stand near the entrance of Uday Park. He responds with a silent, puzzled look, wondering what she has in mind and why she is suddenly being so assertive. He eventually returns to the quiet of his room, where a desk sits organized with a computer and a few scattered mementos. Resting on the desk, two photographs tell a story of time passing. The top one shows them as children at a festival, full of youthful energy, while the bottom one mirrors the scene years later. In the recent capture, he holds a mask and flashes a peace sign, while she playfully sticks out her tongue, a testament to the enduring connection they have rediscovered. He stands under the bright summer sky, reflecting on the promise he made to date each of the girls individually. Today marks the arrival of that very occasion, a pivotal moment in his summer vacation that he has been anticipating with a mix of nerves and excitement. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by two familiar voices calling out his name with excitement. He turns, startled, to find himself the center of attention as they approach him with bright energy. Standing before him are Tsukamori and Kisaragi, both radiating joy. They announce with bright smiles that today's date will be a shared experience, with both of them accompanying him at once for a day of fun. This arrangement came about because, when he coordinated with them, they were the only two who had a full day of freedom from morning until night. They had agreed that being together on the same day was perfectly fine, leading to this unique situation where he finds himself flanked by both girls. As he looks at them, a realization settles in. Among the five girls, Tsukamori and Kisaragi remain the only ones whose true identities and secrets he has yet to uncover, making this encounter feel even more significant. He steels his resolve, viewing this joint date as a golden opportunity. He determines to focus more intensely than ever before to finally unmask the truth behind their enigmatic natures before the day is through. Before he can process his plan further, the girls take initiative, each claiming one of his arms. Kisaragi's bold move prompts a playful accusation of cheating from Tsukamori, who insists on locking arms as well as they begin to move forward. The weight of their touch and the envious glares of onlookers send a wave of embarrassment through him. He tries to steady his racing heart, reminding himself that he has been navigating these complex relationships for 3 months now and shouldn't be so easily rattled by the public attention. Their destination is a vibrant amusement park, filled with the sounds of laughter and the towering silhouette of a Ferris wheel. They dive into the festivities, spinning in teacups and navigating the crowded walkways as their long-awaited joint date begins in earnest. He finds himself struggling to maintain focus as the group navigates the bustling amusement park. While the girls enthusiastically suggest another round on the roller coaster, his mind is elsewhere, weighed down by the complexity of the situation and the need to stay alert. The difficulty of the task weighs on him. Balancing a date with 2 girls simultaneously in such a high-energy environment is proving to be an immense mental strain. He feels the weight of the crowd's gaze, adding a layer of self-consciousness to his already frayed nerves as he tries to process his surroundings. Ahead of him, the 2 girls seem entirely unaffected by the heat or the crowds, their energy levels remaining remarkably high. He notes with a touch of exhaustion that they are already heading toward their 4th trip on the roller coaster, leaving him trailing in their wake as he struggles to keep up with their pace. Even the park's mascots seem to mock his predicament, their frozen, smiling faces feeling like a silent reprimand to stay focused. He shakes off the distraction, sternly reminding himself that he cannot afford to whine or get carried away if he hopes to uncover the truth behind their presence. As the day progresses, the realization sinks in that this outing is draining him in ways he hadn't anticipated, both physically and mentally. He follows behind them, his expression a mix of determination and growing fatigue, wondering how much longer he can maintain this facade. After a brief moment of respite to splash water on his face, he emerges from the restroom to find the pair waiting nearby. The towering silhouette of the Ferris wheel looms in the background, a constant reminder of the artificial, high-stakes world they are currently inhabiting. Upon returning, he finds only one of his companions waiting, perched gracefully on a stone ledge. She explains that the other has gone to take a rest after their frantic activity, suggesting with a soft smile that the two of them should enjoy some time alone together while the other recovers. Their path leads them to a basketball shooting gallery, where the sight of the hoops brings a sudden spark of excitement to her eyes. He watches, surprised by her sudden change in demeanor as she challenges him to see what they should ride next after a quick game, her competitive spirit suddenly flaring up. With a fluid, practiced motion, she launches the ball toward the hoop. It sails through the air with perfect arc and precision, snapping through the net with a satisfying sound that draws a small gasp of admiration from him. Her skill earns her a limited edition prize, a small charm that she holds up with a triumphant grin. When he expresses his genuine surprise at her talent, she simply laughs it off, revealing that she makes a point to practice her aim every single day, hinting at a side of her he hadn't yet seen. She catches the ball, offering a soft word of thanks while acknowledging that despite her practice, she still cannot best him in a match. He returns the sentiment, praising the accuracy of her shots as they catch their breath on the court. Reflecting on their time together, she recalls their first meeting, noting how his open-hearted enjoyment of new experiences stood in stark contrast to her own guarded nature. This realization led her to stop avoiding the unknown. She admits that trying basketball was genuinely enjoyable, and adds with a soft gaze that he looked remarkably cool while playing. A sudden warmth colors her cheeks as she makes a quiet request, asking him to call her cute just as often as he calls her cool. He stands frozen, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her demeanor and the vulnerability in her eyes. She leans in slightly, reminding him that she is a girl after all, and expresses a playful concern that he might occasionally lose sight of that fact. Seizing the moment, she playfully demands he say the words immediately, leaving him stammering and red-faced under her expectant gaze. Elsewhere, Hino-san sits composed with a drink, checking on Kisaragi-san's well-being as the group reconvenes in a quieter corner of the festival. Nearby, the energetic girl suddenly bolts toward a haunted house, leaving him puzzled by the rapid change in pace and the sudden absence of his previous companion. The evening transitions to a gentler rhythm as he joins Hino-san on the carousel, the world spinning slowly around them as the wooden horses rise and fall. She observes that he carries himself like a prince on his wooden steed, admitting that the whimsical ride makes her feel like a princess, despite the slight bashfulness of the moment. She confirms his question with a simple, firm yes, leaving him momentarily stunned as he tries to process if she truly finds him cool. Looking him directly in the eye, she confesses that of all the men she has ever met, he is the coolest of them all, her gaze softening with a sincerity that is impossible to ignore. The weight of her words feels almost too much for him to bear, especially since he has spent his life without much contact with women. Sensing his hesitation, she asks if he has managed to see her as cute, yet, reminding him of what she said on their first date. He quickly agrees, his face flushing as he admits that he does indeed think so, which brings a gentle, satisfied smile to her face. Their private moment is suddenly interrupted by a cheerful shout as Momori-san waves to them, declaring that a visit to the amusement park can only end one way. As the sun begins to set, the massive Ferris wheel turns slowly against the darkening sky, marking the final destination of their day. Inside the quiet cabin, the three of them look out over the sprawling city, with Momori-san excitedly suggesting they try to spot their houses from the rising height. He remains quiet, lost in thought as he realizes that, in the end, he hasn't been able to learn anything definitive about the situation or the girl's true intentions. Watching them interact, he considers the possibility that one of the two might be a hunter targeting love eaters, and if so, she might suspect the other and prepare to make a move. He resolves that the night isn't over yet, and he must stay alert. When they turn to address him, he decides his best course of action is to close his eyes and pretend to be asleep, hoping to observe their behavior without being noticed, even if the chances of it working are slim. He keeps his eyes shut, listening intently as the two girls whisper. They congratulate themselves on the success of their strategy, relieved that their true identities remain hidden from him. The young man remains seated, feigning sleep while the Kyukuin relaxing squad, as they've dubbed themselves, continues their private exchange in the quiet of the Ferris wheel cabin. They discuss how they coordinated to lighten his burden, taking turns to leave so he wouldn't feel overwhelmed by having both of them present at once. Kisaragi is praised for her part in the perfect strategy. Turning their attention back to the logistics of the day, they express regret for the overlapping dates and apologize to one another. Hino admits she also wanted some solitary time with him, a sentiment Kisaragi echoes. Despite the complex planning, the two find common ground in the joy of the day. Kisaragi beams, telling Hino how much she enjoyed their time together, and Hino warmly returns the sentiment. As the carriage reaches the very peak of the ride, he awakens to the sight of the sprawling view. The girls, momentarily distracted from their secrets, excitedly suggest taking photos to commemorate the moment. Later, as they walk through the city streets under the evening lights, the group feels a sense of renewal. They resolve to give their best in their respective clubs and lessons starting the following day, the fun of the festival behind them. However, beneath the surface of this peaceful conclusion, his mind is racing with the implications of what he's learned. He recalls the warning that 4 love eaters were among the first years, and the chilling possibility that one person is specifically targeting them. He begins to map out the possibilities in his head, theorizing that if the last case holds true, then perhaps both Tsukamori and Kisaragi are the ones involved in this hidden conflict. The permutations continue to swirl in his thoughts. Is there one love eater and one hunter, or perhaps multiple love eaters being stalked? The mystery of who is the predator and who is the prey remains unsolved as the night draws to a close. He remains lost in thought, his footsteps heavy as he considers the remaining possibilities. He still hasn't identified the true nature of the situation, but he knows something is amiss. Ahead, Hino and Kisaragi call out to him, playfully threatening to leave him behind. He snaps out of his reverie with a quick apology, hurrying to catch up with them. High above the sprawling cityscape, the night sky is filled with stars, yet the focus remains on the ground below. Only 2 girls remain as potential candidates in this dangerous game of hidden identities. Meanwhile, a sleek, dark luxury car glides through the urban streets, its engine a low hum against the backdrop of the city's evening bustle. As the vehicle approaches the group walking along the sidewalk, a commanding voice from the backseat orders the driver to stop. The driver complies immediately, bringing the car to a smooth halt just a short distance away. From within the shadows of the car, a man watches them, his gaze fixed on the trio. He recognizes one of them as the individual mentioned by a mysterious contact, his expression unreadable as he confirms the target's presence. The focus shifts to the 2 young women, Hino and Kanase, standing together. One of them is definitively identified, a love eater. The mysterious observer stares intently at his device, his profile sharp against the darkness as he monitors the unfolding events. He sits alone in his study, a silhouette framed by the dim light of a desk lamp and the weight of the secrets he keeps. Elsewhere, the memories of school days linger, a group of girls standing together in a moment of fleeting normalcy before the complexities of their true natures took hold. As the morning sun filters into her room, Gabu prepares for the day ahead, her mind fixed on the singular date she has been granted during this summer break and the limited time she has left. She grumbles while finishing her morning routine, frustrated by the slow progress of her plan to make Kyuichi finally notice her and fall for her charms. Looking into the mirror, she acknowledges the ticking clock, knowing that her window of opportunity is rapidly closing as the truth begins to surface. Her thoughts spiral through the complex web of Kyuichi's interactions, weighing his growing awareness of the other's true natures. She considers how his continued dates with Kanase must mean he suspects her, and how Mogu's actions at the summer festival likely confirmed his suspicions about her identity as a love eater. She realizes with a heavy heart that the clock is ticking. Before the inevitable happens, she fears that once Kyuichi learns the full truth about all of them, the fragile bond he shares with the love eaters will reach a definitive and painful end. She leans over the counter, her hands pressed firmly against the surface as she steels her resolve for the day ahead. Stepping out into the bustling city, she navigates through the crowds under the bright summer sun, the towering buildings of the commercial district looming overhead. Her irritation is palpable as she waits, her arms crossed and a sharp scowl on her face, until her companion finally arrives, breathless and bowing deeply in apology for his 10-minute delay. He tries to explain himself, but she remains unimpressed, her gaze cold as she dismisses his excuses with a sharp retort, leaving him stammering in confusion. While they walk together, the whispers of passersby reach them, noting how exceptionally well-dressed and charming she looks today, though he seems too preoccupied with his own nerves and the weight of his massive backpack to fully notice. She attempts to shift her mindset into a more romantic mood, but his strange behavior and the sheer size of his luggage, looking more suited for a mountain trek than a city date, continue to grate on her nerves. Forcing a bright, cheerful smile, she declares her intention for them both to enjoy their long-awaited date to the fullest, masking her underlying frustration with a mask of enthusiasm. He meets her gaze with a weary, knowing expression, his face betraying his exhaustion and making it clear that her forced cheer isn't fooling him for a second. Despite the rocky start, they eventually find themselves at a quiet cafe, where the tension begins to thaw as they discuss their plans, and she suggests they start their afternoon with some cake. Savoring the sweet dessert, she feels her irritation melt away, her expression shifting to one of pure bliss as she playfully demands a taste of his cake as well. She narrows her eyes, a vein of irritation throbbing on her forehead, as she catches him muttering to himself. He jumps, nearly choking on a spoonful of cake, his face flushing with a mix of surprise and guilt as he stammers out a confused response. She watches him across the table, unable to help but wonder why he seems so distant, his mind clearly miles away from their date. She briefly entertains the painful thought that he might have found someone else, only to quickly dismiss it, reasoning that he wouldn't be here with her if that were the case. The realization hits her that she needs to be more proactive in showing her affection if she wants to truly capture his heart. She reflects on how her initial impression of him as a simple, loyal dog has shifted, revealing a much more complex and elusive nature, much like a cat. Determined to succeed, she initiates her first strategy, relentless praise. She forces a bright, cheerful laugh at his every word, telling him how funny he is, even as the effort of maintaining the facade begins to make her stomach ache. Moving to her second tactic, she attempts to make him feel uniquely special, though she finds herself genuinely puzzled by the way her own heart begins to race in his presence. She wonders if this physical reaction is part of the plan or something far more sincere. As they continue their walk, She employs her third strategy by increasing their physical proximity, teasingly telling him not to freeze up like a statue. He remains stiff, his attention still seemingly divided by the heavy burden he carries on his back. Later that evening, having changed into a more daring outfit to catch his eye, she sits across from him at a restaurant, yet he remains as oblivious as ever. The massive backpack sits beside him, a constant, silent third party to their dinner. She doubles down on her fourth strategy, maintaining a wide, fixed smile despite the mounting frustration that threatens to boil over. The strain of the performance is visible in the slight twitch of her brow, yet she refuses to let the mask slip. The night air carries a silent, desperate plea as the date draws to a close, the unspoken demand for him to finally reciprocate her feelings hanging heavy over the quiet street. Finally, as they walk the last few steps toward home, she lets out a long, weary sigh, the exhaustion of the day's failed efforts finally catching up to her. Despite all her calculated maneuvers, the day ends without the breakthrough she so desperately sought, leaving her feeling drained and defeated. She walks beside him in a heavy silence, her expression clouded with a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Huichi, trailing slightly behind, seems equally tense, his brow damp with the effort of the day. As they continue, her thoughts spiral into a dark certainty. He must actually hate her. The memory of their disastrous date weighs heavily on her, convincing her that any hope of winning his affection has vanished entirely. The distance between them on the sidewalk feels like a chasm as she fumes over his blatant lack of interest. She questions why she must endure such coldness from him, her irritation mounting with every step they take toward her home. Her gaze remains fixed ahead, her jaw set in a hard line. It gnaws at her that he remains completely immune to her charms, failing to find her cute or even remotely appealing despite all her calculated efforts. A single, sharp question echoes in her mind. Why? The sheer annoyance of the situation bubbles over, leaving her feeling bitter and defeated by his perceived rejection. When they finally reach the path to her house, he offers a brief, awkward farewell. She watches him go, her heart heavy with the frustrating realization that he seemingly despises her very presence. Her internal monologue is shattered when he suddenly calls out, catching her completely off guard. She spins around, her eyes wide with confusion as he fumbles for words, his previous distance replaced by a sudden, nervous energy. To her utter disbelief, he holds out a large, wrapped gift, his face flushed with embarrassment. He softly offers his congratulations, revealing that he knows it is her 16th birthday, a gesture that shatters her previous assumptions. Stunned into silence, she can only stare at him, her mind racing to understand how he could have known. He sheepishly explains that the date appeared on her social profile, leaving her to grapple with the sudden shift from perceived hatred to this unexpected kindness. She listens as he continues, admitting his extreme nerves stemmed from this being the first time he has ever given a gift to a girl. He expresses his sincere gratitude for all the help she provided during the summer festival, finally explaining the strange behavior she had mistaken for dislike. He stands there, bewildered, as she delivers a stern lecture on the nature of their relationship. She explains that as a love eater, she has no obligation to accept gifts or celebrate with those who seek to consume her emotions, questioning if he even understands the weight of his actions. Despite her harsh words, he tentatively offers the wrapped package, and she begrudgingly accepts it, noting that she never explicitly said she wouldn't. He quickly apologizes, fearing he has overstepped a boundary he didn't fully comprehend. Clutching the gift to her chest, she looks down, her usual sharp demeanor softening into a quiet, almost whispered expression of gratitude. The moment of peace is fleeting, as she immediately resumes her critique, pointing a finger at him and declaring it unacceptable that he ruined her day just to deliver a present. He can only stammer out more apologies in the face of her renewed intensity. As they walk together under the night sky, her voice carries through the quiet street, scolding him for his lateness and for failing to notice the effort she put into her appearance. He trails behind, his head bowed in a continuous stream of regretful admissions. Once he is out of sight, a small, knowing smile plays across her lips, the frustration of the evening giving way to a secret sense of satisfaction. Inside the wrapping, a simple teddy bear sits, adorned with a checkered bow and a gentle, stitched expression. She stares at the toy, her internal monologue a flurry of contradictions as she labels the gift childish, obsessive, and completely lacking in taste. She scoffs at his lack of sense, wondering why he would carry such a large item in his backpack all day. Yet, in the privacy of her own space, she pulls the bear into a tight embrace, her eyes closed in genuine happiness as she affectionately calls him an idiot. In a vivid memory of their middle school graduation, Huichi stands before Kanae, his voice trembling as he finally finds the courage to confess his feelings and asks her to be with him. She stands frozen, the microphone still gripped in her hand, as the weight of his plea hangs heavily in the air between them in the quiet hallway. Her eyes widen, shimmering with a complex mix of surprise and an unreadable emotion as she processes the sudden vulnerability of his heartfelt confession. Suddenly, she bolts upright in bed, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps as the intense memory of that day fades into the dim reality of her quiet bedroom. Reaching up to cover her eyes, she tries to steady her racing heart before eventually sinking back into the pillows, the silence of the morning pressing in on her as she reflects on the dream. Outside, a steady rain washes over the city's towering apartment complexes, marking the start of a summer vacation defined by a singular, difficult promise: Kyuichi will have exactly one date with each of the girls. Standing before one of those very doors, he adjusts his grip on his umbrella, his mind racing with the realization that today is the day he must face Kanase in her own home. As the door swings open, she greets him with a soft, welcoming smile, her casual attire and domestic setting doing little to ease the nervous tension radiating from him as he steps inside. She gently drapes a towel over his head, her hands lingering as she warns him about catching a cold. He stammers, insisting he can dry himself, but she remains focused on her task, noting how damp he's become from the rain. After the initial fuss, she finishes up, leaving him to offer a quiet, bashful thanks. The transition from the rain-soaked arrival to the warmth of her home feels sudden, leaving him momentarily dazed as he takes in his surroundings. She responds with a soft, knowing smile, her expression radiating a calm that contrasts with his internal turmoil. Turning her attention to the next detail of hospitality, she presents a choice of slippers, featuring whimsical penguin and rabbit designs. He stares at them, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and the realization of how intimate this situation has become. They settle on the playful footwear, their feet now clad in the soft plush as they discuss the impending typhoon. She apologizes for the sudden change in plans, explaining that wandering outside in such weather would have been unwise. As they move further into the apartment, he admits to his nerves, only for her to confess that she shares the feeling. She reveals that this is a first for her, never having invited a boy into her home before, a confession that hangs in the air between them. The sheer scale of the living space finally hits him as they step into the main area, the modern and spacious interior making him feel even more like an intruder in her private world. She directs him to take a seat, explaining that the apartment feels overly large because she only lives there with her father, who is frequently away for work. Her thoughts then shift to his well-being, confirming that he hasn't eaten lunch yet as she had requested in her message. Moments later, a hearty and meticulously prepared meal is set before him, the steam rising from the perfectly browned meat and fresh sides. He gazes at the spread in disbelief, questioning if she truly prepared it all herself. She confirms with a modest nod, explaining her love for cooking and the practical choice of a home-cooked meal over delivery during the storm. She beams with relief as he takes a bite and enthusiastically praises the meal. Her eyes soften, and she admits she is glad he enjoys it, her initial anxiety melting away into a warm, shared moment. Following the meal, the evening continues in a comfortable blur of shared tasks. They clean the dishes together and settle into the quiet rhythm of the apartment, though he remains deeply lost in thought about the girl beside him. As they sit near one another, the silence between them grows heavy with unspoken words, their eyes meeting for a fleeting, charged second before they both look away. She gazes downward, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as the intimacy of the situation finally seems to settle over her, her expression turning pensive and vulnerable. Sensing the shift in the air, he parts his lips to speak, the weight of his mounting curiosity finally pushing him toward a confrontation he has been avoiding. Before he can find the words, she stands up abruptly, suggesting they have some coffee to accompany the movie they just finished, her voice slightly strained as she tries to maintain a casual atmosphere. He watches her back as she moves toward the kitchen area, the steam from the kettle rising as she busies herself with the preparation, leaving him alone with his racing thoughts. Finally, he calls out her name, his voice trembling slightly with a mix of nerves and determination, causing her to pause and look back at him with a questioning tilt of her head. Standing there in the dim light of the apartment, he finally gathers his courage and asks the question that has been burning in his mind, whether she actually harbors romantic feelings for him. The air in the room suddenly feels still as they lock eyes, the weight of the question hanging between them, both of them frozen in a moment of profound realization and uncertainty. He stands in silence with her, the weight of his question hanging in the air of the dimly lit room. His apology comes quickly as her expression shifts into a look of pure, unadulterated disdain, a reaction so sharp it makes him recoil in embarrassment for his bluntness. She reflects on the past, comparing the version of herself from the entrance ceremony to the one standing before him now, noting a profound difference in the atmosphere between those two moments. This realization, she explains, stemmed from a specific event that forced her to acknowledge that even love-eaters are capable of falling in love, despite her previous belief that such a thing was merely a misunderstanding. Continuing her explanation, she clarifies that their kind does not always approach others with the sole, predatory intent of consuming their romantic feelings. She posits a startling theory. While she doesn't know the true motive behind the confession at the entrance ceremony, there is a chance that the one who spoke those words was indeed a love-eater. The young woman then poses a direct challenge, asking if he believes it's possible she confessed out of genuine affection rather than hunger, even though they both know her true nature. Turning her gaze toward the city lights, she admits that her own logic might be flawed, as the typical behavior of love-eaters doesn't usually involve pursuing their own kind. He can only stare in shock as she presses him further, demanding to know how he would react if her hypothetical scenario were the absolute truth. Her final question cuts through the silence, asking if he could ever truly accept and face the feelings of a creature whose very existence is defined by the consumption of the very emotions she claims to feel. She listens intently as he begins to explain his resolve. He admits that his initial goal was simply to identify which of the 5 girls was the real one who confessed to him, wanting to face their feelings head-on without running away, regardless of the truth behind them. He continues, his gaze dropping as he confesses that his perspective has shifted, After the time spent with her and the others, he has begun to consider the possibility of a love-eater truly harboring feelings for him. With a look of earnest determination, he asserts that he refuses to dismiss someone's feelings solely on the basis of them being a love-eater. This revelation leaves her visibly stunned, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she seeks clarification. She asks if he is truly suggesting that he could potentially fall in love with a love-eater. He becomes flustered, waving his hands as he clarifies that he isn't certain he would go that far just yet. However, he maintains that he must give a proper response to that initial confession, whether it came from a human or not, once he understands his own heart. She offers a soft, knowing smile in response to his clumsy but honest explanation. She remarks that such a sincere and thoughtful answer is perfectly characteristic of him. As the rain continues to lash against the window outside, she admits that this specific quality of his is something she genuinely admires. Her expression suddenly shifts, growing somber and heavy with a hidden truth. She flatly informs him that the possibility of the person who confessed to him being a love-eater is actually non-existent. The weight of her words leaves him reeling in confusion, prompting her to decide that the time has come for a full explanation. She tells him that he needs to understand the reality of their kind. Amidst the rhythmic patter of the downpour, she prepares to reveal the dark truth regarding the nature of the love-eating girls. Kanae stands at the threshold of her private sanctuary, calmly inviting Ushi inside. She identifies the room as her bedroom with a matter-of-fact tone, her expression unreadable as she welcomes him into her personal space. He hesitates at the doorway, his posture stiff and his face flushed with a clear sense of trepidation. Noticing his unease, she asks if his fear stems from the prospect of finally learning the truth about the love-eaters, but he remains momentarily speechless. Outside, a heavy rain blankets the city, blurring the lines of the distant skyscrapers against a gray sky. He finally finds his voice, admitting that his anxiety isn't about the secret she holds, but simply the overwhelming fact that this is his first time ever entering a girl's bedroom. They both agree to set that distraction aside and focus on the task at hand. Once they are settled at a low table, she opens a thick notebook filled with meticulous observations. She begins the discussion by asking what information he has already managed to gather from Kawazurai-sensei regarding the nature of their kind. As they pore over the pages, she acknowledges the common understanding that love-eaters are fundamentally different living beings from humans, despite their identical outward appearance. She notes that while they may look the same, the internal reality is far more complex. She leans forward, her gaze intensifying as she reveals a significant detail. Her own perspective on their existence differs quite sharply from the teachings of the sensei. The explanation continues as she describes the biological nuances of their species, explaining that the predatory urge to consume love doesn't manifest until early adolescence, marked by the physical forking of the tongue. She emphasizes that because their physical composition is identical to that of humans, interbreeding is possible, which often results in the love-eater traits skipping entire generations within a family line. Her hand moves steadily across the paper as she records her final thoughts, preparing to share the core of her personal theory. She believes that the distinctions everyone else focuses on might be missing a much larger truth. The conclusion written in her notebook is clear and provocative. She posits that love-eaters and humans are, in fact, the exact same being, challenging the very foundation of how their world views the two groups. She continues to write, her pen moving across the page as she defines the love-eater not as a separate species, but as a latent, mysterious power within humanity itself. This revelation leaves him wide-eyed and speechless. She clarifies that their consumption of love isn't born of ignorance or a biological necessity for survival. Looking directly at him, she explains that love emotions are simply irresistible, described as delicious to their senses. They are, in her view, merely humans who are unable to resist the overwhelming impulse to consume those feelings. The two sit in silence for a moment at the small table, the weight of her words hanging in the air of the quiet room. She acknowledges the complexity of the situation, noting that while some love-eaters don't even consider themselves human and others are branded as monsters, the classification ultimately depends on one's own perspective. Reflecting on her own past assumptions, she admits she once believed love-eaters were incapable of love because they seemed to consume it without remorse, as if they didn't understand the very thing they were destroying. However, a shift in her tone suggests a deeper, more painful reality as a hand clenches tightly in frustration. He looks down, his heart heavy with empathy for the struggle she describes. To him, the idea of being driven by an uncontrollable hunger for the very thing one might want to cherish seems unimaginably cruel. Touched by his compassion, she offers a quiet word of thanks for his kindness, though she quickly moves to temper his pity. She reveals a startling truth. There is, in fact, a way for them to resist the urge to eat love emotions. He nearly falls over in shock, his mind racing to understand how such a thing could be possible. He stares in disbelief at the object she presents, a blister pack containing small, heart-shaped pills. She explains that this is a specialized medicine designed specifically to suppress the insatiable appetite of a love-eater. The young man is taken aback, questioning how such a thing could even exist given that their kind is kept a secret from the public. He wonders aloud who could have possibly developed a solution for their hunger. She clarifies that while the existence of love-eaters isn't public knowledge, there is a private, non-profit organization dedicated to protecting them. This group is the source of the mysterious treatment. He begins to process the implications, assuming this means the burden of their hunger is finally lifted, but she quickly interjects with a grim correction. She explains that while the organization produces the medicine and offers protection from those who would target their kind, there is a significant catch that complicates everything. Her expression darkens, her eyes narrowing as she delivers the blunt truth. The medicine tastes absolutely, unimaginably foul. She visibly recoils at the mere memory of it, shivering as she insists that he couldn't possibly comprehend the sheer bitterness. He watches her, clearly unsettled by the intensity of her physical reaction to the thought of the taste. He asks for clarification on when such a repulsive substance is actually used, prompting her to explain its limitations. Because the effects last less than an hour and the supply is extremely limited, it is reserved only for the most critical moments rather than daily maintenance. She goes on to define these moments as the times when a love-eater's hunger is at its peak, triggered by the intense expression of another person's affection. It is in these instances that the urge to consume those emotions becomes nearly impossible to resist. These triggers can manifest in many ways, such as when two people share a kiss, when one is consumed by thoughts of the other, or simply through the heat of physical proximity. She admits, with a noticeable blush and a slight stammer, that even simple acts like cuddling can be a trigger. This is why she relies on the medicine when she expects a confession, allowing her to suppress her appetite long enough to deliver a refusal. She continues her explanation, noting that many love-eaters possess the willpower to restrain their hunger even without the aid of pharmaceuticals. Mito, however, interjects with a sudden realization, prompting a pause in the conversation as she questions the necessity of the medicine if self-control is possible. Because of this revelation, Ushi recalls her earlier claim that there was no chance her true self was a love-eater, questioning how that aligns with the existence of the medicine and her ability to control herself. He tentatively suggests a different possibility, that she might have confessed out of genuine affection rather than a biological urge to consume his feelings. She immediately dismisses the notion as an impossibility, her expression turning cold. The young woman clarifies the harsh reality, stating that what he possessed were merely simple love emotions, while she remains, fundamentally, a love-eater who views those emotions as sustenance. To illustrate her point, she describes a biological pattern where the appetite of their kind fluctuates significantly with age, peaking sharply in their late teens before gradually tapering off as they reach their 50s. As they mature past the age of 20, she explains that while the impulse doesn't vanish, they become increasingly capable of self-regulation without relying on external aids, though the hunger remains a constant shadow. However, during the volatile period between the emergence of the trait and full adulthood, the hunger is often overwhelming and impossible to suppress through sheer will alone, leading to the desperate actions of those in their youth. This biological imperative is what defines them during their youth, branding them with the title of love-eating girls, a label that carries the weight of their uncontrollable nature. Looking at his stunned expression, she concludes that it was impossible for any of the girls who approached him during the entrance ceremony to have developed genuine feelings, as their nature as love-eaters dictated their actions from the start. She adds a final, crushing detail. The impulse to consume a first love is a force far more potent than any simple emotion directed toward them, outweighing everything else on the scales of their desire and making their confessions a matter of survival rather than romance. She continues her explanation, noting that even after the peak love-eating girl period, the risk remains too high. Consequently, love-eaters generally avoid those who still possess their first love to prevent an accidental feeding. This caution stems from her own past. She confesses to a single instance where her self-control failed. In that moment, she consumed the love emotions of another simply because they were a first love. Even with the aid of medicine, which allowed her to manage other types of love during her most volatile years, the primal urge to consume a first love proved impossible to suppress. Turning her gaze away from him, she warns that if there is even the slightest chance that he, as someone who still holds his first love, could fall for one of their kind, the danger is too great. He listens in stunned silence, the weight of her words sinking in. As rain begins to fall over the sprawling city, her final warning hangs in the air. He must cease all involvement with them immediately for his own safety. The city stands silent as a heavy declaration hangs in the air, a warning that involvement with the group must cease immediately for the safety of everyone involved. Inside the quiet apartment, she sits across from him, her voice steady as she proposes a finality to their secret encounters, suggesting they put an end to their meetings once and for all. He stares at her in stunned silence, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple, while she remains composed, her gaze fixed downward with a heavy heart. Because of her sudden proposal, the space between them feels wider than ever as they sit in the dim light, the weight of her words settling over the room. His eyes widen, searching hers for any sign of a joke or a change of heart, but he finds only a cold, hard reality. She meets his gaze with a look of quiet desperation, her resolve clear even as her eyes begin to shimmer with unshed tears. In that moment, he sees his own reflection in her widening pupils, realizing the depth of the pain this decision is causing her. Finally, the dam breaks, and she can no longer maintain her stoic facade, tears streaming down her cheeks as she faces the heartbreaking end of their connection. She offers a tearful apology, her voice trembling as she admits her inability to stop the forces at play. The young man beside her can only watch in stunned silence, his mind racing to understand the sudden shift in her demeanor. He begins to piece together the contradictions of her character, recalling how she is a love-eater who once sought to consume his emotions, yet went out of her way to protect him with a warning. The sight of her weeping now only deepens the mystery of her true intentions. As the realization dawns on him, he sees the raw emotion on her face, concluding that her tears are born from genuine feelings she can no longer suppress. He softly calls out her name, drawing her gaze upward as she tries to compose herself despite the lingering sorrow in her eyes. The young man suddenly stands, his voice firm as he declares his refusal to end their connection, regardless of her nature or the nature of the other girls he has met. He presses further, questioning if her desire to part ways stems from her own distress or the looming threat of those targeting her kind. She counters his earnestness by acknowledging his inherent kindness, yet she insists that his protection is unneeded, citing the existence of an organization dedicated to their safety. However, she quickly clarifies that safety is not the issue, bluntly stating that there is simply no logical reason for him to continue being involved in her life. In response, he opens up about his own past, confessing that he once lived a stagnant life, avoiding anything unfamiliar or frightening simply because it was easier than changing. He reflects on how meeting others, like the energetic Tsumuji, showed him a world of joy he never knew existed, admitting that while his old life was comfortable, he can no longer go back to it. He reflects on the profound impact his new friends have had on him, recalling how Mito helped him discover a hidden talent for crane games and introduced him to a new favorite manga. Beside her, Hino's blunt assessment of his poor singing only fueled his desire to improve, leading him to spend his solitary hours practicing at karaoke. His transformation continued through his bond with Kanase, who showed him the simple pleasure of black coffee and the importance of a well-tied necktie. Even the stoic Kaguri broadened his horizons, introducing him to the world of romantic cinema and the quiet charm of trendy cafes, making him feel slightly less nervous in new environments. Walking alongside her now, he realizes that his entire existence has shifted since the day of the entrance ceremony. The mundane routine he once knew has been replaced by a life that feels entirely different and vibrant. This new path hasn't been without its trials, as he recounts the social isolation from other boys and the constant, looming anxiety of having his very emotions consumed. The weight of so many new responsibilities and the nervousness of his situation often leave him with little time to truly rest. Yet, he understands that with every new discovery, a part of him evolves into something slightly different. Despite the hardships, he remains steadfast in his resolve to keep moving forward. A gentle smile touches his lips as he admits that this chaotic, shared life is something he truly finds joy in. Being with all of them has given him a sense of purpose and fun that he never expected to find. He turns his gaze toward her, acknowledging that his future with the group ultimately rests on her decision. She listens quietly, expressing a deep gratitude for the experiences they've shared, even if the initial intent of the girls was merely to satisfy a hunger for his love emotions. Her eyes widen with a sudden, fierce clarity as she declares her own desire to remain by his side. The confession hangs in the air, a mirror to his own feelings and a rejection of their previous distance. He is momentarily stunned by her words, but she quickly tempers the moment with a sobering reality. She warns him that a relationship between a love-eating girl and a first love holder is inherently fraught with difficulty, no matter how long they stay together, as it will always be tough on him. Standing before him, she confesses a fundamental truth. She never truly understood the nature of love. It was a concept she believed in without ever grasping its weight or meaning. She reflects on the cold logic she once used to justify her nature, recalling how she viewed the emotions of others as mere sustenance since her middle school graduation. It was a shield of self-justification, a way to distance herself from the weight of what she was taking. Because of this shift in perspective upon meeting him, the experience of falling in love forced a realization that these feelings were far too precious to be consumed. She confesses that her initial interest was driven by a simple desire to feast on his affection, but that intent has withered away. As she speaks, a soft, genuine smile touches her lips as she credits this transformation to finally understanding the true essence of love. He listens, wide-eyed and stunned by her honesty, before admitting that he, too, has found joy in their shared time and offers his own sincere thanks. Moving closer, she bridges the gap between them on the seat, her presence suddenly intimate and overwhelming. Her eyes flutter shut as she leans her head against him, a deep flush creeping across her cheeks in the quiet of the room. With a playful finger to her lips, she whispers that she has longed for this closeness since the moment she fell for him, though the fear of her own hunger held her back. She teases him, asking if his heart is racing as fast as hers. The young man is left utterly breathless and crimson-faced, his composure dissolving under the weight of her confession. From outside the towering apartment complex, his panicked protests echo into the city air, a desperate plea for her to stop making him feel this way. Bushi stands on the sandy shore, the bright summer sun beating down as he reflects on the end of his vacation. He notes with a sense of accomplishment that he has completed his homework and finished his shifts at his part-time job, resolving to spend his final day of freedom and peace. However, his quiet contemplation is abruptly interrupted as he spots a familiar group approaching him across the beach. He is stunned to see Tsumuji, Gabu, Mito, Kaguri, and Kanase all gathered together, each dressed in vibrant and stylish swimwear. They present a striking sight, their diverse personalities reflected in their choice of beach attire as they prepare to enjoy the seaside atmosphere. They stand before him in a line, their presence overwhelming the young man who can only stare in silent, wide-eyed disbelief. The unexpected arrival of the entire group, especially in such revealing outfits, leaves him momentarily speechless as he tries to process the situation. The young man, his face turning a bright shade of red, finally finds his voice and demands to know why they are all wearing swimsuits. Kanase responds with a matter-of-fact tone, pointing out the obvious. They are at the beach, making their choice of clothing perfectly logical. They look out over the bustling shoreline, reflecting on the unlikely series of events that brought them all together. Despite the various paths they took, they have successfully formed a genuine bond of friendship, leading to this collective decision to spend the final days of summer playing in the surf. Their attention is drawn to the waves where Hanai is expertly carving through the water on a surfboard, displaying a surprising level of athleticism. When questioned about the situation, one of the girls explains that she is simply tagging along while her grandmother pursues her surfing hobby, proving the older woman is far more energetic than she looks. She is not the only one feeling bold, as Kanase suddenly leans in dangerously close to the flustered boy. She playfully interrogates him, asking for his opinion on her figure and if he finds Gabu cute, causing him to recoil in embarrassment as he begs her to maintain some personal space while dressed so provocatively. Her playful interrogation gives way to a series of quiet, shared moments between the group as they navigate the complexities of their relationships. The day is filled with a mix of lighthearted fun and the underlying tension of their growing bonds, all captured under the warmth of the afternoon sun. They continue to stand together as the reality of the group outing sinks in, the initial shock slowly fading into a shared experience. Kanase admits that the entire situation is quite embarrassing, her cheeks flushed as she stands beside the still overwhelmed young man. She stands among the others as they declare today a day for the girls to play alone, warning the boys to stay away. Watching them from a distance, Ushi is struck by a strange sense of déjà vu, finding their appearance in swimsuits surprisingly different from his usual impressions. The group seems to be bonding effortlessly, with some looking forward to seeing squids while others plan to teach the basics of swimming. Seeing them so harmonious brings a sense of relief to him, though he is still taken aback by how well they are all getting along. As he watches them, a heavy thought crosses his mind, wondering if they are all aware of each other's true identities. Meanwhile, Gabu leans in close to Kanase, a playful but sharp glint in her eyes as she asks point-blank if she is a love-eater. The question hangs in the air, leaving the other girl momentarily speechless as she pauses with a popsicle halfway to her lips. They settle into beach chairs under an umbrella, where Gabu insists there is no need for secrets because she already knows the truth. Kanase, regaining her composure, questions the suddenness of such a heavy inquiry. The energetic girl elaborates, noting the lack of progress between the two of them despite having enough of an answer already. She points out that Q, in his search for someone real, seems to have chosen her above all others. Despite the direct confrontation, she attempts to deflect, claiming total ignorance of the subject. Gabu, however, pushes further, suggesting that since they have finally become friends, they should stop hiding things from one another. The quiet girl shifts the conversation, noting that Gabu's logic only holds weight if the other person involved is actually human. They share a moment of tense realization, acknowledging that Gabu likely already suspects her due to her observant nature during their trip. With a mischievous grin and a playful gesture, Gabu finally drops her own mask, revealing that she herself is a love-eater. She muses that one wouldn't normally expect someone to go out of their way to reveal such a secret, leaving Kanase stunned by the admission. She remains elusive when questioned about her true intentions, simply brushing off the inquiry with a casual dismissal. Because they share a secret identity, she claims her only desire was to have a private conversation between two fellow love-eaters. Nearby, Mito paddles through the water, her movements creating small splashes as she practices her swimming. Her efforts do not go unnoticed, as Tsumuji and Momori offer warm words of encouragement, noting how quickly she is improving. Mito's face lights up with a mix of surprise and joy at the praise. As Tsumuji promises to stay right by her side, Mito is overwhelmed by the genuine kindness of her friends. However, this warmth brings a sharp pang to her chest. She feels a sense of guilt for the secret desires she harbors while surrounded by such bright, sincere people. The complexity of their situation is laid bare in a mental map of their hearts. For a love-eating girl to move past her current state, the boy she is tied to, Kyuchan, must eventually lose his feelings for her, so he can find his true match. This process is like a crystal heart shattering. For his growth to occur, the initial love must come to an end. She stares into the water, her expression clouded with self-loathing. She feels a deep sense of disgust for wishing for the end of another's love, yet she cannot help but see it as the only opening for her own feelings to ever be reciprocated. Even with the uncertainty of whether he would ever look her way, she realizes she must persevere. The possibility that things might not work out between him and his real love is a slim hope she clings to, despite the pain it causes. Her internal struggle becomes so consuming that she momentarily forgets her surroundings, causing her legs to stop kicking as Tsumuji calls out in concern. She is submerged, the water churning violently around her as she flails in a moment of panic. Tsumuji reaches out through the bubbles, her hand finding purchase on the girl's shoulder to pull her toward the surface. Breaking the surface, she gasps for air, coughing violently as the brine stings her throat. Her companion asks with urgent concern if she is all right, and she manages a weak, breathless reassurance, though the bitter, salty taste of the sea lingers on her tongue. She remains shaken, her head bowed as the other girl keeps a steadying, protective hand on her back. The weight of her earlier dark thoughts seems to have physically manifested in this moment of near drowning. They share a quiet, heavy look before the focus shifts to the wider expanse of the beach, where the sun glints off the waves and the carefree laughter of other vacationers fills the air. Further out in the water, Kaguri sits atop a large inflatable dolphin, her expression distant and regal as she drifts away from the main group, seemingly lost in her own world. Her solitude is interrupted by two men who approach with unwanted familiarity, questioning why such a lady is alone and inviting her to join them. She remains silent, her discomfort causing her to retreat slightly into the water, which only prompts mocking laughter from the intruders as they mistake her silence for nerves. The harassment is cut short by the sudden, imposing arrival of Hanai. She towers over the scene in her dark wetsuit, prompting a surprised greeting from the girl on the floatai, who questions why her guardian is present on what was supposed to be a private day. Adjusting her dark lenses with a practiced flick, she dismisses the idea of formal duty, claiming her presence is personal. She observes that while indoor settings have their charm, the outdoor light reveals a different side of one's appearance, noting that many were desperate to see Musha-sama in her summer attire. The conversation turns grave as they move away from prying ears, discussing a directive from their master. They acknowledge that the window of opportunity is closing and they must move forward with their original objective without delay, as time is no longer on their side. With a cold, focused intensity, she declares their ultimate goal. They must unmask the true identities of everyone present. While she remained out of sight, a woman in a sleek wetsuit stood nearby, a silent sentinel clutching a surfboard against the coastal breeze. On the sand, the young man sat hunched over, his brow damp with more than just the summer heat. He had resolved to take it easy today, repeating the mantra like a prayer, yet his thoughts betrayed him, drifting relentlessly back to the girls he had encountered. Kaguri stands with Hanai, her gaze fixed on the screen of her smartphone as she navigates a digital interface. She informs her companion that she has already reached out to her father regarding the situation, her expression serious and focused. Hanai, ever the professional, listens intently as Kaguri expresses her intention to personally investigate the matter further, refusing to remain a passive observer. The older woman offers a sincere apology, her eyes downcast as she feels a sense of inadequacy for not being of more assistance in the current predicament. Kaguri quickly dismisses the notion, assuring her that the fault lies elsewhere and that no apology is necessary. With a steady, determined gaze, she then asks Hanai for a specific favor, indicating a shift in their strategy and a move toward direct action. Out in the gentle surf, Tsumuji turns to Gabu with a serious expression, asking her to prepare herself for a revelation she is about to share. Gabu, caught off guard by the sudden change in tone, can only offer a startled gasp as the waves lap around them. The atmosphere between the two girls shifts from playful to heavy with anticipation as the secret hangs in the air. She then reveals the secret she had been hiding, sticking out her tongue to show the distinct split down the center. With a playful yet nervous smile, she explains that she underwent surgery to achieve this unique look, her finger pointed toward her mouth as if to emphasize the modification. The vulnerability of the moment is palpable as she waits for a reaction. Her companion's reaction is one of genuine admiration, finding the modification both cute and stylish rather than shocking. Gabu, surprised by the lack of judgment, goes on to describe the surgical process of splitting the tip of the tongue in two, her initial anxiety beginning to fade as she realizes her secret has been accepted with open arms. Internally, she reflects on the elaborate excuse she had prepared in case someone ever discovered her secret, a lie meant to shield her from scrutiny. However, when the moment finally arrived to speak, the sheer panic of the situation made it impossible for her to use it, leaving her stunned by the simplicity of the truth and Tsumuji's casual acceptance. She is interrupted when Tsumuji suggests they head back to join the rest of the group for lunch, her tone bright and energetic. Still processing the interaction, Gabu stammers out a hesitant agreement, her mind still reeling from the unexpected turn of events and the ease with which her friend moved past the revelation. They wade back toward the shore, and the conversation shifts to the mundane topic of food as they regroup with Mito. The girl with the wavy hair enthusiastically declares her craving for yakisoba, specifically requesting an extra serving of red pickled ginger to satisfy her growing hunger after their time in the water. While the others talk of food, the girl with the split hair remains lost in thought, questioning whether Tsumuji truly saw her tongue or if she is merely pretending not to have noticed. She had expected a much stronger reaction, perhaps one of fear or disgust, and the lack of one leaves her wondering if the entire encounter was just a figment of her imagination or a sign of a deeper understanding. She sticks her tongue out, finally confirming the secret she had been guarding with such intensity. She notes with a hint of mischief that this was clearly what the other girl had been seeking to see all along. Having finally bared her secret, she explains that the effort of concealment had become a burden she no longer wished to carry. Her companion is struck by the revelation, marveling at the fact that she is truly one of the legendary love eaters and expressing a newfound sense of trust in their bond. Turning her attention to the more experienced girl, she questions the wisdom of revealing such a sensitive identity so casually. The response is calm and reassuring, suggesting that sharing these deep secrets has forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between them that transcends simple caution. The conversation shifts to a more serious tone as she recalls a warning about a potential threat hiding in their midst, someone specifically targeting their kind. It seems unlikely that another love eater would be the predator, leaving the identity of the true antagonist a mystery that weighs heavily on their minds. Her friend commends her for the transparency, noting that by revealing her true self, she has effectively neutralized any suspicion. It was a calculated risk that seems to have paid off in establishing a genuine connection, proving that honesty can be a powerful shield. They discuss the limitations of her knowledge, realizing that she was completely unaware of the existence of artificial countermeasures like fake tongues. This lack of information confirms her isolation from the broader, more dangerous machinations of the world they inhabit. As they sit together on the rocky shore, the discussion turns to the source of her medicine, which she reveals comes from the Love Eater Protection Association. This prompts a curious question about whether her other unique traits were also provided by the same organization or if they are natural to her kind. While the girls continue their exchange, elsewhere, the woman in the wetsuit sits before a glowing monitor, her expression unreadable as she processes new data. The mystery deepens as she ponders the connections between the hospital and the association, sensing a pattern that others have missed. The focus shifts away from the beach, lingering on the quiet facade of the school building as a new, unsettling possibility begins to take shape in the silence of the afternoon. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man with dark, circular glasses stands before a portrait, his thoughts consumed by a rogue element. He contemplates the existence of someone operating outside the association's reach, someone intent on forcing Love Eaters to consume the very emotions they were meant to avoid. He and his cryptic warnings linger in the air as Kanace gazes out at the horizon, her mind clouded with confusion over the motives of the mysterious organization Gabu mentioned. She can't fathom why they would desire such a thing, and Gabu herself seems equally in the dark about their ultimate goals. Turning back to her companions, Hino suggests they rejoin the rest of the group, assuming their interrogation is complete. Gabu agrees, proposing that as fellow Love Eaters, they should continue to share information in the future to navigate their shared circumstances and the threats they face. Just as they prepare to leave, the split-haired girl pauses, her expression turning serious. She admits there is one lingering question that has plagued her for a long time, something she simply cannot wrap her head around regarding Kanace's specific choice of target. She leans in close, her eyes wide with genuine bewilderment as she demands to know what could possibly be so appealing about the boy, Ushi. The very idea that he could be the object of such intense focus seems to baffle her to her core. The girl continues her interrogation, pointing out that Kanace is currently in her prime, love-eating phase, and Ushi is a rare, first love holder. She finds it a complete mystery why someone as attractive as Kanace would settle for him, questioning how she could have possibly fallen for such an unremarkable individual when the stakes are so high. Kanace takes a moment to look inward, contemplating the strange path that led her to this point. While she acknowledges the oddity of the match and the questions it raises, she realizes with a calm certainty that she hasn't actually fallen in love with him, and she harbors no regrets about the path she has chosen. Gabu scoffs at the sentiment, explaining that her own tastes run toward the glamorous, like the popular idols currently in vogue, and Ushi is the polar opposite of that ideal. Hino adds a sharp remark, suggesting that Kanace might not even be aware of any redeeming qualities the boy might possess, further highlighting the gap in their perspectives. Her tone shifts from curiosity to a playful, yet firm warning as she sticks out her tongue. She makes it clear that even though they are friends, she won't tolerate Kanace consuming Ushi's love emotions, declaring with a mischievous glint in her eye that she intends to be the one to feast on them herself. The tension breaks with a mutual understanding to remain friends until that inevitable moment of competition arrives. Their private conversation is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Tsumuji, Kaguri, and Mito, who wave enthusiastically from a distance, having finally tracked them down along the shoreline. Tsumuji calls out an apology for the long search, her face beaming with excitement. She reveals that Kaguri has prepared something special for everyone, inviting the trio to come and see what the Musha-sama has in store for their afternoon at the beach. As the night air cools, a small car hums along the coastal road, the driver letting out a soft, contemplative sigh as the headlights cut through the darkness. Inside the vehicle, she reflects on the day's great waves, asking the young man beside her if he finally found a moment to unwind. He leans back, admitting that for the first time in a long while, he truly managed to relax. Meanwhile, the rest of the group remains gathered on the vast, dark expanse of the beach, their silhouettes small against the shimmering tide. The girls huddle together, excitement bubbling as they propose a contest to see whose fireworks will last the longest, with the loser tasked with providing ice cream for everyone. Each face reflects a different emotion, mischief, resolve, and quiet contemplation, as they prepare for the friendly competition. Watching them, the young man decides to cherish this lingering peace, choosing to delay the weight of their true identities until the summer vacation finally draws to a close. Far from the shore, a different kind of silence reigns as a man in a formal suit reviews a digital report, noting that his investigation has been hampered by the holiday season and that the full details are available for review. In another part of the city, a young woman stands solitary before a grand entrance, her hand raised as if in thought. She remains there, a silent sentinel against the backdrop of the evening, her gaze fixed on what lies ahead. She stands before the imposing stone pillars of the entrance, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips as she looks ahead. The girl allows this expression to deepen, her eyes narrowing slightly with a sense of dark anticipation. Her composure suddenly gives way to something far more primal. She reveals a tongue stained with crimson, her gaze fixed with a predatory intensity as a small heart flickers within her iris. Having finished her grim task, she daintily wipes the blood from her chin, her long hair cascading around her as she stands amidst the quiet shadows of the estate. Nearby, the man who had been so focused on his investigation can no longer speak, his breath hitching as he faces his end. He collapses onto the cold pavement, a pool of dark fluid spreading beneath him as his body goes limp in a final, desperate posture. Observing the monitor with a cold, detached interest, the elderly man adjusts his glasses. He murmurs to himself about the passage of time, noting that 30 years have slipped away since the last occurrence. To him, this violent display is merely a signal that the appointed time is approaching once more, and he prepares for the inevitable return of a cycle long dormant.